Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Joined White Dragon Empress. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. A sad memory. It was evening. The streets of Kuo were beginning to empty as people went home to their families, and shop owners were also beginning to close their shops. Issei and the ORC girls would have returned to the Hyudu residence after a rather awkward day for a certain brown-haired boy. The reason? Simple. The day after the interview of the Gremory clan and the Bale clan, which were going to have a rating game, Issei felt both embarrassed by the interview, and when he went to take a bath, suddenly Rias also entered the same bathroom and tried to stalk Issei while asking him who she was to him, but Issei said an answer that made her sad and upset, and therefore, that caused her not to speak to him for the entire previous day. The next morning, things were a little tense for Issei as the girls found out what happened between Issei and Rias in the bathroom, and for some reason unknown to him, they called him insensitive and something like the villain of the movie. When the morning passed quietly in a certain way, it was already afternoon, and they had gathered at the ORC to talk about the school festival, in addition to receiving a call from Lady Phoenix to see how Ravel was and make Issei promise to take care of the little blonde who did not know what was happening to them. When Rias wanted to leave the club, Issei stopped her and asked if something was wrong. But she only told him if he would protect her and the others, which Issei affirmed, and then Rias asked him who she was to him, and Issei replied that she was his bucho, which made Rias sad and angry, who ran out of the club while the others complained to Issei for what he did, and he didn't understand what he did wrong. Even Kiba and Gasper told him that it was his fault. Anyway, after that event, the day went by normally for everyone, although Issei was left with many doubts and did not return to the club all day until classes ended, and the return home was somewhat uncomfortable since the girls did not direct a word or a look to Issei. Something that for some reason made him sad. With that, Issei found himself in the living room of the Hyudu residence, thinking about everything that had happened. Even during dinner time, the girls didn't speak to him, and his parents asked him if something bad happened, to which he replied with an "I don't know." Issei decided to stop thinking about it and went up the stairs of the mansion to go to his room. When he arrived and opened the door, he was surprised to see that everyone was in his room as if they were waiting for him, although they had an angry expression. Is something wrong, girls? Issei asked curiously but was surprised when he saw everyone looking at him. Issei, what are we to you? Rias asked, apparently angry. What do you mean by that, bucho? Issei asked, perplexed, not understanding what Rias meant. Although he could notice how for a moment Rias's arms trembled slightly with her head down. How do you feel about us? Akino suddenly intervened, clarifying what her king meant. How do I feel about you guys? Issei asked, asking the question in his mind as he tried to find an answer. Well, you're my friends, my companions, and I care about you. He replied with a smile, satisfied with his answer, but his satisfaction didn't last for long when he saw the girls' reaction. The girls were very upset when they heard how Issei gave his answer, and it made them feel doubts in their hearts. Weren't they enough for him? Of course he wanted to HR him, but he already had them. Although it made them angry and sad that he doesn't know how they feel. They began to recall all the times they tried to interact with Issei in a romantic and NTMT way. They remember the look on his face when he looked at them and how scared he was. They were confused as to why the man they all loved was acting like this, and when he asked them if something was wrong, they decided to confront him about their feelings for him, but when they heard his answer, they wished he would never have done that. After hearing that he considered them as friends and companions, they felt their hearts ache and their anger grow. At least, that's how they felt inside, but on the outside, they cried in sorrow. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Issei asked in panic after seeing the girls crying heavily. The girls gathered themselves together before looking back at Issei, who was now startled by the way they were looking at him. He had never seen them looking at him so angrily, and it made him feel scared and confused. Issei quickly thought as he tried to understand the situation. Issei was about to ask her what he had done wrong so he could fix it before he heard Rias mutter something that made his heart break. I should never have reincarnated you. Rias muttered silently with anger and frustration, thinking that no one was listening to her. Bibucho, did you really mean that? Issei asked regretfully, afraid to hear the Gremmery heiress's answer. Rias frowned as she realized she had been heard and chose not to respond, while the rest simply looked at her in confusion as to what Issei meant. Did it? Riously mean that? Thought confusedly, her mind was in turmoil. She loved Issei very much, but sometimes he really hurt her and others without even realizing it. Every time he addressed her as Bucho and not by her name, her heart ached. Everyone looked at Rias in confusion after hearing Issei's question. They were confused as to what Issei was talking about and why he sounded like he was in pain. Yes, suddenly, they heard their king say that. Bucho, please tell me this is a cruel joke. Issei said desperately, hoping with every fiber of his being that Rias really didn't mean what she said. I'm sorry, but sometimes I think I made the wrong decision to reincarnate you. Rias said sadly as tears fell down her cheeks again. Everyone gasped in surprise when they heard what Rias said. They thought that Rias loved Issei more than anything else after everything they had been through, but hearing that she had doubts about her decision to reincarnate him left them very shocked. Hearing what Rias said, Issei's feeling was a mix of sadness, anguish, remorse, and fury. Partner, are you okay? Drake asked after sensing the anguish his partner was experiencing. Issei didn't respond, which startled the Welsh dragon. He was sleeping when he suddenly woke up in response to Issei's intense feelings, and he was very confused as to why his partner felt this way. I thought you loved me, all of you, but I was wrong. It's like last time, Issei muttered silently, but everyone heard him, frowning in response. If you felt that way, then you should have let me die. Issei suddenly shouted in anger, shocking everyone. Issei Rias said sadly after witnessing the brunette's outburst of anger, the rest looking at Issei sadly. Issei didn't answer and looked at everyone before storming out of the room angrily. Issei, come back please, Rias screamed in desperation as she raised her hand and pointed it towards the door as if trying to reach it. What did you mean when you said like last time? Irina asked confused, but she didn't get an answer since everyone was absorbed in their thoughts, trying to digest what was happening at that moment, except for one person who frowned after hearing Irina's question. At first, she didn't realize what he meant, but after thinking about it, she remembered the one person who left a mark on him for life. Rainier Kaneko said, frowning after realizing what Issei meant. At the mention of the fallen angel, everyone who was present at the moment snapped out of their train of thought and frowned as they realized. Rainier they muttered as they thought about the fallen angel as the pieces began to come together. The frightened looks, the need to have many girls love him, the lack of reciprocity in his feelings. It all made sense. He still hadn't recovered from what she did to him. What do you mean? Who is Rainier? Irina asked curiously. What have we done? Akino said as terror filled her and the rest. We have to find Issei-kun and apologize before he dies. It's too late, she said urgently as she hoped it wasn't too late to find Issei. Rias just stopped with a blank done. What have I done? She thought to herself as she remembered what the boy she loved so much told her. He couldn't remember why he said he regretted reincarnating him, as his mind was in complete chaos. Rias, are you okay? Akino asked her king with concern after seeing the empty look his eyes held. Rias continued to stare forward while ignoring her queen's question, causing the latter to become worried. Rias, let's get out of this. Akino said as she shook her king. Akino. Rias said after regaining her senses. Rias, we have to go find Issei as soon as possible. Akino explained to her king urgently. Let's go, Rias said, still a little surprised, before everyone went out to look for Issei. I can't believe that after everything we've been through this is how they treat me. Issei said to himself in disbelief. I thought they loved me, especially Rias, but apparently I was wrong. Rainier was right, he said to himself sadly. On this day, Issei received a grim reminder. A reminder of his time with Rainier and the things she told him that ultimately scarred him for life. He walked aimlessly as he contemplated everything that was happening today before finding himself in a place with abandoned houses. How did I get here? Issei asked no one in particular as he looked around the place. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I have to take it all in, Issei said to himself as he leaned against a wall and lowered himself until he was sitting and held his head with his hands. I can't believe this, and here I thought that Issei said to himself before a face appeared in his mind, would you die for me? Issei put his hand to his ear, trying to calm the exaggerated beating of his heart, which, like him, was scared. Or hurt. No, please, no more, Issei said to himself as he looked at his hands and was about to panic. Partner, you have to calm down, his dragon companion told him, trying to help his owner, but it was useless. Issei didn't even listen to him. Issei said, trembling. When he heard what seemed to be a girl calling him, which alarmed him a little, and he stopped suddenly, starting to look around the place to find the source of the voice, and when he looked in a certain direction, he found it and tensed up. Facing Issei appeared a very appealing, long, silver-haired girl with blue eyes. She was wearing a black jacket with a green polo underneath, plus a black skirt and black shoes. Issei knew who she was. It was his predestined rival, Valerie Lucifer, and she was looking at him carefully. Valerie Issei said, tremble, boost, and then boost. The Welsh dragon's voice echoed through the place as a bright light erupted before his red gauntlet appeared on his left arm. Valerie didn't even flinch at the summoning of the boosted gear. Issei didn't waste any time and got into a combat stance ready for the inevitable battle, but was surprised when it didn't come. Why, you're not going to attack me? Issei asked in confusion, to which the girl nodded. I didn't come here to fight you, Issei Valerie said in a tender tone to avoid provoking the boy. Then why did you come here? Issei spat in anger. I'm just passing by. I was looking for the right moment to talk to you without attracting attention, Valerie said calmly. And what would it be? Issei asked impatiently. He had had enough of this. I heard that you and your companions would have a raiding game against Bale, so I wanted to tell you that I will be watching it, and I will not allow the Cows Brigade to interrupt it with an attack, Valerie said. Just that? Issei asked, a little surprised that she is willing to face the terrorists as long as they do not interrupt a game. I think it's just on a whim, Valerie said, crossing her arms and looking away, trying to appear indifferent. Issei, hearing what Valerie said, just nodded as he lowered his guard, and the glove disappeared, then unknowingly put on a sad and broken face. Valerie's mention of him fighting alongside his comrades against Serorg and his group made him feel doubtful. The painful reminder and what the girls told him took away all his spirit. Valerie, for her part, noticed Issei's empty expression and frowned at that. What was wrong with him? She barely noticed that when she arrived at the place. She noticed that Issei acted as if he was trying to stay calm and how he muttered things that she didn't understand. She knew that it was not her business to butt into his privacy, but seeing Issei like that, for some reason, made her heart clench, and without further ado, she decided to speak. Is something wrong? Valerie asked him. That's none of your business. Issei replied indifferently, trying to hide his broken expression. I know it's not my place to meddle in your private affairs, but I'm surprised to see someone like you like that. Valerie said. How? Issei asked indifferently. As if you had had a horrible reminder or something happened that made you like that. Valerie answered, who knew very well that expression of a horrible reminder, something similar to what she suffered a few years ago. Issei was surprised to see that Valerie read his expression and so on as if it were a book. How obvious was it? But before he could say anything, Valerie spoke up again. I know you have your reasons to distrust me, Issei, but we have even fought together once, and you know that I am not looking for the same thing as the other members of Cows Brigade. Valerie said. Issei, hearing his words, was surprised again, and he had to agree with him. Both Valerie and his group, they are not like the rest of the Cows Brigade. They only seek their freedom and to fulfill what they want. Practically, they are an independent group that acts on its own and does not follow the orders of the Cows Brigade. However, Valerie sighed at the thought that she would not have an answer and spoke again. It's okay if you don't want to tell me what's going on. After all, it's your business. That's none of my concern. Valerie slowly turned around, ready to leave, But, Issei's somewhat broken voice made Valerie stop in her tracks and turn to look at Issei, who had his head down. I feel betrayed. His words made Valerie open her eyes slightly. Issei laughs dryly and says, "Sometimes I wonder if I really was just a showy toy for them, a source of power and nothing more, someone to show off in front of others but never be honest." What do you mean? Valerie asked with a hint of concern when she noticed the broken tone in his voice. Really, I was just an eye-catching tool for them. Issei wondered. There are times when I think I made the wrong, riotous decision by reincarnating you's words were heard in his mind, the painful confession of the crimson-haired girl that broke his heart. I guess it really was just the flashy. Sekirai Issei said sadly before anger began to rise inside him as he remembered everything he did for them. He was broken, the feeling of betrayal and sadness clouding his heart along with feelings of rage and hatred. He didn't hate the girls. He hated himself for opening up to them and letting them penetrate the walls he erected after what happened with Rainier. He thought that with them it would be different, that they would be able to heal the hole in his heart that the vicious fallen angel had left, but they simply widened it, much to his dismay. Valerie, on the other hand, upon hearing his broken words, had to analyze them carefully, and in detail did he feel used. That they only wanted him for his power. Upon analyzing all that, he had a certain conclusion: did those Gremmeries perhaps use him for their benefit? For a moment he thought it seemed crazy if that were the case, but if so, was this all an act? All those times they snuck into my bed and tried to stalk me, was it so I'd stay loyal to them so they could HRS my powers until they deemed them useless? Issei wondered in anguish and on the verge of tears as he realized that all the happy moments he had with the girls were just a facade. Issei Valerie said with her hand on hers that, for some reason, hurt her to see Issei like that. Even if I go back, I'm afraid nothing will change. I doubt I'll have the confidence to talk to them normally again, or even see them face to face. Issei said, letting a couple of tears fall. Seeing Issei like that, Valerie felt emotion overcome her, and although she tried to suppress it, she couldn't help but shed a tear. She didn't understand why she felt that way, but she didn't want to see Issei like that. Broken Valerie sensed that if Issei returned, maybe things really wouldn't change. If it's true that they were just using him for fun, then returning would possibly destroy Issei mentally over time. Valerie began to think about how to help him, and then an idea came to mind. It was risky and could possibly cause a lot of problems for both the Alliance and perhaps the Chaos Brigade, who would take advantage of it if they found out, but there were no other options. That was the only option, so that Issei would not be mentally destroyed in the worst possible way. Issei Valerie called him, and the brown-haired boy looked at her with serious eyes, which tightened her heart a little. Tell me one thing. Do you want to go back with them? Issei didn't know what to say and lowered his head with a gloomy expression. I don't know, I don't want to feel like this. I feel like if I go back maybe I won't be the same again. Issei Valerie called him again, and the brunette stared at her. I don't know if you want to, but Valerie moved his lips nervously but decided to continue. Do you want to join me and my team? Issei, upon hearing those words, opened his eyes in shock. He couldn't believe it. To join. Takes a step back. Aau. Are you crazy? There's no way I would do it. Issei said, taking another step back. Even if your team doesn't follow the orders of the Chaos Brigade, you guys are still considered enemies. I know what I propose to you is crazy, but Valerie answered. Are you okay with coming back and nothing changing? Issei lowered his head again with his expression broken upon hearing those words. I know that if you do this, there will be no turning back, and this could create a problem with the Alliance, but still who knows what will happen if you go back. Are you okay with that? Issei, upon hearing those words, lowers his head and becomes thoughtful. He knew that depending on what he decided, anything could happen if he returns, perhaps nothing will change, and they will only truly continue to use him for their benefit as he believes he is. If he accepts Valerie's proposal, he will become everyone's enemy. Even if he doesn't fight against them, he would only be running away. But thinking about it more deeply, he felt as if Valerie was giving him a chance to start over, because if she wasn't, why did he bother to listen to him? He even thought she would respond sarcastically, but she didn't. She apparently understood him and is trying to help him. There was still a lot he didn't know about Valerie, And this confirms it all. Issei, trembling, decides to give his answer after thinking about it for half a minute. Why yes, after hearing Issei's response that he agreed, Valerie was surprised, but then for some reason, she smiled seeing that he agreed. Alright, Issei, Valerie said, and then remembered something important. Oh, right, first of all we need to get rid of your evil pieces, or they'll track you down. Issei opened his eyes slightly in horror upon hearing that. B, but I'm going to die. He said in panic as he remembered the consequences of expelling his evil pieces. Don't worry, you're not going to die. Valerie reassured Issei before he began to explain how exactly he would get rid of his pieces. I'm going to use a spell to forcibly remove the pieces from your body, although it will be painful. Valerie explained to Issei with dismay. See, crush them with a spell. Are you crazy? Issei asked in terror. Don't worry, you'll be fine, but there's something you'll have to do if you want to survive this. Valerie said in a serious voice. What would it be? Issei asked after swallowing. He was nervous about the sudden change in behavior. You'll have to ask the Welsh dragon, Drake, to turn your body into a dragon, that way you'll be saved from certain death, and I'll heal you. Valerie said without expression. Become a dragon. Issei repeated Valerie's words, hoping he hadn't misheard. Which was confirmed when she nodded at his question. I guess I have no choice. Issei gave in after realizing he really had no other choice. Do you hear, Drake? Of course, partner. I'll take care of it. The dragon's voice was heard through Issei's hand, where there was a green glow on the back of it. Valerie approached Issei until they were both face to face while a magic circle appeared in the girl's hand that she placed on Issei's Issei, and the circle entered him. This is going to be painful, Issei, so prepare yourself. Valerie warned Issei, who frowned in response. He wasted no time, and Valerie closed the palm of his hand, causing Issei to feel a pain inside him and scream in agony from the immense amount of pain he was feeling. Valerie tried to do this as quickly as he could so that Issei would not suffer for too long. He activated the circle inside Issei, which released a white light, and the magic circle leaves Issei with 8 pawn pieces in it, pieces that within seconds fall to the ground. Seeing the evil pieces, Valerie undid the magic circle so that Issei collapsed to the ground, spitting out some blood. Drake's voice was heard from the gauntlet as he began to work on turning Issei's body into a dragon. Valerie stood there watching in pity as Issei was left unconscious on the ground after the ejection of his evil pieces. She felt sorry for the pain he had to experience mentally and physically. But upon witnessing it, for some reason, she had the determination to want to help him no matter what. Valerie approached the unconscious Issei and knelt down near his head, then caressed his appealing brown hair. According to her, it's time for you to start again. When Valerie said that, a magic circle appeared below her and Issei, and both of them disappeared from the place through said circle, leaving only the 8 pawn pieces in that place. Issei-kun, where are you? Please come back. Irina shouted as she and the rest of the ORC searched for Issei. They've already been searching all over Kuro, and so far there was nothing that could tell them where she went. They even notified Kiba and Gasper of what happened, and they decided to go help with the search. During their search, Rias didn't say a single word, as she seemed to be deep in thought. How is this possible? We've been searching for hours, and we haven't found a single clue as to where he is. Zenovia said in frustration. I don't know, Zenovia-chan, but we have to keep looking. Aquino said with determination as well, refusing to give up on the search for the brown-haired boy. They continued looking around until they came to a place where there were abandoned houses that were on the outskirts of the city. Do you feel that? Aquino asked as they approached the place, sensing a strange and unusual aura coming from one of the houses. Strange. Kaneko said with her stoic face as she looked at the place before starting to walk, and the rest followed her as they approached the place of abandoned houses. The mysterious aura they felt began to grow stronger, but something about it alarmed the demons. This aura was not the usual aura you would sense in a place like this. It was something else, something strangely familiar. As they passed by some abandoned houses, they came across a pile of ruins, but in the middle of those ruins they saw something that made their hearts sink as terror, panic, and fear filled their souls. On the floor of the ruins, They saw 8 crimson pawn pieces that belonged to none other than Issei. Rias, who was still deep in thought when they arrived at the ruins, was startled the moment she saw her evil pieces. Guilt and anguish began to fill the SW princess as she moved forward and collected the evil pieces. Issei Rias muttered as tears began to flow from her eyes before she burst into tears after seeing their king break down in tears. The rest of the girls and Gasper broke down as well, except for Kiba, who just stared at the scene with wide eyes, still refusing to believe what he was seeing. "I can't believe Issei-senpai is dead," Gasper said between sobs as he tried to wipe away his tears. The rest of the girls only cried harder after hearing what Gasper said. "No, I don't think Gasper-kun is dead, because otherwise, we would have seen his body here," Kiba intervened, causing everyone to freeze as confusion and bewilderment filled them. "So you're saying Issei-kun isn't dead?" Irina asked, bewildered, trying to hold on to the hope Kiba provided her. "It's possible," Irina-sen Kiba said with a small smile, believing that his friend was not dead. After hearing what Kiba and Irina said, the rest of the girls managed to calm down. But how is that possible? Expelling the evil pieces from the body means certain death." Akino refuted Kiba's assumption. She, like everyone else, wanted to believe that Issei was alive, but as much as she hated to admit it, she knew the chances were very slim. "You may be right, Akino-senpai. But if he really died, then we would have found his body here, so something doesn't make sense here." Kiba said. All feelings were currently ones of confusion. They didn't know if they should feel hope that he might be alive or sorrow that he died. They were completely confused as to why his body wasn't there because, as Akino said, expelling the evil pieces means instant and certain death. One thing they all agreed on was that something didn't make sense here, and after thinking it through carefully, going through every situation in their minds that could happen here, they all narrowed it down to the only 2 situations that made sense. Either Issei miraculously survived the ejection, or an unknown source was involved and stole his body. "Everyone, let's go home. I'll contact my brother tomorrow so he can help us," Rias said, exhausted from everything that happened today. The rest simply nodded before everyone returned to the house. "Ugh, what happened?" Issei wondered groggily as he woke up. Recovering from his sleep, he looked around the room he was in but panicked as he realized that he didn't know this room. He continued to look around the room for anything that could help him understand exactly what happened until his eyes landed on a familiar person who was sitting in a chair near his bed and seemed to be asleep. He saw a girl with long, straight, silver hair, a very curvy body, and a bust that could rival Akino's. She had a choker on her neck and was wearing a blue shirt with another buttoned shirt on top that seemed to be trying strong to contain her bust, along with a red skirt that reached her knees. Appealing Issei thought Earl is appealing as he looked at the sleeping beauty before a thought came back to his mind. Now that I think about it, she really does familiar. Issei thought in confusion, struggling to remember where he had seen this girl before, but it suddenly occurred to him this girl was none other than his rival, Valerie. Realizing the girl's identity, Issei began to panic as his eyes were wide. His mind was working overtime as he tried to think of where exactly he was and why Valerie was sitting next to his bed before recalling the events that took place a short while ago, according to him. As soon as he remembered everything that happened, he remembered how broken he felt, how his heart was clouded with sadness and betrayal, as well as rage and self-hatred. He frowned as he remembered what happened last night with the girls. "Sometimes, I think I made the wrong decision by reincarnating," he repeated the words that his beloved king told him, the same words that broke him and made him feel so sad. He remembered how they all confronted him and complained. "Partner, are you okay?" Drake asked as he woke up from his dream after sensing his partner's emotions. "Drake? I don't know." Gao. Issei said to his partner, sadly trying to hide his feelings from the dragon. Drake said to his partner, who was shocked in return. He realized that he couldn't hide anything from Drake, so instead of trying, he gave in and told the dragon everything that was on his mind. "I feel betrayed. I feel like the girls took what was left of my heart after Rainier and instead of fixing it they broke it," more to say distressed as he described his feelings to Thmor Issei began, who only remained silent, listening. "I trusted them. I thought they would be the ones who could heal my heart and help me overcome my fears after Rainier, but in the end, they just made it worse. I don't think I can handle this anymore, Drake. I don't want to feel like this again. I don't want to feel totally broken and full of sadness. I don't think I'll be able to open up to any girl for a long time. Issei said in a depression after everything that had happened with Rainier and the girls. Drake asked in an attempt to cheer up his partner, but the latter simply shrugged. Maybe, but I don't think so, Drake. Until you find that girl, I'll try to help you heal, partner. Drake told his partner with determination, reminding him that he still had him on his side to help him. Like Valerie, the Welsh dragon couldn't stand to see how broken his partner was. He felt like a completely different person to him. He wasn't the usually cheerful pervert who was interested in nothing but tips. Instead, he was now a shell of his past self that was clouded with nothing but sadness, betrayal, and self-hatred, and this made Drake feel very uncomfortable. Issei was deep in thought as he finished speaking to Drake. He was thinking about his course of action now that he is no longer a demon and is instead part of a terrorist organization that the three factions want to exterminate. Hayudu, are you awake? After shaking off his thoughts, Issei searched for the source of the voice and saw Valerie standing and looking at him with a small smile on her face that hid as soon as she saw Issei looking at her. Valerie. Weiss, I'm awake, Issei replied with an empty voice that didn't go unnoticed by Valerie, who frowned in return. How do you feel? Valerie asked with a small smile on her face that disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Well, Issei said exasperatedly, causing Valerie to frown in response. Are you sure? Valerie asked, not letting him go despite his attitude. As if you really care, Issei refuted angrily. What the hell happened to you, Issei? I'm just trying to help you, Valerie said in frustration. Since when do you want to help me? You always brag about how you're going to destroy me and that I'm a weakling, Issei refuted, causing Valerie to frown in return. I'll do it from now on, Valerie said expressionlessly, leaving no room for Issei to hesitate. Issei was very surprised at what Valerie said. He never expected his rival to care for him because until now she only claimed that she would destroy him and become the true White Dragon Empress. So seeing how she suddenly cared about him surprised him greatly but also left him confused as to why exactly she started to care now. Why now? Issei asked in a neutral tone. Because I saw how broken you were, and I can't stand to see my fierce and determined rival that I got to the respectful respect. Valerie spat angrily as she almost said something else that she knew why she wanted to say it. Issei, for his part, was impressed by Valerie's statement. He didn't think his rival realized how lonely he felt since the night they met at the place of abandoned ruined houses. Her new attitude and her new care made him feel better, but he still had doubts about how long it would last and if she was telling the truth or if she was burying him under her pretty facade. He couldn't help but notice the mistake she made during her statement and had his thoughts about what she wanted to say but decided not to ask her what she meant for fear that she would get angry with him. Thank you, Issei muttered in a low voice so that no one would hear him, but thanks to his enhanced senses, Valerie heard exactly what he said, causing him to frown. What did you say? Valerie asked, wishing he would repeat what he said louder. I said, thank you, Issei muttered loud enough so it was audible without the need to enhance his senses. Hearing him say that again, Valerie replaced her frown with a small, sincere smile. For some reason, she was happy that Issei had recognized her change of heart, and she also wanted to help him be his old self or to no longer think about how he felt. And oddly enough for Valerie, she wanted to be there for him forever. Welcome, Hayudu. I'll do my best to help you, Valerie said, still with her small smile. Thanks again, Valerie. I appreciate it, Issei said, returning a big smile that made the silver-haired girl's heart skip a beat. I have to go now, Issei, but if you need anything, let me know, Valerie said before turning around and leaving the room, leaving Issei with a lot to think about. Are you sure it was Valerie, Drake? Issei asked his companion in uncertainty after Valerie left the room shortly. Indeed, partner, although I must say that it is very nice to see your sudden change of heart, Drake said with delight. Maybe, but I'm still not going to trust her completely yet, not after what happened to me with Rias and the others, Issei replied. He couldn't allow his heart and trust to be broken again. It would destroy him completely, and he knew it, so he had to be more careful. Issei replied. He trusted. Drake intervened, telling his partner what he felt. Issei didn't answer and instead decided to give Valerie a chance to gain his trust. He would never tell Drake, but he found Valerie to be a very attractive woman, and her determination to become the best was something that motivated him as he slowly and unknowingly began to develop feelings for Valerie. But after what happened with the girls and Rainier, he wasn't sure that she, of all people, would reciprocate those feelings and was afraid to reveal them, at least not yet. Say, we need to talk. Drake spoke to his partner, alarming him a little. About? Issei asked cautiously. He knew that every time Drake said they needed to talk, it was never about anything good. After your evil pieces were expelled from your body, I transformed you into a dragon as you requested, but you need to know the ramifications of that. Drake said to his partner, who, for his part, remained expressionless while falling silent, causing Drake to continue talking. Anyway, you should know that since you are now a full-fledged dragon, you will adopt some draconic traits, such as hardened skin and enhanced senses, mostly smell and sight, but you will also be very vulnerable to dragon slayer weapons and attacks. Wow. That's a lot to take in. Issei said with a bit of surprise upon hearing the consequences of his transformation. Is there anything else I should know? He asked, making sure there wasn't anything Drake forgot to tell him. Yes, actually there is. You will gain some of my affinities and characteristics, but I'm not sure which one, so we'll have to wait and see. Drake added, much to Issei's dismay. I see. Well, I hope at least they are your good traits. Issei said with a bit of hope that bothered his partner. What do you mean? What do you expect? All my traits are good, Drake said, offended by his companion's statement as he tried to refute it by praising himself. It doesn't matter. Issei said a little nervously. He didn't want to meet the angry Drake again. The dragon just grumbled something that Issei couldn't hear except for a few words like, pervert. Chapter 2. New life and new team. A few hours have passed since Issei finished talking to Drake about the consequences of his transformation. At first, Issei was very alarmed by the effects, but as he thought about it, he realized that it was a small price to pay and that there are actually more pros than cons, such as regaining his enhanced senses but without the sensitivity of daylight and hardened skin along with increased strength. But while he was trying to adjust to his new life as a full-fledged dragon, he also had to adjust to another new life as a member of a team that belongs to a terrorist organization that is hated by the three factions. Never in his life did he imagine himself aligning himself with them, but he did not regret his choice. He saw how badly his so-called friends treated him, and he thought that nothing could be worse than that. Knock knock. A knock was heard at the door, causing Issei to jump a little. Issei didn't say anything as the person on the other side opened the door after receiving no response. Hayadu, I see you're okay. Vaknok. Suddenly said upon entering the room, already changed with her usual outfit, and in her hands she had a small plate with a cup of tea. Valerie. Why is Issei said nervously as he looked at Valerie cautiously. Take this. It will help you. Valerie said, putting the tea on the nightstand next to Issei's bed. Issei, a little nervous, took the tea and took a sip, sighing with relief. Tea, thank you, Valerie. Issei nervously thanked. Listen, hi, I know we've been enemies before, but we're on the same side now, so you can stop being nervous around me. Valerie sighed as she saw that Issei was nervous around her. I'm sorry, but it might take me some time to fully trust you or anyone for that matter. Issei admitted as he finished his tea and tried to relax slightly, making Valerie a little happy. Okay, I don't know what you've been through, but from what I saw, it was quite important. Valerie said that in a pitiful tone directed at the brown-haired boy. I don't want to talk about it. Issei said as he looked down, dismissing the topic before it went any further than that. I understand. Valerie replied as she struggled to come up with something to talk about. Why are you here? Issei asked suspiciously. What do you mean? I came to check on you. Valerie replied, surprised by the sudden question, but isn't that all correct? Issei refuted, causing Valerie to sigh in defeat. I wanted you to know that you will be introduced to my team tomorrow. Valerie replied. Issei, for his part, was beginning to be filled with dread after hearing what Valerie said. He wasn't ready to meet his new team yet, he needed more time, but he really had no other choice as he knew he wasn't in a position to ask that. Are you okay, Haidu? Valerie asked when she noticed that Issei was beginning to tremble slightly. Oh yeah, I'm fine, Issei said, trying to hide how he felt. Well then, I'm going to leave now, so if you need anything, let me know. Valerie said, shrugging off the brown-haired boy's strange behavior. Issei replied as Valerie began to head towards the door. Am I going to do, Drake? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Issei asked Drake shortly after Valerie left. Drake suggested to his partner, that might work, thanks, Drake. Issei said gratefully to his partner, don't worry buddy. I'm going back to do her. What a nap now, so I'll talk to you later. Drake said tiredly before it. Inking into his deep sleep again. Seriously, what do you do besides sleep all day? Said in frustration, but the only response he received was the dragon snoring. Nothing will be the same after tomorrow, thought sadly shortly after his conversation with Drake. Realized that starting tomorrow his new life will begin. He thought about what will happen once the three factions find out about his alignment with Valerie's team and what they are going to do. Although he thought he didn't want Issei to do with girls, he still had people he looked after from the three factions, such as Michael, Surzex, and Azazel, Tomorrow Isisona and her peerage, as well as Ravel and Rossweiss, who didn't do anything bad to Issei when he thought about it. Although the latter two were unaware of his situation. He was a little sad that he had lost a good number of his friends due to his new alignment, but he didn't regret his choice because the more he thought about it, the more it made sense to him that what he thought and what Valerie told him that night was true. He was nothing more than a flashy toy to them, a source of power that was at their disposal whenever they saw fit, and he didn't know if he could still trust them or not after what had happened. He dreaded the moment when he might have to face them all and hoped it wouldn't be soon or that it wouldn't happen at all. As he began to think about everything, his thoughts shifted to girls, and anguish and pain began to fill him. He thought of Irina, Zenobia, and Asia, who had a close and unique bond with him. Irina was her childhood friend, and Zenobia was like a lost lamb who grew up in the church without knowing anything until she met Issei, who changed her perspective on everything. Asia, she was his first friend, the one he saved from his first girlfriend, and the reason he awakened his boosted gear. He then began to think about Rias, the girl who captured his fragile heart along with Aquino. But thinking about them didn't bring him any happiness. Instead, it filled him with the familiar feeling of anger and betrayal as he tried to relax by diverting his thought to something else, like wondering how everyone is going to react once they find out that his flashy Red Dragon Emperor is now their enemy. He thought about everything that could happen for hours until he found himself giving in to sleep. Issei woke up angry the next morning thanks to Valerie repeatedly knocking on his door. Hey, do wake up. Valerie shouted as she continued knocking on his door, increasing the intensity of her knocks every time he didn't respond. He was quickly losing patience and was about to kick the door off its hinges when he suddenly heard the brunette shouting in exasperation. What the hell, Valerie? I'm trying to sleep, leave me alone. Issei shouted. Like hell I will, you must prepare for your presentation to my team. Valerie said as a matter of fact. But it's too early now, Issei replied with frustration. It's already noon, sleepyhead. Valerie said playfully when suddenly, she heard a noise coming from inside the room, making her open the door in a panic. Once she opened the door, she was met with a sight that nearly made her roll on the floor in laughter. She saw Issei on the floor with his blanket covering him as he struggled to get it off. Cute, Valerie silently muttered as she watched the scene unfold, but she freaked out when she saw Issei stop moving after she muttered. Star. Haidu, are you okay? She asked nervously, gulping when she thought he might have hurt her. Yes, this stupid blanket won't go off, however. Can you help me instead of just staring at me? Issei asked irritatedly. Unknown to Valerie, he heard her thanks to his enhanced senses but chose to do nothing but blush at the comment. He was grateful to Valerie, but he wasn't ready to let her know that yet, not until he recovered from what happened to him. Valerie didn't respond and instead simply stepped forward and pulled the blanket off the brunette, who thanked him in return. After that incident, Valerie stayed in the room while Issei began to get ready until he started changing clothes, which caused Valerie to blush and run out of the room, leaving a confused Issei behind. When she finished getting ready, she walked out and saw Valerie leaning against the wall right next to her room. "You took long enough." Valerie said playfully as she stood up from her position on the wall and began to walk away, motioning for Issei to follow her. As they walked towards their destination, Issei tried to calm himself down from the simple anxiety he was feeling. Issei had been dreading this moment ever since his talk with Valerie. Partner, you have to calm down," Drake said to his partner worriedly after sensing his anguish. Issei didn't respond, but after hearing what his partner said, he began to take deep breaths as he slowed down his pace. By the time he calmed down, Valerie turned to look at him for a moment. "Are you okay, Hayudu?" Valerie asked Issei when she noticed the sweat on the brown-haired boy's forehead. "Yes." Issei said weakly before resuming his walk again, seeing that he was left a little behind Valerie. During the walk to the main hall, neither of them dared to say a word while Valerie looked at Issei from time to time to see if he was okay. She knew how scared the boy was, although she thought about it for a moment. How will her classmates react when they see her arrive with Issei? She can only hope that everything goes well and that she explains it to them properly later. Meanwhile, in the main room of Valerie's team base, there were the members of Valerie's team waiting for Valerie and someone who was supposedly joining her team. They just returned from their mission and wanted nothing more than to return to their rooms to sleep, but that plan was shot down the moment they ran into Valerie, who told them about her new addition and asked them to wait for her to bring him to the main hall later. The entire team was exasperated by this decision, but they decided to comply anyway, so they spent the last hour in the main room doing nothing. "Once Valerie arrives, I'm going to teach him a lesson for making me wait, nya." Kuroka said playfully with a devilish smile, thinking of all the possible taunts she would give Valerie. "Please, Kuroka-sama, I'm sure you have a good reason why you're late," Lu Fei said in her tender voice while smiling at the Nekashu. Lu Fei was a very happy, enthusiastic and calm girl. She was also very polite as she addressed everyone, friend or foe, with the honorific, sama. "I will see Lu Fei, but I can't promise you that I'll be able to contain myself," Kuroka said while laughing. Kuroka was an easygoing, playful and simple-minded person who always enjoyed teasing people a lot. She is a very vulgar woman who uses her incredible beauty and seriousness as a weapon for her teasing. Lu Fei was about to protest when the doors to the main room opened and Valerie and his new teammate entered the room. The whole team focused on Valerie as they missed her a lot during their mission, but then their eyes fell on who would be their new partner from now on. Whereupon seeing him, for a moment they stayed gasping in surprise as they stared at the newcomer with their eyes wide open in pure shock. They had in front of them the Red Dragon Emperor, who is a rival of their partner Valerie. The first to recover from the shock were Biko and Arthur, who for a moment thought that Issei had infiltrated and were tempted to take out their weapons, but seeing how Valerie seemed normal, as if she was not surprised to have the boy by her side, made them realize that he was the supposed new partner. How was that possible? On the other hand, Kuroka and Lu Fei still couldn't get over their bewilderment. For a moment they thought that what they were seeing was perhaps a bad joke, but it wasn't. It was real. They had the Red Dragon Emperor in front of them. They also wondered how that was possible, but for a moment, both managed to see the expression the boy had. He seemed to have a normal face, but they swore that his eyes had no shine along with an almost noticeable expression of pain. The first to come out of his bewilderment and decide to break the silence that reigned in the place was Arthur, who adjusted his glasses and decided to speak. "Valerie, you know that you have the Red Dragon Emperor at your side, right?" Arthur asked normally with his usual serious face. "Obviously, Arthur. I know this will surprise you, but our new partner from now on is Hayudu Issei, who you know as the Red Dragon Emperor." Valerie answered with a calm smile. Hey, the Red Dragon Emperor is now on our team. How interesting, really." Biko said with his classic mischievous and relaxed laugh. How did this happen, Valerie?" Arthur asked while Issei just looked down with his hair covering his eyes. We'll talk about that later. It's a complicated subject." Valerie answered, raising his hand as a sign for them to stop asking questions. He knows that talking to them about Issei's situation is not an option if he is present, No, he wants me to remember how broken I was and for my condition to get worse than it already is. Issei, on his side, continued with his gaze downcast. Right now he wanted to get out of there and go to his room to calm down. Just when he wanted to talk, he saw someone approach him slowly until they were in front of him. It was Lu Fei, who was still looking at him in surprise until she smiled with happiness. Why, you are Lu Fei, right? Issei asked, quickly remembering. He barely remembered the member of Valerie's team that he met not long ago. Yes, it's nice to see you again. Lu Fei said with a smile on her face, and without knowing why, she hugged him so tightly, making everyone look in perplexity at the girl's strange behavior. Issei was very surprised when Lu Fei suddenly hugged him, but she was apparently a little happy about the gesture, which made Issei feel something he had never felt for some time. He felt happiness. She seemed like someone trustworthy who wouldn't harm him like Ryanair, Rias, and the girls back then. She was too pure to do that. Although her aura, the same stuck aura that attracted the boy to her, had a sense of purity to it, one that not even Asia could rival, which made the brunette quite surprised, but no less happy. Issei then caressed Lu Fei's head, who still hadn't separated from the hug. She even blushed at what the boy was doing, but she still didn't let go, and Issei gave a small smile, making everyone in the room, especially Valerie, surprised. Valerie was still in bewilderment, and even more so when she saw Issei put on a small smile, and even for a moment the sparkle in his eyes returned. She was happy to see him smile, although for a moment she became jealous seeing the closeness of those two. It was no surprise that Lu Fei was a fan of the program, which is why many know Issei as the Tiamat dragon. But I really don't expect him to react like that. Mao Naya, don't leave me out, Naya? The one who said that was Kuroka, who stood next to the brunette and hugged one of his arms, bewildering the boy, who didn't see or feel when she moved. Nay, how long, Sekiryu-chin, did you miss me? Kuroka asked in a joking tone, but the reaction was the opposite of what she expected. Issei suddenly lost the small sparkle that he regained in his eyes and once again had a small expression of pain, as well as sadness. Since when he was happy for a moment, his mind and heart were different cases, since his heart reminded him of how broken he was, while his mind reminded him of why and how. Making the brunette release his inner happiness while returning to his depression. Everyone could notice Issei's reaction, where Arthur and Biko wondered what was wrong with him. Valerie was worried that his mental state had worsened, while Kuroka and Lu Fei noticed Issei's expression even more as they got closer to him, and that made them strange and worried. Issei-sama, are you okay? Lu Fei asked with concern upon seeing the brown-haired boy in such a depressed state. Why, I'm fine. Issei replied with a fake smile that everyone noticed. Are you sure, Naya? Kuroka also asked, seeing him like that. Normally he would act shy about what she did. Yes, I already said that I'm fine, why do you ask? Issei answered and asked now with a sad tone of voice, as if he was repressing what he really felt, and that caught everyone's attention. It's just that you don't seem to be okay. What happened to you? Lu Fei asked, making Issei tense up at the question he didn't want to answer. I don't want to talk about it. Issei said before separating from both girls and going to Valerie. Can I go now? I want to be alone. Issei said weakly as he looked at Valerie, who looked at him with a pitiful face and understandable when seeing the sadness in Issei's eyes. Of course, Issei. Valerie said, which made Issei start walking towards the door immediately, not bothering to say goodbye to Valerie. When the doors to the main room closed with a thud, to the astonished gaze of everyone else. Issei. Valerie said sadly, knowing that he is not well for now. Is Issei-sama okay? Lu Fei, who was unaware of Issei's mental state and emotions, asked with concern as her eyes began to shine, indicating that tears threatened to spill out of her eyes at any moment. It's far from okay. Valerie said sadly, causing everyone but Biko and Arthur to remain silent during the meeting. What do you mean? What happened to him? Lu Fei asked as the tears she was holding back began to show. I don't know exactly what happened, but when I went to see him to tell him that I wouldn't allow the terrorists to interrupt the game he would have with his companions, I saw that he looked so broken. He wasn't the Issei I knew and fought, He was a shell of himself, and when I proposed to him to join us because it seemed that he didn't want to return to his own, he simply accepted it immediately while agreeing with everything I said instead of refuting it as he usually did. Kuroka and Luffy didn't say anything as they were bewildered to hear about Issei's extremely unusual behavior. They both grimaced as they theorized on what could have made the happy, kind, carefree, perverted brunette behave like a shell of himself. They both recalled the interactions they had with Issei, like at the meeting of the young devils, where the Nekasha witnessed Issei's determination and kindness towards his friends as he did everything he could to protect Kaneko. Or the time after what happened in Kyoto, where the blonde mage met the brunette for the first time and knew that he was a good person like no other. They both pondered that for a moment with their dead faces before it was replaced by a hardened face. We don't know what happened to Issei-sama, and we can't stand to see him like this, so we will do everything we can to try to cure him. Luffy said, expressing the conviction she reached, and Kuroka just nodded in affirmation, which made Valerie have a sincere smile on her face. Very well, then the three of us should do our best to return Issei to the way he was before. Valerie said as she and the girls raised their hands in the air, showing their acceptance of healing the broken brown-haired boy. Arriving at his room, Issei went straight to his bed to relax while recalling today's event. "Are you awake?" Drake asked, hoping his partner was awake. During all this time, Drake was the only thing he could rely on to stabilize himself, and he couldn't be more grateful for the dragon. "Yes mate, what's wrong? Do you think the same will happen with my new team?" Issei asked vaguely, but Drake understood him too well. Drake said, expressing his Drake. "Issei in the matter. You're right, but still I can't help but feel that everyone I trust will end up doing the same thing as Rias and Ryanair." Issei confesses sadly. Drake said with venom towards the end. It wasn't common for the dragon to get angry odium. Omething, but after witnessing the rise and fall of the one he considered his companion by none other than those he trusted the most, he felt sorry for him while his hatred towards the Gremory title intensified. I guess blankly, partly agreeing with the dragon while doubts still remained within him. Give them a chance, partner. I'm sure they won't regret it. Don't forget that I'm here for you whenever you need me, Drake said, encouraging his partner to give his new team another chance while reminding him of his presence in case he needs support. "Thank you," Drake said with gratitude to the dragon. Don't worry, partner, I suggest you go to sleep. You had a difficult day today. Drake suggested to his partner Togus. Issei answered exhausted he was mentally and physically. Good idea, good night, Drake. Issei said tiredly after yawning. Good night, partner. Drake replied as he began to feel sleepy before falling into his sleep. Surzek's Lucifer was sitting at his desk and sorting through paperwork related to the matters of the underworld and the three factions Drake. Issei would always do since he became a Mao. His wife, Grafia, stood beside him with her arms crossed in front of him as she silently waited for her husband to ask for help. Surzek was about to sign the last three papers when a magic circle suddenly appeared next to his ear. He was surprised by the unexpected call. "Yes." Surzek asked as he waited for the person on the other side of the magic circle to start talking, but he never expected to hear his sister talking to him while sounding like she was crying badly. "Onisama, I'm sorry to bother you, but there's something I need to tell you as soon as possible." Surzek managed to understand his sister between her sobs. His power of destruction began to explode as he felt anger and worry before Grafia calmed him down and warned him that if he continued to unleash his powers like that, he would destroy the room. Angry that his precious little sister had been hurt by something or someone while she was worried about something urgent, he said that he had to talk to him about what, judging by experience, would not be something he expected too much. "Ryatan is okay, please calm down. I will send Grafia to bring you and your peerage here as soon as possible." Surzek tried to calm his sister, who seemed to be working upon hearing Rias start to sob less than before. "Ike Oniesama. Thank you," he said before hanging up the call, leaving Surzek and Grafia very perplexed and worried. "Honey, what do you think could have happened for Rias-sama to break down like that?" Grafia asked worriedly as she frowned, worried for her sister-in-law, whom she had come to love and care for deeply since she had married her brother. The relationship between Grafia and Rias wasn't always as smooth as it is now. When Grafia and Surzex first got married, Rias was wary of the silver-haired woman's intentions and her true feelings towards her brother, as she knew their history as former enemies and the fact that her brother was very popular among the girls of the underworld due to his title as a Mao. But as time went on, Grafia tried her best to prove to the redhead that she could be trusted over time and that she wasn't going to let her brother down eventually. Grafia and Rias became very close, even to the point where they confided in each other about their personal problems, such as relationship issues. I don't know, but from the way Riatan sounded then, it's certainly not something we should expect. Surzex said as he matched his wife's frown as he thought about what could have possibly made his precious little sister behave like this. He swore that if he finds out who or what did this to her, he won't be staying in this world for long once he's done dealing with it. Grafia, can you go to the human world where Rias and her peerage are and bring them here? Surzex asked his wife, who nodded before forming a silver magic circle that would take her to where Rias and the others were. When Grafia arrived at where Rias and her peerage were, she was shocked to see that it wasn't just Rias who was broken, but the entire peerage. She looked around to find those who were present before raising an eyebrow in curiosity when she didn't see a certain brunette. Is everyone okay? Please tell me what happened. Grafia asked the sobbing girls, but to her dismay, the girls didn't seem to hear her question as the voices of their sobs filled the room. Yudokuin, can you tell me what happened? Grafia asked as she turned to Kiba, who was leaning against the wall with a gloomy expression on his face as he was deep in thought. Issei, Kiba answered, causing Grafia to frown as she realized that the brunette was the source of the chaos, but she frowned as she thought about what could have happened to Issei that would make them act like that. Are you hurt? Was he kidnapped? Or worse, was he murdered? These were the thoughts running through the silver-haired maid's head as he was trying to come to his own conclusion as to what happened to the brunette after seeing that he wouldn't get a proper explanation from anyone in the room. She eventually shrugged and decided she should just accompany them to her husband's office, where she expected them to explain everything that happened. Riasama and everyone else, I came to accompany you to Surzex-sama's office, so if you could come closer so I can teleport us all to his office. Grafia asked everyone, which they all complied with before Grafia teleported them back to Surzex's office, where he was impatiently waiting for her return. Surzex was pacing back and forth in his office as he waited for his wife to bring Rias and her peerage to his office when suddenly, a bright light erupted in his room, signaling the return of Grafia with the addition of her sister and her peerage. Riatan, are you okay? You really worried me. Surzex asked frantically as he watched his little sister appear in his office. He frowned as he looked closer at Rias and her peerage. He saw Rias sobbing while Kiba stood there with a frown. What's wrong, Riatan? What caused you and your peerage to act like this? Surzex asked as his concern for his sister increased when he saw how his peerage was. Surely this wasn't a small thing if everyone in the peerage seemed to be affected by it. Rias just looked at her brother as she tried to calm down enough to tell him what happened. Issei is dead. We found his evil pieces in a ruined area in Kuo after he ran away because of an argument we had. Rias blurted out, causing Surzex and Grafia to freeze in horror upon hearing Rias say that the brunette they came to take care of has died. How did this happen? Surzex asked as he got over his initial shock. Thanks to him being a Mao, he was already used to moments like this one, where he was told that someone he knew died, but that didn't mean he was any less sad about the death of his little figurehead. While we were in the club room, we received a call from Lady Phoenix-sama, and she made Issei-kun promise to protect her daughter. After that, Bucho was going to withdraw from the club, but Issei-kun asked her if something was wrong. Kiba said when he saw that his king was in no condition to explain what happened. Bucho asked him about his feelings towards her, and he responded in a way that made her angry. After that, Issei-kun did not return to the club until after classes ended. From what I was told, when they returned home, all the girls also confronted him about his feelings towards them, to which he responded in a way that they did not like, making them lash out at him, which confused him since he did not see that he did anything wrong. I tried to figure out exactly what he did, But at that moment no one answered him because they were all upset with him until I heard Bucho mutter something that we couldn't understand until he repeated her words out loud. What exactly did he say to Issei-kun? Surzex asked curiously as he turned his gaze from the blonde to his sister, who seemed to calm down a bit since she first appeared in his office. I said that I wish I hadn't reincarnated him as my servant Rias said, causing Surzex and Grafia to have their eyes wide open as they looked at Rias in disbelief after hearing what she said. Why did you say that, Riatan? I thought you loved him very much. Surzex asked in amazement, still not believing that his sister could say something like that to the man she loved. I was angry when I saw that Issei didn't see my feelings and didn't call me by my name. I started to think that Issei didn't care about me. Anger and frustration flooded me, while my mind reminded me of my greatest fears about myself and Issei's relationship. Rias said before she began to sob uncontrollably once again, considering that she was unable to speak until she composed herself again. Everyone was shocked to hear how Rias spoke. They never heard her being so honest and direct, not even her brother and Grafia, who had their eyes wide open like the rest. Surzex-sama, can I say something? Kiba interrupted before anyone could respond, causing everyone to look at the blonde knight curiously. Sure, Kiba-kun, what is it? I think Issei-kun might be alive. Kiba said with a bit of hope in his voice, hoping that whatever he told Surzex was true. Surzex and Grafia were shocked when they heard what Kiba said. They knew that if a reincarnated devil expelled his evil pieces, it would mean certain death, but when they heard what Kiba said, they began to feel a little hope since they knew that the blonde was intelligent, so he wouldn't jump to a ridiculous conclusion like that without having a good reason. Kiba-kun, expelling the evil pieces means certain death, as you may already know. Only my friend Ajuka knows how to bring them out without the user dying, but I am intrigued as to why you think Issei-kun is still alive, so please go ahead and explain. Surzex said with an emotionless expression, not allowing himself to show the hope he felt. When we found Issei-kun's evil pieces, we didn't find his body, which I found strange since a forced ejection would mean he would die a few seconds after it ended. Kiba explained, causing Surzex to be puzzled as he began to think about what Kiba said before the latter continued speaking. I think someone else was with Issei-kun when his pieces were expelled. Maybe he survived and was kidnapped. Kiba asked with a grim face as he thought about the possibility of his best friend being taken and tortured. Surzex, with the addition of Grafia and everyone else, frowned upon hearing what the blonde knight said as they too began to imagine the brunette being kidnapped and tortured. I must say that you may be right, Kiba-kun, but we must keep our hopes to a minimum. I will contact the other leaders later to tell them about it and ask them to help us look for Issei. Surzex said with a small smile on his face as he finally let the small hope he felt creep out and show itself to everyone who imitated his smile as their hope also faded. Several hours later Surzex sat in his office with his head on his desk after finishing talking to the other faction leaders about what happened to Issei and the possibility of him being alive. After Rias and the rest told her everything they knew or thought about Surzex's disappearance, Grafia served them tea before starting to talk in an attempt to lift the gloomy atmosphere that lingered in the room. After an hour, Rias and the rest decided to leave when they saw the amount of paperwork on Surzex's desk. After they left, Grafia reminded Surzex that he still had work to do as she brought him another pile of papers to sort through, causing the redhead to sigh. When she finished a few hours later, she wanted nothing more than to end the day, but to her surprise, she remembered that she still had a long conversation with the three faction leaders ahead of her regarding Issei, so she asked Grafia if she could give her some coffee while she called the three leaders over. In Surzex's opinion, the talk was quite good considering the news he was about to convey. He knew that telling the other factions about the brunette would cause a lot of emotions to arise in them since he was aware that they liked the brunette. Especially Azazel, who seemed to have a lot in common with Issei. After a heated discussion about their opinions on the matter, they decided that what Kiba said had a chance of being true, so they decided to visit Surzex in a few days so they could begin searching for Issei. Of course, they wanted to start searching right away, but considering that the threat of the Cows Brigade remained above all of the leaders, they knew that they had to do this right and not rush, so they decided to take precautions before leaving while Surzek sorts out the technical things, such as possible places and people that could be related to Issei's kidnapping. "You should say it's a day, dear," Grafia said as she noticed how exhausted her husband was, feeling pity at how much he had to handle on his own today and what had to come now that Issei had lost. Surzek just nodded before standing up and heading to his room with his shoulders slumped as Grafia followed closely behind him. A few days later, Michael and Azazel sat in Surzek's office in the underworld as they discussed the Cows Brigade and what they should do about it, as well as the situation in the three factions, before switching to the topic they had initially come for, Issei. One of his decisions regarding Issei was to form a search party that would be conducted with people from each faction who specialize in searching. Another decision regarding the Cows Brigade and Issei was to deploy people to guard the places the Cows Brigade could target in order to intercept them and ask them if they had anything to do with Issei's disappearance and prevent them from gaining more power. They decided that the search party would be composed of Rias and her peerage due to their relationship with the brunette. Aquino was chosen by Azazel to serve as the fallen angel's representative in the search party. Irina was also chosen by Michael to act as the angel's representative in the search party. As for the people who were to defend the faction's 3 points of interest, as well as intercept the Cows Brigade members, they formed several teams. Once they were done, they called each team together and told them what their role was and where they would be deployed, which was answered with enthusiasm before each one headed to their respective location. Afterwards, they summoned Rias and said that they would be in charge of looking for Issei, which made everyone very determined and happy before they all ran off to look for the missing brunette, not wanting to waste a single second. When they were done, everyone went to Surzek's house, where the latter showed them the rooms where they would be staying while they searched for Issei. Afterwards, they decided to grab something to eat and drink before going to sleep in preparation for tomorrow, which will mark the beginning of the search for Issei. Chapter 3. Healing a Broken Heart. "I should never have reincarnated you as my servant," an angry Rias said in a dark space to an Issei who stepped back trembling, and then, "I wish you hadn't been my childhood friend," said an annoyed Irina, turning her back on Issei and leaving. "I wish I had never asked you for help in finding the church," said an indifferent Asia, "would you die for me?" After hearing that last sentence that he hates to hear so much, Issei suddenly opened his eyes and hurriedly raised his upper body while panting from exhaustion. Issei brought a hand to his face and saw that he was sweating, but not only that, he also felt something in his eyes and saw that they were tears. Did he cry in his sleep? It was certainly the most obvious of all. "Not again." Issei said to himself as he saw his hand trembling. Lately it was no longer such a surprise for Issei to wake up excited and almost crying after each horrible dream. Every so often. Currently it has been 2 weeks since he left his old group and joined Team Valerie. During all that time, Valerie was doing everything possible to help Issei with his problems along with Kuroka and Lu Fei, which had little result until now. Also during that time, Issei was having certain socializations with his new companions. In addition to de-stressing, Issei trained by himself sometimes so as to, according to him, not lose his current condition. Even with everything that happened, that did not stop him from wanting to get stronger, although it gave him little encouragement to do so. He practically didn't give him any encouragement for anything. And it was as Valerie had guessed. The current Issei is just a broken shell that tries to look like the previous one, which seems impossible. And even more so with the dreams that always tormented him. At first it was only Ryanair making fun of him and reminding him of his failures, but as the nights went by, that changed. All the other girls he once cared about also started to appear. Rias is telling him things the real girl would never tell him, or at least that's what he thinks, things that show her anger or disgust. Aquino's that were similar to Rias's. Kaniko's didn't affect him as much since, according to Issei, Kaniko would never love or see Issei as anything more than a hopeless pervert. Those of Asia, Zenobia, and Irina, who showed their supposed discontent, being those of these three, the type of dream that causes him the most pain even until now, although with somewhat less frequency now. These three were very important to him. Issei changed his points of view, and each one had a special place for Issei in their own way, something that was finally destroyed after what happened that night. Issei sighs and shakes his head. "I have to stop thinking about it. It only makes me feel worse. Partner. Drake spoke, who had already woken up asterisk. I know it's not that easy for you to fall asleep or wake up without getting overexcited or without looking like you didn't sleep at all even from where I am. There are times when I can see your dreams and now, asterisk Drake said in a thick tone asterisk, I feel like just burning everyone. Thanks for your concern. Drake Issei felt happy with his dragon companion. Is always there to cheer him up. I think we should start with a little warm-up to lower the stress, Issei said, standing up from his bed. It's a good idea. By the way, you learn the fire of the dragons. Well, Issei agreed with what his partner said, then went to clean himself in the bathroom and get ready. In the training room it was approximately 6:30 a.m., and Valerie was in the training room doing her own training routine. The silver-haired girl was wearing short blue training shorts, a black t-shirt on top that fit her bust without any problems, and black gloves and shoes. Valerie was giving a combination of punches and kicks to a punching bag hanging from the ceiling. A punch, another punch, a somersault with a kick, and finally, another somersault followed by a blow with his open palm, a blow that ended up destroying the poor punching bag, and whatever was inside it fell to the ground. Valerie sighed at that. It was already the 6th time it had broken. But anyway, Valerie made a magic circle appear under the destroyed punching bag, and it was wrapped by said circle, so that within seconds, it looked like new Valerie would approach some steps where he grabbed a small towel with which he wiped the sweat, and then he took a bottle of water and drank it. Valerie then began to think about everything that happened these past 2 weeks, where her only and most important priority is to help Issei with his mental state, but she knows that it has had little result. And she could see it on the days that Issei seemed more depressed than usual. There was even a day when he didn't leave his room all day, not even to eat or anything else, and when she wanted to go see him, Issei only told her not to come in and to leave him, which worried Valerie even more, as well as Kuroka and Lufei. They feared that his mental state had worsened even further, and they didn't realize it. Valerie even feared that Issei would never be the same again, or that he would never even recover from his serious mental state. All of that, she even wondered how serious what those Gremory did to him could have been. No, Valerie began to think better and had to look for clues to be able to come up with an answer. She began to think about how little she knew about Issei before he entered the supernatural world. She only knows from reports found by Azazel that Issei was a simple high school student and the biggest pervert and loser in his school, then the fact that he was killed by some fallen angels who were in Kuo at that time, and then Rias Gremory, in her death throes, revived him as one of her own. Typical of a devil, taking advantage of someone with a very powerful sacred gear dying in agony and then reviving them as a devil against their will. How disgusting. At least that's what Valerie thinks, who, although she is also partly a devil and the descendant of Lucifer, she dislikes the way of thinking of the devils. She is undoubtedly glad to have ended up in the hands of Grigori and not in those of the current demonic council, who surely would not let her go for having Lucifer's BLD. Valerie shook her head to get it out. It was not time to think about that. She had to find an answer to Issei's trauma. Wait a minute, trauma. Valerie said to herself, a little surprised at having come to that conclusion. But if that's the case, what's got him like this? Valerie began to think in more detail about her little conclusion. There was no doubt that what was happening to Issei was that he had a trauma. A depression like the one he has could not be caused by something like knowing that all this time, your friends and loved ones only used you for their benefit. There was something else, and there is no doubt about that. Valerie began to think even more about an answer. Gosh, she had never made her brain work double time to think of a response to a trauma. Leaving that aside, Valerie thought for a bit and remembered that she had heard certain rumors about the Sekyudai, Hayuda Issei, apparently having feelings for Rias Gremory. Since he intervened in the engagement party she had with the current heir of the Phoenix, Razor Phoenix, whom he defeated in a fight with an incomplete balance breaker that only lasted 10 seconds, for the freedom of the Gremory heiress. Thinking about that made Valerie raise an eyebrow in annoyance and unconsciously release some of her aura as she squeezed the water bottle in her hands tightly and squeezed it as the water spilled out. Valerie, realizing what he had done and the reason for his anger, blushed with shame and I'm an idiot. Valerie shouted to herself while grabbing her hair. She just behaved like a jealous girl who doesn't like to see another girl with her love interest. Wait a minute, loving. I'm a brute. Valerie shouted to herself again while shaking her head from side to side. Is that you, Valerie? Valerie, hearing that familiar voice, turned around and saw that it was Issei who was at the entrance of the training room, looking at Valerie a little surprised. Oh, hello Issei, did you sleep well? Valerie said, a little nervous to see him there. Since when did she become a little shy when talking to him? Issei. Valerie asked, a little surprised to see how the brunette looked at her as if he were a little infatuated. Issei blushed at the sight of Valerie in that training suit. He admits Valerie is a beauty without a doubt. Those short shorts that gave a good view of her appealing legs, the flannel that fit her with a not-so-revealing neckline. However, something would click in Issei's mind, and he would realize that he was dazzled by Valerie. It seems that even with his current state, female beauty will never be alien to him. Issei would shake his head several times to remove the blush and speak with a nervous laugh. Good morning, Valerie, and yes, at least today I was able to sleep a little better than before. I see, I'm glad, Valerie said with a small smile and noticed that it was true. Unlike the other days when Issei looked sleepy, this time he was a little better in terms of having slept a little better than before. What are you doing here so early? I was going to ask you the same thing, but simply, I came to warm up a little to reduce stress. Issei said, approaching while stretching his arms. I understand. In that case, how about we train together this time? Valerie suggested with a small smile. Really? Issei asked, more than surprised by her sudden offer. Of course, or are you afraid? Valerie said a little mockingly, and Issei rolled his eyes to the side. Bad joke, okay, I guess that's worth it. Issei said, accepting the offer. Well, let's measure our skills with a little friendly duel, Valerie said, smiling, and from his back the wings of the divine dividing extend. No problem for me. Issei said, smiling with a bit of confidence, and raises his left arm, in which the boosted gear materializes, and then, both the glove and the wings begin to glow and, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker, Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker, as those words echoed out, both youths were illuminated by a red and white light, respectively, and as it dissipated, Issei and Valerie were in their scale mail armor. Underworld in Lucifer Castle, in the large meeting room, the current leaders of the Alliance were sitting at a large table discussing a topic. And that topic was Issei. Was there any luck? Even a hint? Surzex asked the other leaders. Nothing yet. The different fallen angels led by Aquino have not had any luck searching every corner of the underworld. Azazel said with his arms crossed. I sent groups of angels and the Joker to search outside Japan, as well as contacted angels in other countries just in case, as well as the different churches. But still, nothing. Said Michael, who now did not smile as usual but was stern. I have even sent groups of Valkyries and great trackers to search in the Nordic countries, but nothing so far, said old Odin, rubbing his beard. Even up to now, many yukais who are good trackers have been all over Kyoto and the yukai world, but nothing so far. Yasaka said a little seriously about this whole matter. My goodness. Surzex said, rubbing his temple. It's been 2 weeks since then, and we haven't found anything, not even a clue about his whereabouts. Even so, we won't stop the search for anything in the world. Surzex. Azazel said a little seriously. Since last week, the rumor of Issei's disappearance has spread throughout the underworld and even heaven, as well as the yukai world and the Nordics. And I don't doubt that the Chaos Brigade must have already found out what happened, since the few attacks that occurred are proof of it. Azazel knew that during the entire time they were searching for Issei, so as not to cause suspicion or worry anyone from the different factions, there were few attacks from the Chaos Brigade that he found out about. What happened, and they took advantage of it, but the talented young people took care of them anyway. But even up to now, nothing is resolved. Surzex, I'm a little intrigued, but do you at least know what happened when Hayato Issei suddenly disappeared? Surzek's best friend, Ajuka Beelzebub, asked with his typical serious face. That's true, Surzek-chan, because it's too strange that Sekiryu-chan disappeared so suddenly without being seen one last time. Seraphal Leviathan said that she would also be serious about this whole matter, at least in these kinds of moments. She's not so childish. Wak, I'm tired of all this. I would like to sleep a little. Falbium Asmodeus said, yawning, and the other leaders just sighed at his lazy attitude. Surzex put that aside and began to think about the questions his fellow Maos asked. He remembers well that when they started talking about the topic of Issei's disappearance, he hadn't said the reasons of how it was possible even though he knew it. He only didn't tell what made Issei be alone and suddenly disappear. The others only knew that he suddenly disappeared, and when they found him in a certain place in Kuo, they only found his evil pieces and the possibility that he is still alive but was kidnapped by someone Surzek's side and decided it was better to tell them the rest. It was not good to keep secrets. Maybe this way they would get an answer to all this, no matter how low it is. Well, the truth is if there's something I didn't tell you when Issei-kun disappeared Surzek said, and what would that be, Surzek? Azazel asked, intrigued and with his hands on his chin. You see, the rest of what Kiba-kun told me about what happened was the following. Surzek said on that same day. Before Issei-kun disappeared, my little sister and her clan were in their club preparing for their school festival and the raiding game against Sarorg. At that very moment, Lady Phoenix contacted them and made Issei-kun promise to protect Ravel. After that, Rias was about to leave the place when Issei-kun asked her if something was wrong. Then Ria-tan asked Issei-kun about his feelings towards her, and he answered in a way that made her angry. When they returned home after all that, Ria-tan and the others confronted Issei-kun about his feelings towards them, to which he responded in a way that they didn't like, making them lash out at him, which confused him since he didn't see that he did anything wrong. And at that time, Rias muttered something that made Issei-kun leave the place, and after that she disappeared out of nowhere, only finding her evil pieces in an abandoned place in Kuo. After hearing Surzek's words, all the leaders were a little surprised that all this happened because of something like that. But someone decided to speak up and clear everyone's doubts. And what exactly did Rias say to Issei? Azazel asked curiously while raising an eyebrow. Odin had an analytical look as he rubbed his beard. Yasaka was still a little serious, listening to everything and hoping that whatever she hears, it's nothing bad, and Serafal and Ajuka were just waiting for Surzek to speak. They felt that what they were going to hear could be bad. Surzek sighed and put his hands together on the table before speaking. Rias said that she wished she had never reincarnated Issei into her servant. His answer made all the leaders, without exception, widen their eyes almost in shock as they looked at Surzek in disbelief after what he said. Why did she say that? Not that she loved Issei? Azazel asked in astonishment, almost not believing what he heard. Rias was angry and fed up with Issei-kun not understanding her feelings and even thought that Issei-kun didn't care about her, which made her lash out at him, saying that without thinking. Surzek said with pitying eyes, since he knows that Rias hasn't been the same since that day. I didn't even expect this, Michael said with his stern face. Wow, relationships between young people today are complicated. Odin said, rubbing his eye patch. What matters now is to find Issei-kun and wait for them to fix their problems. That's all we can do. Surzek said. Tell me, Surzek, what happened to the raiding games that were supposed to take place? Azazel asked. They have been cancelled until further notice. That was decided since everyone found out about Issei-kun's disappearance. Even Sarorg and his group are cooperating in the search. Surzek said. Another thing, Surzek, what could you find out by interrogating the different captives from the Cow's Bridge? Do you know anything about Issei's disappearance? Azazel asked, changing the subject. No. None of them know anything. They only found out about Issei-kun's disappearance thanks to some contacts in our ranks and decided to take advantage of it. Surzek said. Wow, how troublesome. More traitors among us. It's obvious that those traitors hate us. Odin said, rubbing his beard. Let's just hope nothing bad happens in the meantime, said Michael, who had a bad feeling. He feels that something big could come now that the Cows Brigade knows about the disappearance of the Security. Back at Valerie's team base in the training room, there were faint traces of destruction that were caused by the fight between Issei and Valerie, where both young men were sitting on the stands and sighed tiredly while wiping their sweat with small towels and drinking water. I admit, you have improved too much, Valerie said, smiling, and you're still the same, or even a little stronger than the first time we fought, Issei said, sighing and scratching his cheek. Valerie didn't say anything, but she had to agree with him. Still, Valerie frowned as she became a little thoughtful. She had noticed that during the practice fight, there were a few moments when Issei was going to connect an attack on her, he would instantly retreat as if he had seen something, and that almost made him lose, but he still never gave up until they agreed that it was enough. Issei, for his part, also became thoughtful and remembered the practice fight they had recently. He swore that instead of Valerie there, at times she was replaced by the appearance of Ryanair, who looked at him with mockery. which made him pale and twitch. Issei swore that just by remembering her, Ryanair was like the devil himself. Something ridiculous, since she is a fallen who is worse than a devil. Issei shook his head slightly as he tried to forget about it, and unknowingly his eyes had a scared look, and he was sweating a little coldly. Something that was noticed by Valerie and was a little surprising is that that expression represents pure fear of something or someone. Could it be? Well, I'm going to go back to my room. I won't be coming out for a few hours. Issei said, turning around to leave, but when he had barely taken 2 steps, Issei Valerie called him, and the brown-haired boy turned to see the girl who, to his surprise, had a somewhat sad face. But what? What's wrong with you so suddenly, Issei? What are you talking about? Issei asked doubtfully, swallowing the lump in his throat. Don't pretend you don't know. Valerie said, I know something's wrong with you. Since these last 2 weeks, you've been feeling strange and even bad. Please tell me what's really wrong with you. Issei tried to say and then lowered his head. Don't want to talk about it. I understand that you're worried about your new lineup and what might happen next. But Valerie said, now becoming stern, that way of behaving, you're not yourself. Why? Why you like this? I don't even believe that you're only like this because of your old teammates. There has to be something else, or am I wrong? Valerie had decided to be more direct in what she was saying, leaving no room for more questions for Issei, only answers. She knew that if she spoke too seriously, Issei would possibly feel bad for having to remember what happened, but if she didn't do that, she would never have an answer to her problem, and her state would decline even more over time. Issei, for his part, was surprised that, once again, Valerie had read his expression as if nothing had happened to come to that conclusion. But Issei, with serious eyes, lowered his head, and these were covered by his hair. He felt that a great sadness and anger could rise at any moment. He felt like he wanted to let it out to vent, but he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to seem so vulnerable and partner, Drake spoke to him in his thoughts. I understand how you feel, but keeping it in won't help you at all and will only make your condition worse. Besides, she's trying to help you, so let it out. Don't hold it in anymore and let it out. Issei was shocked by what Drake said, and then he felt his heart pounding, but this pounding reminded him of a very horrible pain, and he grabbed his Issei in the heart area. Issei Valerie called him again, and the brunette looked at him with his expression somewhat pale, which worried Valerie, but he decided to speak. Don't you believe me that I really want to help you, Issei? Since the last few days, I've been worried about the way you behave. You're sleepy, you eat very late or you don't eat anything, and you spend your time locked up. What makes you like this? Issei said as he took several deep breaths, wanting to control the painful beats of his heart that reminded him who the source of his pain is and who increased it. Then, would you die for me? The memory, the face, and the words of Ryanair came to his mind. He felt that she was in front of him. I don't want that dirty low-class devil talking to me. Issei always wondered if it was okay for him to talk to all the girls in his group because they were appealing girls. Yes, you're right. It was a king's date. Because of it I was very bored. When Issei went shopping with the girls, he always wondered if they felt bored of being with him. I don't want a rotten brat like you to call me by my name. Issei had long wanted to call Rias by her name, but he was afraid that she would say the same things that the fallen angel told her. Issei-kun, please save me. This demon is trying to kill me. I love you. I love you so much. So, let's defeat these demons together. Issei remembered that Ryanair, his first girlfriend, had given him the strength to live, and the woman he loved, Rias, had killed her. He knew that back then, it was best for Ryanair to die. She had killed both him and Asia, so it was for the best that she died, but even after all that but why is it like this? Issei asked himself, unable to resist it any longer. He felt that, partner, let it out. Don't hold it in anymore, let it out. That way you'll take a weight off your shoulders. Drake advised his partner, since he knew how he felt. Issei, hearing those words, felt something break in his heart, and then, with a couple of tears falling from his eyes, he fell to his knees on the ground. Issei. Valerie screamed worriedly as she saw the brunette collapse to the ground like that. She quickly knelt down near him and took his face in her hands to look at him. Did she push him too strong, or? Seeing that Issei's face was full of tears made her heart ache. Issei, what's wrong with you? Whatever it is, I want to help you, but I can't if you don't tell me what's going on. Issei, still in his state, listened to what Valerie told him. He didn't want to reveal something so pathetic to her. He was afraid that she would make fun of him or worse, but Issei, please believe me, Valerie said in a serious tone. It even seemed like his eyes became shiny. I really want to help you, but I need you to tell me what's wrong, Issei, or do you think I don't care how you feel? Issei, hearing her words, didn't know what to say, but he continued crying anyway. He couldn't even think of an answer, but trust her, partner. Drake spoke to him in his thoughts. She really wants to help you. If not, then why do you think she bothered to listen to you that night and make you that offer? Issei stopped sobbing a little when he heard his fellow dragon's words, but he had to agree with her. Since he joined her, Valerie was always looking out for him, making sure he didn't lack anything, and even trying to cheer him up. And now here he is, trying to help him with his problem, and he won't let me. Valerie, on the other hand, seeing that Issei was still silent and sobbing even after almost a minute of asking him that question, felt that she also wanted to cry. Seeing this, Issei, so broken, squeezed her heart. She was about to want to leave when, I'm scared. Issei finally decided to speak. The truth is, I'm scared of mixing with girls because it makes me think that the same thing will happen again. The girls in my old group were nice to me, but I thought that if I tried to get closer to them, I was afraid that they would reject me and laugh at me. I even thought that they could repair my heart that was shattered by her, something that was rebuilt a little, but in the end they destroyed even more, only leaving fragments or nothing. Issei sobbed even more. I'm scared. I don't think I'll be able to get familiar with any girl ever again. Valerie said, staring at the brunette, and he did the same without stopping his sobbing, which brought a couple of tears to Valerie, who resisted her emotions as best she could. Tell me, please, who or what makes you feel this way? Her question made Issei tremble a little, something that Valerie noticed. I know that talking about it further will hurt you, but this way I can understand it to help you. So, please, tell me everything. Issei sobbed once more before trying to wipe his tear-filled face. It seemed difficult, but he managed something. It all started before I became a devil, and so, Issei went on to tell Valerie everything that happened back then, how a fallen angel named Ryanair, who pretended to be a human by the name of Yuma Amano, asked him to be her boyfriend, how at the end of their date she killed him in the twilight, and how Rias saved him. Also that he confronted her and knowing her intentions seriously hurt him deep down without knowing it until now, how he killed Asia for her sacred gear and confronted her until he could defeat her, and how Rias ended his life. Valerie, upon hearing the whole story of what happened, was undoubtedly surprised. She did not expect that the origin of her trauma would be that fallen one named Ryanair. Although hearing how she played with Issei's feelings and killed him, in addition to the fact that those Gremmeries never cared about Issei as they should have, where they only thought about themselves and believed that it was Issei who was wrong, made her feel great hatred towards all of them. I wanted was for someone to love me for who I am, Issei said with a broken voice as more tears ran down his cheeks. When Ryanair asked me to be her boyfriend, it was the happiest day of my life, but it was all a lie. He said to himself, clenching his fists. I know what I am like, but I don't hurt anyone. I didn't want any of this. Issei said a little harsher, I never asked to become a devil. I never asked to put my life in danger. I only wanted a person who would love me for who I am, to live peacefully with that person, to have a future and a family. Was all that too much to ask for? Issei said, almost screaming as he looked at Valerie with an angry face full of tears. Why the hell did it have to be me of all people? Why wasn't someone else the one who had to risk his life for people who didn't properly value the sacrifice I made? Issei shouted angrily. Valerie, seeing him like this, quickly gave Issei a hug, putting her head on his shoulders so he could cry and let it all out. Issei cried without more, taking out all the sadness that he had contained for a long time and that was heard only in the place where they were. Valerie, for this time, allowed herself to cry a little with Issei. Seeing him broken like this and knowing the reasons why he was like this made her heart hurt. After several minutes, Issei had already stopped crying and let out everything he had inside. He truly felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. While Valerie only wiped away a couple of tears from her eyes, neither of them said anything. Valerie continued hugging Issei, waiting for him to finish venting, although he stopped crying while Issei, with his slightly watery eyes, gave Valerie a look. He was happy that she supported him and helped him get all that out. Thank you Issei said, breaking the silence and separating himself a little from Valerie, then staring at her. Thank you for everything Valerie. I really needed to get that out. He said with a look of gratitude, to which Valerie smiled and wiped away a tear that wanted to come out. Also thanks to you Drake, for always being with me and truly, forgive me for having such a pathetic carrier he said sincerely Heh, you don't have to worry partner, although you are a unique and even rare case, I'm glad it is like that. That way, I think this will be more fun, Drake said while making Issei laugh. Thank you, Drake. And the truth is, I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you. I'm sorry that your name, which was once feared and respected by everyone, has become something funny and a mockery said with some guilt in his voice Heh, don't worry buddy. While the Issei dragon thing left a scar on me, I admit that times change, and maybe you were already admired before receiving that name. Drake said, sounding a little depressed for a moment as he remembered that ridiculous name. I know, Drake. That's why I want you to know that you are my friend, the best of all, and I will do my best to make the name of the Security regain its former glory, being feared and respected, but at the same time admired and without fear of others Issei said with a smile you don't know how happy it makes me to hear that, buddy. Drake said in a tone as if he wanted to cry but was relieved. Valerie smiled as she watched the interaction between the two. It was obvious that they treated each other like friends. Valerie had to admit that Issei had a better connection and compatibility with her dragon than she did with hers. And something told her that she should talk to Albion Valerie said, and the brown-haired boy went to see her. I'll understand if you're not fully recovered yet, but keep this in mind if you need to talk to someone come with me, and I'll help you in any way I can, no matter the time, place, or hour. I'll be there to be your emotional support. Never doubt that. Thank you Valerie, I appreciate it very much Issei said, smiling with gratitude, and a good shine returned to his eyes. Valerie blushed at his smile and became a little happy to see the shine returning to Issei's eyes. It means that he has made good progress, although it was very painful for Issei. Is Valerie-san here? Both young men heard the sweet voice of a familiar young woman, where instantly, the one who appeared at the entrance of the training room was Lu Fei, who was wearing simple clothes and carrying a tray with plates of food. Lu Fei entering the training room and seeing both Issei and Valerie sitting on their knees on the floor, somewhat close to each other, made her freeze at the sight of them. And unintentionally, many possibilities came to her head when she saw both young men so close, and she blushed in embarrassment. "Oh, I'm sorry to have interrupted you," said Lu Fei, who quickly left the tray on a small table in the place, and without saying anything else, she hurriedly left the place. Issei and Valerie were confused for a moment by Lu Fei's reaction and stared at each other again, where they both noticed how close they were and what they were wearing. Valerie was wearing her training outfit that made her look sexy to the brunette, while Issei was wearing shorts and a t-shirt that fit his body and gave a small glimpse of his exercised body. Both young people, realizing how they were and what Lu Fei was thinking, quickly burst into blush. "Sorry. I think I'll go back to my room," Issei said, upset, quickly getting up and heading towards the gym exit, leaving behind a Valerie who took a while to react. However, Issei stopped his advance and turned to look at Valerie again. Thanks again, Valerie. With that said, Issei left the place, leaving Valerie, who, still with a blush on her face, put her hand on her heart, and it was beating in a way that she did not understand. It was as if she were happy. It was already night on that same day. Valerie Lucifer was in her room trying to sleep, and boy was she trying. Because no matter how strong she tried, she couldn't fall asleep. The reason? Not even she knows. Valerie sighed as he saw that it would take him a while to fall asleep and looked at the clock on his bedside table, seeing that it was 10:30 p.m. He had been like that for 2 hours. "Albion, are you awake?" Valerie called to his dragon companion, hoping that he was at least awake this time. Half a minute passed without any response. She was ready to give up when suddenly "What's wrong, Valerie?" The vanishing dragon asked, letting out a yawn as he asked that, a sign that he was sleeping until recently. "I'm sorry to interrupt your nap, but I need your opinion." Valerie said "And what would it be?" Albion asked, "About what happened today and everything Hayadu Issei had to go through. What do you think about that?" Valerie said to his dragon companion, who took half a minute to respond. If I give you my opinion, I would say that I did not expect the emotional state of the bearer of Drag to decline in that way, due to something like unrequited love and fear caused by that woman who traumatized him. Albion said with understanding. Valerie, always remember what I told you. The bearers of the two celestial dragons never had a peaceful life. Although there was an exception with very few, they always had internal problems that drove them to madness. I know. Valerie said, feeling nostalgic, where his past came to his mind and the image of a very appealing black-haired woman smiling at him appeared in his head. Valerie shook his head to get that image out of his mind and spoke. Still, I think it wasn't fair what he suffered. He wanted someone to love him. He wanted to be with that someone with whom he would share his whole life until his last days, and this is what the world gave him. How horrible. The wielders of the two heavenly dragons were always considered a threat to the factions, where they only had two options for them. Albion said nostalgically, as if remembering the past with his former wielders. Either you recruit them and have them serve you forever, or you eliminate them further out of fear that their fight will destroy much of the world itself. Even if that god from the Bible purposely made both sacred gears where Drag and I are sealed weak, they still have enough power to destroy much of the world, or even the entire world, with just our fight and destructive force. Still, I would like that to change. I didn't say that I want the rivalry between us to end. I still want to face Issei to show who is stronger. But Valerie said with somewhat sad eyes, haven't you thought that it would be good to change? Why keep killing each other if you know that you will only end up in someone else's afterwards? Wouldn't a friendly rivalry without deaths included be better? Maybe. Although I admit that since I've been with you, I've changed too much. And Drag, although he retains his pride as a dragon, is clearly enjoying his current life with Issei, just as I enjoy this life with you. Valerie. Albion's words made Valerie smile gratefully. Thank you, Albion. If we're talking about changing the custom of the two heavenly dragons, that change wouldn't be bad. Although it would be a different story if it were about the first time in history, the bearers of the two heavenly dragons end up as a couple. Albion laughed gracefully. Valerie blushed almost to the extreme when he heard his partner's mockery. Shut up, you idiot. Don't misunderstand. Don't even bother me. I like Issei. I just don't want to see him like this and not let it affect our future fight. Oh, did the old Valerie Lucifer, who loves only fighting, come back again? And here I thought you had finally matured and grown in personality. Albion mocked again. Shut up, that's not true. Valerie shouted, putting her pillow on her face to muffle her screams, which lasted half a minute, and she took the pillow off her face. I hate you. I love you too, Valerie. Albion said with amusement. Valerie sighed and decided to stare at the ceiling for a few seconds, only for something to click in his head. Oh, that's right. Tell me, Albion, are they okay? I see. And answering you, yes. They are fine, although they are waiting for you to visit them again, especially her. Albion said the last thing with apparent fear. Valerie sighed. She was expecting that, but it was about time. Well then, Valerie closed the door while she continued lying down and joined her hands. A few seconds later, Valerie opened her eyes and found herself in another place that was not her room but a white space. And in front of her, there were some steps on which there were many people wearing hoods, all with their heads down and a gloomy expression. Valerie sighed as he looked at them. I see that things are not changing with them. Valerie-chun. It's good that you came to see us. The girl, upon hearing that female voice, turned around and saw that the person approaching her was a woman with long black hair and red eyes, very appealing in black clothes. Oops. This image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. It's good to see that you're fine as always, Helena and Valerie said with a small smile. The way where is? Here I am. Valerie. The girl, upon hearing that male voice, saw that the person approaching the place was a tall and handsome man with white hair. It's good to see you as well as always. The same goes for you, Lux. Valerie said, smiling. Lux is known to be the strongest male wielder of the hacker, and the only one along with Helena not to succumb to the madness of the Juggernaut drive. Helena was even the strongest female wielder of the divine dividing before Valerie. I see that many things have happened out there, especially with the current bearer of the Securier. Lux said sternly but smiling slightly. It's obvious that you guys don't miss anything. Valerie smiled sarcastically, knowing that they, perhaps, saw everything that happened. Still, it's true. And I'm a little worried that your condition will decline again. Oh wow. The great Valerie Lucifer, who said she was going to crush her rival like an insect, is she worried about him? Helena said mockingly, and Valerie blushed in embarrassment. It's not what you think, Helenason. I replied with apparent anger, although the blush didn't help much. Yes, well. Continuing with this, Lux said, clapping his hands. If you want some advice on what to do, Valerie, I'll just tell you to support him at all times like you told him, no matter the moment. Also, Valerie, you should know that that boy's emotions are very destroyed. I've never seen a case like that, not even when I was alive. Helena said seriously, I know, but I fear the worst. I don't know what could happen if his condition deteriorates even more than it already was. Valerie said with sad eyes and arms crossed. I fear he will do something crazy, like trying to commit suicide, right? Helena's words made Valerie look at her with surprise and horror. Valerie, you should already know that there are cases that can cause people to do the stupid act of committing suicide. The best examples are bullying, depression, and love. Where, in my opinion, love is the most fragile. Oh, Valerie said, bringing his hand to his could it be that? In these last few days, was Issei thinking about committing suicide? Valerie said, horrified that the brown-haired boy had ever thought that way. We won't know that, Valerie. But Lux said with understanding. I can see it, I don't know how, but it's a very strange feeling. I only know that that boy, Issei, has brought hope to many and made other beings change. That is something unique, but there's no doubt about it, Valerie. You and Issei will become the new dragons that will bring a wave of changes to the entire world. Valerie was shocked to hear the words of the strongest male ancestor. Valerie, that boy deserves to be happy. Helena said with a pitying smile. No one like him deserves to suffer, and just like you, we envy him a little. Valerie became confused upon hearing her words. You see, not all the bearers of the celestial dragons had a happy life or ending. They always lost everything or fell into madness for power. But that boy is capable of being the Securier and still keeping his life and his family, something enviable for ancestors like us. I don't doubt one thing. That boy will make a big change in the world. And you have to be there for that to happen. Lux said, smiling. We will only tell you this last thing. Valerie, take care of him, and make him see that his life is worth it and that many love him and miss him, not for the power he was born with, although that helped him a lot, but as a person. Valerie was surprised and said nothing because of what his predecessors had said, but then he smiled and nodded yes. I will protect and take care of him. There is no doubt about that. Era. It seems that my Valerie-chan is growing, Helena said, wiping away a few lonely tears with a handkerchief. I can't wait to see when you'll make him your boyfriend. Valerie blushed extremely at those words and said, I'm not interested in him, for heaven's sake. Whatever, I'm leaving. With that, Valerie disappeared and left the interior of the divine dividing, leaving behind her predecessors, who only smiled gracefully. The girl they are so proud of is already acting like a woman of her age. The next day it could be seen how Valerie was guiding Issei through a somewhat long corridor that led to a specific place. Valerie, where exactly are we going? Issei asked with doubt, since when Valerie went to look for him, she only told him to follow her. In addition to that, the brown-haired boy was wearing a hooded trench coat, and Valerie told him not to take it off until they arrived. There's someone who wants to see you. Valerie said as he continued walking. In addition, a few seconds later, they passed by a couple of people who undoubtedly belonged to the Cows Brigade. These people didn't even bother to look at Valerie, and Issei hid his face as best he could. Luckily, they didn't see him, and who would it be? Issei asked curiously. Something told him that apart from Valerie and his team, someone else knew that he was with them. You'll see. Valerie smiled at him, and something told Issei to prepare himself for whoever he sees. Within a few seconds, they arrived at a door. One that really had nothing extra, no barriers, no magic, nothing. If that door had had some kind of spell, Issei wouldn't have doubted that inside there could be a dangerous being that they sealed like Gasper, but that wasn't the case this time. Opening said door, Valerie entered first and gestured for Issei to enter without fear. And so, he never expected that after entering said room, he would see a girl wearing gothic Lolita clothes just sitting there doing nothing, staring into nothing. Normally I would say that she was just a girl, but that wasn't the case. Issei swore he had seen this girl somewhere, and his instincts told him that she was more than that simple appearance she showed. Office, Drake's words made Issei extremely surprised, and he didn't know what to say. Office looked at Issei and did nothing. Her gaze didn't change, not even the expression on her face, and that was strange. It was as if she had no emotions. Issei just remained static in his place, and Office looked at him, specifically at his left arm. It's been a while, Drake Office said, then went to see Issei, who was still in shock when he saw her face to face. She smiled in her own way and then nice to meet you Security. Even with those words, Issei remained static in his place. He knew that she was the being that represents infinity, who surpasses all the beings in this world except one. The Ouroboros dragon, the god dragon, Office, was in front of him, and without him or even Valerie knowing it, she was an important part of the celestial dragons reaching a new level, although no one could guess that it was like that. 10 No AI Dixtu. Red X White. Cancelled. The somewhat dark room was in a sharp silence. And Issei still can't get over his astonishment at having in front of him the being that is known as the strongest in all existence, being surpassed only by Great Red. The Ouroboros dragon, Office, the god dragon Valerie, seeing that Issei was still in shock at having Office in front of him, decided to look for one of the chairs in the room and put one in front of Issei, who was able to react to that and a little hesitantly sat on the chair, and Valerie sat next to Issei to listen to the conversation. So, what should I do? Issei asked a little nervously, whispering to Valerie, she's interested in you. So answer her if she asks you a question. Valerie also told him in a whisper. And don't worry about creating a ruckus. Office is a calm person who doesn't want to fight anyone except Great Red. Plus, she's been curious about you for a while now. Tell me one thing, Valerie Issei said, still in a whisper. No one else apart from you, your team, and Office knows I'm here, right? That's right. Nobody knows. Right now everyone thinks you're missing or kidnapped, but we'll talk about it later. Valerie said, cutting the subject short. Issei sighed upon hearing that and then looked at Office, who was waiting for them to start chatting patiently. So what business do you have with me? Issei asked nervously, wanting to avoid breaking out in a cold sweat. Valerie, seeing his nervousness, sighed. When she saw that Issei was somewhat afraid of Office because of what she was capable of, she didn't blame him. Many would be the same. It took Office a few seconds until she finally decided to speak. Tell me one thing, Drake. Do you want to stop being a celestial dragon? Office's question threw both Issei and Valerie off guard, the brown-haired boy being the one who didn't understand what she said. The human who is your host has been growing in a different sense until now. I think this is very strange. Very different from the previous celestial dragons. Valerie is the same. Strange. Very strange. Office's words made Issei and Valerie look at each other. In the fight against Cao Cao, Drake's armor changed into different forms during that battle and became more powerful. Drake has had different evolutions. This is the first time this has happened, Office said without changing her expression. That's why I want to ask you, Drake, what are you going to be? Issei at that moment was not sure if he should answer or not, but instantly the boosted gear materialized in the young man's hand, and the dragon's voice was heard. I don't know what this boy wants to achieve. I don't know, but it's true that he is having an interesting growth. Drake's appearance made Issei sigh in relief. Better let Drake speak since he, along with Albion, are the wisest in the place. The two heavenly dragons are different. I as the infinite and Great Red as the dream. In nothingness, why do you think of becoming the king of domination, Drake? Office asked. It must be the result of seeking strength. Because I was eliminated, I couldn't be strong without increasing the power of domination, Drake said. I don't understand domination. The Chaos Brigade seeks domination. I don't understand. Great Red is not domination. I don't represent domination either. There is no way that a being who has been very strong from the beginning can understand the reasons for the domination. You, who were born from nothingness and infinity, and Great Red, who was born from illusions and dreams, are from different dimensions. Office, You appeared in this world after leaving the dimensional gap. What have you accomplished in this world, and why do you think of returning home? I also want to ask you, Drake, why are you trying to become a different being? Are you going to discard domination? What will come after that? Ophis answers him. Questioning him, Drake and Ophis were constantly asking each other questions. Neither of them answered the other. Not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't know the answer to those questions. That's why they search for them. Issei just listened to the conversation between both dragons a bit confused, as always. Conversations between dragons seem very complicated for him, as was the case with Albion, Vritra, Yulong, and Midgardsormr. While the usual Drake and Tanin had a human demeanor to them, and one could say that it was easy for them to understand, Valerie, for her part, listened to the conversation between the two dragons with interest, since something similar happened when Albion spoke to Ophis and the aforementioned asked her questions similar to the ones she is asking Drake right now. Drake, tell me one thing, will you become Chichirudii? Can you surpass a celestial dragon by touching melons? Drake, will you become a dragon that represents melons? Drake, hearing this, reacted in a way that he needed to take a breath of air. Ugh. Even this guy ends up telling me that you... My consciousness has vanished. What have I done to deserve this? Issei, seeing how his companion reacted, felt guilty. It will take time for the name of the Securudii to recover its former glory and for many to stop asking those kinds of silly questions that now that he admits it, he sees that they are embarrassing. Now he regrets the way he was before. Come on, Drake, stop crying. I said I would do everything possible to regain the great honor to your name, so don't cry over something like that. Issei said, comforting his dragon companion, who seemed to stop crying. I'm sorry and thanks again. Drake thanked, a little calmer now. I want to look, Drake. I want to see your user even more. I want to see how far he can go, Ophis said, and then looked at Valerie. Albion, the same goes for you. Your host, Valerie, also has a unique growth, and more so for being a descendant of Lucifer. In your case, what will you become? Do you think that just like Drake, who thinks of discarding domination, you think of discarding supremacy? At Ophis' words, the wings of the divine dividing appeared on Valerie's back, and they shone. Albion said sternly. Valerie will no doubt discard the supremacy and will obtain something else. That's all I'll say in that case. I want to see you both. Ophis said, looking at Issei and Valerie. I want to see how far you can go, especially you, Securudii, she said, setting her gaze on Issei. Issei didn't know how to respond to Ophis' words. But Valerie spoke up and told him, Ophis is curious about both you and me. That's why I think it's good for her to see what we're capable of. Valerie put her hand on Issei's shoulder and frowned and whispered to him. Also, I'm afraid that something bad might happen to Ophis. There's no doubt that that's what Cao Cao wants. Issei was shocked by Valerie's words and couldn't digest it. What threat does Cao Cao pose against Ophis? Securudii, tell me one thing. Ophis' words made Issei look at her again. What made you join the Cows Brigade? What do you want to achieve? Ophis' expressionless question made Issei lower his head with a somewhat depressed expression. Are you perhaps seeking domination again or something else? Issei didn't know what to answer Ophis, not because he couldn't or didn't want to, but because it's still a complicated subject for him. He barely had the courage to tell Valerie the truth about everything, but even if he tells Ophis, he doubts she'll understand. It's already clear to her that she doesn't understand many things. So it's likely that she doesn't understand the meaning of how the people you swore to protect, all the time, only used you for your benefit or didn't think of him as they should due to their traumas. Valerie, seeing Issei like that, decided to speak to cut the topic. I'm sorry, Ophis. But the reason why Issei is with us is very sensitive for him. We'll talk about it later. Ophis just blinked once, still expressionless, and nodded, indicating that she agreed. At Kuo Academy, the school atmosphere was practically the same as every day, considering that less than a week ago the school festival was organized where many clubs held their events for the students, although there were also a few clubs that did not participate in the festival or did nothing. Among them was the Occult Club, which cancelled the activity they were going to do for the festival, with the excuse that they were short of material and other things, and in the end, they did nothing and were not there on the day of the festival either. Leaving that aside, In the 2B classroom, the students were paying attention to the sensei, who was giving the last part of that class. Although certain girls were not paying attention, those were the church trio, who for weeks had not been seen in good spirits and seemed sad for some reason unknown to everyone. So, the sensei, seeing that his watch marked the corresponding hour that had already ended, put his things away and told his students about a report for the next class and then left the classroom. The students, seeing that they would be free for a few minutes before the next teacher arrived, began to chat among themselves about trivial things. Hey, Asia, the one who said that was Aika Kiryu, who approached the church trio, who were not in a good mood and seemed to have dark circles. Asterisk, what's up with you three lately? It seems like you haven't slept at all. Don't worry, Kiryu-san. Just a bad dream, or we stayed up late, Asia said, wanting to seem normal, but it was impossible. Her tone was quite obvious, spiritless, and serious. By the way, what has happened to Hayadu lately? Is he still sick or what? Aika asked, changing the subject since the news leaked weeks ago. News that Issei would not be attending the academy for a while due to illness or an accident, a good excuse imposed by the student council on behalf of Sona so that the teachers do not worry and give her the activities to send to Issei. Although the news at first relieved many students, even more so the girls who were fed up with the biggest pervert. Issei's two friends, Matsuda and Motohama, along with Aika, were worried about Issei. They once asked to be able to go see him, but Asia gave them the excuse that Issei was not resting at home but in a special hospital imposed by the Gremory family, since, according to the excuse, the supposed illness is very serious and will take time, in addition to not approaching him without caution. Boys. For now they can't tell us when he might recover, but everything is fine for now, Asia said with a fake smile. Although her nervous and sad tone was noticeable, Zenobia didn't even bother to say anything or talk to anyone else besides Asia and Irina. She only had a sad expression and hidden anger. Anger towards herself, since she hurt the man she likes, and now she is nervous that whoever kidnapped him is doing something horrible to him. Moments like these make her want to bring out Durandal and destroy several trees or rocks to calm down. Irina, for her part, seemed to have her eyes a little red. She felt guilty about everything with Issei. She also hated herself for not having supported him, and perhaps that way all this would have been avoided. She even felt that she did not deserve to be an angel or Michael's servant. She hurt and did not support her childhood friend and love interest. Asia was almost the same as Irina. It saddens her more to know that all the time, Issei was having an internal conflict that prevented him from getting close to them. It was all her fault, that fall that traumatized him, but it was also her fault. She did not support Issei when he needed it. Aika just continued to silently watch the church trio, who were sad. Was Issei's current condition really so serious that they were like this? Or is there something else they weren't telling her? In the first-year classroom, Kaneko, Ravel, and Gasper were just as depressed as the church trio, or perhaps worse in their own way. Kaneko has been more expressionless than usual. She hardly talks to anyone and hasn't eaten sweets for a while. Issei's situation had her in that state. She hated herself for thinking it was her fault, and it was true. Gasper has had a somewhat gloomy face since the day his favorite senpai disappeared. He also hated himself for not having supported him and for having blamed him that day for Rias's thing. Due to this new attitude, he spends more time outside his box and only goes in when he wants to sleep. Ravel, since the day Issei disappeared and discovering that he had an argument with the others that day, turned into a sea of tears and felt guilty for thinking that it all started because of her and her mother. In the third year, Rias and Aquino were very expressionless with everyone, including Sona and Tsubaki, who looked at them both with sadness. They were also upset about Issei's disappearance and what could be happening to him, but they know how to hide it. Aquino was somewhat expressionless. She barely expressed herself when the teacher called her attention, or when with the group of fallen that Azazel entrusted her with. She was looking for Issei. Rias had dark circles under her eyes that indicated that she had not slept well lately. She hated herself that all this happened. She who appreciates her servants as family and is willing to listen to their problems hated herself more for knowing that her former pawn and love were suffering only internally, and she did not value it. Sona looked at Rias and Aquino in the distance from her seat and sighed tiredly, then looked out the window of the living room at the sky. I hope you're okay, Taiken. Since everyone here misses you, even if you don't believe it. In the afternoon of that same day, Issei was training with Arthur, who was teaching the brunette everything necessary for a sword fight and having good reflexes. saying that the descendant of King Arthur did not care that Issei went against him with his armor implied that Arthur was someone dangerous in his own way, and Issei saw that firsthand. Issei had noticed that in terms of speed, Arthur was no match for him or Kiba, but his cunning and enthusiasm that are typical of a human helped him predict his opponent's movements. Even Issei hates to admit that Arthur is a better swordsman than Kiba and Zenobia. His technique and balance are perfect, with no wasted movements. In addition, with his holy sword, Caliban, the strongest of all the holy swords, making him an opponent to be feared not only because of the great power of the sword but also because of its ability to open gaps in space to attack his enemies in blind spots. From a distance, Ophis watched the two train along with Kuroka, Lefay, and Biko, who watched the practice fight with admiration. They knew that Arthur was strong in his own way and was the one who put up the most fight against Valerie, while Fenrir only slept next to Lefay. A clash between Issei's Dragon Slayer sword Ascalon and Arthur's Caliban. As the clock chimed, they knew that practice time was up. Both took their distance from each other as they tried to catch their breath. "You have some nice moves, Haikun *, Arthur said, adjusting his glasses with a satisfied smile. *, you've improved a lot in the use of the sword, although you still have some way to go to be an expert like me. Your common fighting style without a weapon, I admit, is dangerous. It's the same as Valerie. Hee. Thanks, Arthur said, laughing nervously as he took off his helmet and wiped his sweat. Onia, here *, Lefay said, giving them both bottles of water and small towels to dry their sweat. Thank you, Lefay. Arthur thanked the gesture and drank the water calmly. Kaka, I didn't expect something like this. Biko twirled his staff as he approached with a mischievous and amused laugh. By the way, Security, I had heard that you had some forms that make your armor change and increase your powers in terms of strength, resistance, speed, and firepower individually. Why haven't you used them? The yokai's question made everyone look at the brown-haired man as if saying to explain himself. Issei scratched his cheek a little nervously but decided to speak. The thing is that I no longer have access to those forms. Since I stopped being a devil, I have lost those qualities. In fact, now I think that I became weaker than strong. His answer bewildered everyone for a moment who did not expect that, but indeed, partner. There's something you're wrong about. Everyone heard Draig's voice coming from the gauntlet and paid attention to it. Even Ophis didn't want to miss anything. While it's true, you no longer have access to those forms, that doesn't mean you've become weak. On the contrary, you're on the right path to reach your full potential without disadvantages. What do you mean by that, Drake? Issei asked, confused and questioning him. Draig's words baffled everyone, especially Issei, who, before he said anything, Draig continued. In other words, it is just as you say, you cannot access those forms, but the potential you obtained in Kyoto is still present within you. Even if you lost the illegal move Triania, the normal armor alone is now stronger than before. Maybe you didn't notice it, but while you were fighting Arthur, you managed to far surpass him in speed and almost caught him off guard. Practically, you can use the power of those forms without the armor changing, but you will have to adapt over time, and if you manage to MSTR those qualities, that will be a step towards reaching power beyond the Juggernaut drive. After saying that, the place fell silent. No one said anything from what they heard. Especially Issei, who still didn't believe that he retained the qualities of the illegal move Triania and could use it without changing armor. Although he had to agree with Draig, even he couldn't believe his great speed during the duel. In fact, he hadn't even paid attention to that. He thought it was just the adrenaline. Sounds interesting. Then we can keep practicing so you get used to it. Arthur said, adjusting his glasses again with a satisfied laugh. Kaka, then I think it's my turn to have a practice match against the Security. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, Biko said enthusiastically, spinning his staff. Guys, I have news. Everyone turns around upon hearing that voice and sees that it was Valerie who arrived at the place. It seems that we can take what just happened as a mission. What is this mission about, Valerie Naya? Kuroka asked, tilting her head. They rarely went out to entertain themselves by stealing missions from other Cows Brigade members or foiling their plans. I've found reports that speak of a village hidden from the current society in the human world, where there has been a sighting of strange creatures attacking anyone who crosses their path, and it seems to be heading towards the hidden village. Valerie said seriously and with his arms crossed. Also, according to the reports I found, It is the same type of strange creatures that attacked members of Chaos Brigade less than 2 months ago, and that other members captured at least one of those creatures to study them. The most curious thing is that those creatures are not any type of legendary beast belonging to any mythology. There has never been anything like that. Valerie's words made everyone surprised except for Ophis, who remained expressionless and just listened to everything with interest. What is the description of what those creatures look like, Valerie? Arthur asked with his typical serious expression. They are described as mechanical beings that are a combination of machine and organic parts of some creature. Their entire bodies seem to resemble humanoid insects with 4 limbs, while they have a strong exoskeleton surface that emits a bright glow and are completely colored in a silvery hue. They seem to have no nose or mouth. They seem to have 5 pale eyes and a large, prominent head. Valerie finished giving the explanation seriously. Both Issei and the others found it strong to believe that description. Strange creatures that don't belong to any mythology and are a combination of machine and organic parts. Something like that was strong to believe still. How strong are those things? Issei asked, a little nervous about facing something that doesn't exist in any mythology. According to the reports and what could be verified, they are as strong as high-class devils or even a little stronger. Valerie's answer surprised everyone. Even Ophis was interested in beings like that, not because of their power, but because they don't belong to any mythology. I plan to go and finish off those things before they kill innocent people. So does anyone want to come? Valerie's question made everyone look at each other for a moment. And, I'll go. I can't ignore something like this, Issei said, taking a step forward, and he looked determined. Kakaka. Those things sound like interesting opponents. Let's warm up our muscles, Biko said enthusiastically, and without fear. I'm going too. I'm curious to see those things. Arthur said calmly. I'll go since Oni-sama is going, and I don't want to be left alone again. Lufei said, raising her hand as if asking for permission to go. Naya, I have no complaints. I'm in. Kuroka said calmly, and without worry, I'll go too. Ophis words wanting to go with them threw everyone off guard, even Valerie, who knew that Ophis never goes out even to support the other groups. What is the reason you want to go, Ophis? Valerie asked. Confused, I want to see what Draig and Albion are capable of. Let's see if this makes them surpass themselves, Ophis said without expression, and everyone looked at each other, and then Valerie sighed. Okay, let's just not draw attention to ourselves. Sometime later, the location Valerie's team had arrived at was an immense forest located on the outskirts of Japan, practically in the mountains in unexplored areas. Hurry, we must flee. A woman shouted, carrying her daughter in her arms while running away from something in the distance. Even with the low light in the place, because that area was surrounded by a dense fog, you could see like 5 eyes or something similar shining in the distance. Even with the arrival of the villagers, everyone could see how from the forest and the fog came out some strange creatures about 3 meters high. They looked like machines with organic limbs. In front of the creatures stood a few hooded figures with wands who activated their magic circles, thus beginning a bombardment of attacks against those things, while the civilians who did not fight hurried to go to the shelter area and perhaps prepare for an evacuation. Although it would be a somewhat busy evacuation, and more so due to the number of civilians in this town, something small was big. The strange creatures, from their eyes shot out red rays that looked lethal, and the magicians in the place covered themselves with a defensive circle together. But the circle was destroyed after receiving 5 shots. And that puzzled and scared everyone at the same time. However, what no one expected was that suddenly, the closest of those creatures was cut in half from where its stomach was supposedly. And immediately, one by one, those creatures were bombarded by magic attacks out of nowhere, and they were either blown up or hurt. And instantly, 2 lights that were red and white descended to the place in front of the magicians. Facing those things, the magicians could see that they were 2 armors that were the same in appearance, but one was red and the other white with green and blue gems, respectively. They were Issei and Valerie. Get the civilians out of here while we take care of these things. Issei said that without turning to the person who was speaking to them, because he was totally focused on the beings in front of him. Don't make us repeat what you said. Valerie said seriously without turning around. You understood. Retreat. The one who seemed to be the leader of the magicians responded out of inertia. Something told him that he shouldn't provoke those 2 rushing to evacuate the place while the civilians took one last look at those who were helping them. As those creatures thought about getting closer, more visitors passed them by and stood next to Issei and Valerie. They were the other members of the team ready for combat. And behind them was Ophis eating a sweet and watching what was about to happen. Orders Valerie. Arthur asked. Simple, just get rid of all those things. Valerie said. Kakaka, let's do it. Biko said gracefully and spun his staff, and without waiting a second, everyone went on the attack against those creatures that were a maximum of 20, a somewhat worrying number if you consider that these beings have the power of the high class. But for Valerie's team, this was more of a relaxation and something entertaining. The creatures shot multiple red rays from their mouths and eyes that they knew were lethal, but they could handle them. Arthur's swift movement was enough to keep these attacks from touching him, and after disappearing from the sight of those things, he finished off the small group that touched him with 2 clean cuts from left to right as he appeared behind them. Biko, with acrobatics included, while spinning his staff like a fan, hit those things mercilessly and even managed to decapitate one of those things. The smile on his face showed that he was having fun. Divide, 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 divide. Valerie divided the power of a joint attack of those things, and with what was absorbed, he created several magic circles from which he fired several magical and elemental blasts, eliminating some of those things. Issei, at high speed as he took out Ascalon, managed to cut the limbs of some of those things and then, with a powerful downward slash, cut one in half, and then, boost, 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 boost. Dragon shot. Issei fired a huge blast of draconic power that eradicated some of those things or hurt some. Ufofu, Naya Lufenaya. Shall we try that trick? Kuroka said gracefully. Hi. Lu Fei replied enthusiastically. Both girls in sync created a large red and gray magic circle, then banning Wesu. An eastern fire dragon with stones in its body shot out from the magic circle. Said dragon, as if it had a life of its own, began to destroy those creatures in front of it. Issei had to admit that Valerie's companions were ridiculously strong in their own way. Now he remembers why he considered them one of the most dangerous groups within the Chaos Brigade. Anyway, I'm fed up with these things being insistent. I visualize one that was bigger than the others, easily 5 meters, and its appearance would make one think it was a chimera, only with machines and organic limbs on its body. I sense that it was the leader of these things. Okay, he will be its target. Issei forcefully grabbed one of the limbs of those dead things and, with a great leap, began to hit the few that remained with said limbs. The others, seeing him fight like that, were speechless. What the hell bit him? Issei, with a limb in his hand, sets it on fire and forcefully throws it at the biggest one, making him retreat. He smiled, seeing that he made him angry. He had to thank Valerie for teaching him a little fire magic, his best tuning, thanks to his dragonic genes given by Drag. It was at that Issei noticed how 2 of those things that were against him suddenly froze into ice cubes. To his surprise, don't keep the fun to yourself, Issei. Valerie said with a smile, indicating that she is the one responsible for freezing them. Then, with bursts of magic, she destroys those things turned into ice cube star. At least these things are a little entertaining, and I always wanted to do that. Sometimes I think you're a maniac, you know. Issei said, giving his opinion with a drop on the back of his neck. One thing was already very clear to him. On the battlefield, Valerie will be the battle maniac he knew a long time ago. With that said, both celestial dragons stood next to each other and then saw how the leader of those things seemed to roar at the same time that the same creatures as before reproduced from his body, coming out of his body as if they were pimples or warts. Ugh, that's totally disgusting. I've never seen anything like it. Valerie showed his disgust at that creature as he raised his hand to create a magic circle of cold air so icy that the environment was already freezing from the mere contact of the icy air with the environment. And before the large creature could continue creating his children, he was frozen from the waist down. Furious, he opened his mouth and made his eyes shine to shoot red rays that went towards both celestial dragons. Issei saw that, but he didn't even flinch. He knew what had to happen next. For me. You shouldn't have bothered. Valerie smiled mockingly and then extended his right hand and divide, 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 divide. The creature's attack shrank by a little more than half, and then Issei delivers an aura-charged blow and dispels the remnants of the attack. Alright, now, let's kill him. Are you following me, Valerie? Let's do it. Valerie nodded, and inside his mask, he blushed for fighting alongside Issei. With that, they both disappeared from the creature's sight to reappear behind it. Now with their auras calmer because the creature began to fall into pieces. Just as their children were exterminated by the others, they had all been destroyed after almost 2 minutes. Seeing a job well done, Issei and Valerie bumped fists in victory. "You've improved too much. I admit it." Valerie said, removing his helmet, "and you're still the same with that magical talent of yours." "Seriously, I'm jealous of that," Issei said, also removing his helmet and showing a sarcastic laugh. "Kokoko, it seems that the fun is over." How boring. Biko was disappointed that the fun had not lasted a little longer, but it was better this way. "They shouldn't prolong this. I didn't even break a sweat." Naya Kuroka sounded calm and made the gesture of tearing the air like cats do. "Well, it's time to go. We're done here." Arthur puts away his sword as he approaches the others. "I think the same. We should not draw attention to ourselves." Lu Fei confirmed what his brother had said. With that, they all set off to leave the place before the locals come to ask them questions or thank them. And it's not that they don't accept the thanks because it was the right thing to do, but they were all wanted by the Alliance, and they can't risk being recognized by those mages, even though they already saw them anyway. Oh well. Issei, Valerie's team, and Ophis left the place, getting lost in the fog that hid the village. And after almost half an hour, they were already out of the mountains, walking through the thick forest, and arrived at an open area. "Well, here we can leave without attracting attention." Lu Fei Valerie said, looking at the magician, who nodded and began to create a magic circle of transportation. However, Ophis would look in a certain direction, practically at the sky, which was cloudy, and everyone noticed it is something wrong. "Ophis?" Issei asked, approaching the dragon goddess, who did not turn to look at him. "Something is approaching the place strong, very strong, and there is no doubt a dragon." Ophis' words surprised everyone. "What do you mean, a dragon? And why does it come to where it is?" Partner, I think it's best if we get out of here quickly," Drake exclaimed, interrupting Issei's words and drawing everyone's attention except Ophis's. "Hey Drake, don't scare me. What's going on?" "There's no time to explain, partner. I was an idiot for not realizing it sooner. To think that he would come at us right now. If you value your life, get as far away as possible." For the Welsh dragon to say that, and with a tone like fear. It must mean that he's serious, but it's late. "She's here." Ophis' words made everyone look in her direction, and then instantly, something fell from the sky at high speed, impacting the place where everyone was, and a large smoke screen rose. Everyone except Ophis felt a chill, as they could sense a dangerous presence, and they saw that in the smoke screen there was a silhouette inside. Everyone sharpened their gaze and became on guard, thinking that it was an enemy. By the time the smoke cleared, everyone saw that it was a appealing woman with long, straight blue hair. She was wearing a navy blue skirt, her irises were dark blue, and she had an enviable body. The woman set her sights on Issei, but more on his left arm. "Who are you?" Issei asked, standing on guard while pointing at her with the arm that had the boosted gear. "You dare to point that finger at me, vile dragon?" The woman asked with a grim expression. "How long, Drake? I didn't think I'd see you again, although I can't say I'm glad to see you. Even after all this time, I can't seem to get over the bile that threatens to appear every time I hear your voice." You're certainly not happy to see me, as if I was. I waited so long for this moment. I've tried to track you down for years, but every time I felt even a slight trace of your aura, you always disappeared and appeared later somewhere else. But now I have mastered a method to suppress my presence without you noticing. What a wonderful thing it is to live so long. So, is that because I failed to notice it until you came here? Drake sounded nervous and even cursed himself for not noticing it. Drake, you seem to know this woman. Could you tell me who she is? Issei asked, confused, and a drop of sweat fell to the ground. Tiamat Ophis said without changing her expression, and she didn't flinch before the dragon, and the others gasped upon hearing that name. She is one of the 5 dragon kings and the strongest among them. The Chaos Karma Dragon. Tiamat. Drake's response made everyone except Ophis tremble in fear, as they had before them a legendary dragon. One of the few that was still alive. Chapter 5. Chaos Karma. No one said anything. The atmosphere was a little too tense. It wasn't until a few minutes ago when they had already finished off those strange creatures that threatened a hidden village, and just when they were about to retreat out of nowhere, the strongest among the Dragon Kings, the Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamat, appeared in front of them. I can't believe it's Tiamat. Lu Fei was shaking and sweating profusely at the appearance of the dragon. This was bad, very bad. To think that we would have the honor of meeting her in person. Biko, although he seemed interested in starting a fight, deep down he was trembling with fear and excitement. This doesn't seem advisable at all. Arthur adjusted his glasses while sweating coldly, trying to hide his slight nervousness. My goodness, I didn't expect him to appear. Issei trembled slightly for a moment but stood firm. You shouldn't try to show yourself brave. Security, I can smell your fear. But at the same time your fighting instinct rises. Tiamat spoke seriously and a little mockingly upon discovering his small fear. Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous about this. Issei said that with a sarcastic and nervous laugh. Even so, resisting is useless. Although Tiamat would stare at the others until she set her sights on Valerie, but even more on the blue wings on his back. Albion, how curious, the two celestial dragons together in the same place, and they are not fighting to the death. Tiamat sounded slightly surprised that both dragons were not fighting each other. It's been a long time. Albion's voice resonated from the wings of the divine dividing, although his tone was a little scared to see the dragon, and answering your question, it could be said that Drake and I, with our carriers, reached a kind of agreement. I don't care what you say, Albion, but if you try to intervene in this, I advise you to prepare to go to another possessor, because I will incinerate your bearer if they intervene. Tiamat spoke with indifference and seriousness, a sign that she was serious. Now I regret not being at my best. Valerie spoke seriously and sweated coldly. As much as she likes the idea of a challenge in her current state, where she no longer has the juggernaut drive because she is in the stage of getting her new power, she is limited at the moment. Still, don't worry, Security. Your death will be quick and painless. Tiamat turned her gaze towards Issei, who instinctively stood on guard. Hey, wait, at least tell me one thing. Why do you hate Drake so much? What has he done to you? Issei asked, confused, while shaking slightly. You haven't told him. Fine. I guess I can delay your death a few more minutes. Tiamat lowered her aura and pressure after finishing saying that. I don't think this is a good idea. Drake sounded a little scared of where this was going. Oh, shut up. I want to know what's going on here anyway, just to make it easier for you to know. Before Drake was sealed, he asked me to borrow some legendary items I had. He told me it was to strengthen himself so he could defeat Albion, but these two idiots ended up angering the three factions with their fight, resulting in them being sealed in the sacred gears, and the items Drake asked me for being lost, taken by human thieves, and scattered all over the world or corroded by time. I'm sorry, Drake looked guilty about it. I don't care, just give them back to me, Tiamat said, frowning. I am already in such a state, so I can't return them even if I want to. Drake replied, trying to defend himself for his actions. That's no excuse, it's your responsibility. Tiamat said, crossing her arms. I guess she's right. Issei had to agree with Tiamat. Even you too, partner. Drake felt slightly betrayed that his partner didn't support him in this. Albion supports what Issei said. Shut up. Don't get involved in this, Albion. Drake shouted at his rival indifferently. He had had enough of this. I'm sorry, Drake. But that's your problem. Too bad, brat, since that responsibility also falls on you. Tiamat spoke, placing her hands on her hips. Drake has escaped many times, but now you have no escape. Sorry mate, but fighting is inevitable. I already know that. Issei said, putting himself on guard and raising his arm that carries the boosted gear that glowed slightly. I'll fight too. Valerie, somewhat upset, approaches Issei. If you fight alone, there's no way you'll beat him. You could die. Not even I can win alone in my current state. I know, Valerie, but Issei lowered his guard and stood in front of Valerie, taking her by the shoulders and staring into her eyes. Tiamat is only looking for me, and she wouldn't forgive me if something happens to you. Those words made Valerie blush slightly. You've helped me a lot, and it's thanks to you that I was able to overcome the trauma that tormented me. But now, I will take charge of protecting you, so, I ask you, do not intervene. This is my fight. Issei spoke seriously in the last part. Valerie, even with a slight blush on her face, could see that Issei's serious eyes were telling her that he was serious. Besides, those were the eyes of a warrior, one who would fight even if his own life was in danger. But promise me, you will win. Valerie regrouped and accepted what Issei had said reluctantly and with a little doubt. I'll do that. Issei gave her a sweet smile that made Valerie's heart beat faster. For a moment Issei separated from Valerie and stood in front of Tiamat again, both of them at a distance of 10 meters at most. Fine. I'm ready to fight whenever you want. Well, you were taking too long. Tiamat smiled defiantly and cracked her fists, preparing to fight. Can't you do something? Lu Fei spoke somewhat pleadingly to the dragon goddess to see if she could avoid the fight. Since the little magician did not want Issei to perhaps die in the process of this fight, leave them alone. I want to see what they are capable of. Office said without changing her expression and waiting to see what would happen while eating a chocolate. But what if he kills Issa-sama? Lu Fei sounded scared and did her best to avoid crying. He won't die, he won't lose, I'm sure. Office continued without changing her expression, and the others had no choice but to just watch Kuroka, Lu Fei raise a barrier over us so that no one knows what's going on here. Valerie spoke seriously, and the aforementioned didn't know what to say. We can't let them discover us, much less the alliance. Valerie-san, please do it. Valerie said, interrupting Lu Fei's words. Kuroka and Lu Fei, without any choice, did what Valerie asked, thus raising a barrier over all of them and a part of the forest so that no one would know what was happening. Issei and Tiamat, even though they were some distance away from each other, both looked at each other with defiance, and the tension they created left a great pressure in the place. Issei took a deep breath and stood on guard as he raised his arm with the boosted gear. Are you ready for the beating you're going to receive, boy? Issei didn't answer Tiamat's question, but his gaze was enough as an answer. You don't talk better this way, Welsh dragon balance breaker. Flames came out of the gauntlet and surrounded Issei, thus forming the dragon scale mail armor. Issei stood on guard, as did Tiamat, who was unfazed by the imposing red armor, and within seconds, both went against each other, and both raised their fists to attack. These went to the face of both, and they felt the impact of these on their faces. The helmet of Issei's armor cracked, and some BLD came out, but the same happened to Tiamat, who gritted her teeth because of that diamond blow. The first time they did damage to her that made her complain. Both dragons stepped back a little and then attacked again, this time with strong and somewhat faster blows. While Tiamat attacked at full power without thinking much about dodging, Issei waited more patiently for the blows to block them and then attack when he saw a small opening. Issei dodged a blow and attacked with his fist, but Tiamat blocked it and launched a kick at the young man, who crouched to avoid the impact. He saw how the simple force of it shook the ground and raised it a little fearsome. Issei raised his fist to deliver a powerful blow charged with aura to Tiamat, who dodged the blow by millimeters. The wind that this generated was enough to see that, indeed, that blow was serious. Tiamat, despite her seriousness and her wanting to kill Issei, smiled defiantly when she saw that and stomped on the floor and then delivered a powerful blow to Issei in the abdomen. Issei felt BLD rush to his mouth from that blow, but he stood his ground by stepping firmly, then threw a strong punch at Tiamat that hit her in the face and sent her a few meters away. Tiamat, angry about that, spits out a little BLD and attacks Issei at high speed, and without him realizing it, she gives him a strong blow that cracked his armor and sent him crashing into some rubble. Issei gets up while rubbing himself a little. That blow was ridiculously strong. Issei would come out of his bewilderment when he saw that Tiamat launched herself at him. Issei jumps and dodges Tiamat's blow that destroyed a rock into 1,000 pieces and that made him break out in a cold sweat. Issei stepped onto the ground and then stood on guard, looking around for a second. Nothing worked, so he decided to fire 3 dragon shots at Tiamat, who ran towards them and deflected them with her fists. I figured. Issei stood on guard and waited for Tiamat to be within reach, but not before. Boost. Say, with the accumulated power, quickly charged his fist in a red aura that was accompanied by a yellow one. Now when both dragons were near the other, they would launch their powerful blows that hit both of their faces. One drew more BLD from the dragon's side of her face, and the other broke the helmet of the armor and drew BLD from the brunette. The simple clash shook the place. Both took their fists out of each other's faces and took their distance to then see each other without saying much. Nice hit, there's no doubt that they're full of spirit. Although Tiamat wiped some of the BLD on her face and caressed the hit area. That feeling that gave me chills when I received that hit was it. Its Dragon Slayer Issei showed his fist that was wrapped in sacred Dragon Slayer aura. Thanks to the sword inside my glove, I can charge my fists with said aura, which is the weakness of the dragons, so you have a Dragon Slayer with you, huh? Tiamat smiled defiantly and seriously and indifferently. That's admirable, but even with that, I don't think you'll beat me. We won't know if I don't try. Although I admit that you are one of the few who have damaged my armor, and more so with bare hands. Issei wiped the BLD from his face. You remind me of someone who could do the same with bare hands. Too bad I didn't have the chance to fight him due to the circumstances that occurred. I'm not interested in your circumstances or what you've been through. I just came to finish you off so I can be calm afterwards. Mate, you should be careful. She is still dangerous. So take precautions. I know Issei took into account his partner's warning and stood on guard. Are you going to keep talking or fight? Sorry. I was talking to a certain red dragon, but anyway, shall we stop warming up? Sounds good. I already told myself that you weren't serious, but I agree. Tiamat began to expel her aura that even raised the rocks near her a little, and she stood on guard. Warm up. Were they just testing each other? It seems so. Lufenaya. It seems so. Kuroka noticed how the others except Ophis looked speechless at what happened. Without a doubt this will be interesting. If with just a warm-up they showed such skill, I already want to see what it will be like now that they are going to be serious. Don't even say it. Kuroka Arthur watched the fight seriously, noticing that Biko and Valerie did too. It's a little scary. Seeing that Hayate-kun is so strong despite not having talent makes you see that talent doesn't matter if you don't train it. Wow, those two are monsters. Biko laughed sarcastically and sweated a little cold. I'm surprised Issei has improved so much. Months ago he didn't have that strength, not even when we faced each other. That shows that the boy has great potential. Valerie. Albion responded with admiration at what he saw. The brown-haired boy had improved a lot since that day. Here I go, brat. Tiamat, at high speed, charged at Issei and launched a powerful blow charged with blue aura. Issei reacted by inertia and protected himself by crossing his arms in an X. Even so, he felt the force of the blow. His armor in that area cracked, and he was moved a few meters away from the dragon. Even with that, Issei launched 3 bursts at Tiamat, who went against him to attack mercilessly, deflecting the shots without problem. Although he became irritated by doing so since he felt a horrible sensation, Dragon Slayer in the shots. Issei knew he couldn't let her hit him more than once in a row, so he stepped firmly on the ground, and then, with a push together with his thrusters, he charged at Tiamat with his fist raised. Boost, boost, boost. Issei charged his power and launched his blow against Tiamat's, so both hit instantly, and that caused the earth to crack. Both dragons exerted force for several seconds and then let the impact push them away from each other a little, but that didn't last long. They immediately went against each other and hit hands to exert force in a desperate attempt to show their power to the other. The result was that both of them sank a little into the ground due to the force used as their auras collided. Neither gave in, neither showed any sign of surrender. In that, Issei put less force to the surprise of Tiamat, who saw how the Sekirudai pushed his body back and gracefully gave the dragon an upward kick in the jaw. Tiamat felt the impact and also the BLD in her mouth. Demon brat, this won't stay like this. The dragon gave a strong kick to Issei's abdomen, who flew to one side and then stopped her advance with the claws of the glove. Issei spat out BLD and felt the burning in his ribs, but there was no time to rest. Issei looked up and could see Tiamat coming towards him. He took a breath and also went on the attack. He dodged a blow from the dragon that grazed him a little. Seeing how the ground was left was enough to know that he shouldn't receive it. Issei threw a punch in Tiamat's face. She is angry and counterattacks with a blow to the abdomen that made him agonize a little, thus damaging and penetrating the armor almost to the point of touching the body. Issei vomited BLD, but he gritted his teeth and took the arm with which Tiamat hit him to his surprise, thus charging his other fist in aura and giving her a strong blow to her abdomen that made her agonize. That feeling was horrible. But things didn't stop there. Issei headbutt Tiamat, which made her step back a little, and then he gave her a strong blow that made her crash into a large rock. Issei grabbed his abdomen that was more than affected, and pieces of armor fell to the ground, and breathing was difficult. Tiamat came out of that rock she crashed into and looked more than furious. This brat had hurt her and cornered her. She wiped the line of BLD from her mouth and only sharpened her gaze. Okay, now she's angry. Drake responded to Issei's sarcasm. Issei stood firm and on guard. He knew he only made Tiamat angrier. He decided to channel the Dragon Slayer aura into his fists. He must end this as quickly as possible. Issei launched 3 dragon shots with the Dragon Slayer aura. Tiamat quickly managed to deflect the attacks but felt her hands go numb. Diamenet. She didn't feel that sensation even from afar. However, Tiamat was surprised when Issei was just a few centimeters away from her, and then Issei, without wasting any time, charged his aura into his hand, and said aura took the form of claws, which surprised everyone without exception. That was new dragon claws. Tiamat didn't have time to react as the Security dug his energy claws into her right shoulder at the dragon's complaint, who did her best not to even scream, in addition to feeling the BLD coming out of the wound. She struck, but Issei dodged it by just moving his head and then giving Tiamat a strong blow that sent her a few meters away. The Dragon Queen was more than furious and indignant, since a brat was beating her up, so to speak. Okay, enough of the games. She can't let herself get lost here. Your possessor is strong, Drake, but it's not enough. But what? Issei was surprised by the sudden sinister tone that Tiamat took, but what came next surprised him even more. It would be seen that Tiamat began to change shape. Her skin turned blue, horns grew on her head, her human skin was replaced by dragon scales. On her back she would have 2 dragon wings and a tail in the lower area. The being that appeared in front of Issei was a dragon humanoid in every sense of the word. Even Valerie's team didn't know what to say about what they saw, although Ophis only looked carefully at what could happen now. But what did he do? Partner, that's her dragon humanoid form. In that form, Tiamat is just as strong as in her dragon form. She must know that if she fights in her dragon form, it would be an advantage for you because you're small. It said that Tiamat only used that form a few times. Demon anyway. There's no choice but to continue. Issei stood on guard and charged his fists in Dragon Slayer aura. He must take advantage of this to cause more damage to the dragon, even if he goes all out now. Now get ready, Security. Tiamat, with one impulse, went towards Issei, who used his speed to go towards her too. She knew she was taking a risk. If she receives some hits from Tiamat now that she is serious, she will possibly be more than out. Valerie and Albion watched the battle without saying much, watching as Issei dodged Tiamat's powerful aura-charged blows and how with a somewhat strong blow from her, Issei's armor broke. Valerie trembled slightly with rage and fear that Issei would die at the hands of Tiamat. And rage for not being able to do anything. A part of her told her to intervene and stop this fight one way or another, no matter if Issei got angry about this. But she couldn't. She didn't want to break her promise. Seeing how Issei managed to catch Tiamat off guard for a moment and attacked with his energy claws, managing to hit her body and make Tiamat agonized and angry, worried Valerie a little more. Have a little faith in the boy, Valerie. Albion spoke seriously, making Valerie clear his sight of the fight for a moment. He promised you that he would win and that he would not die. Albion. Valerie spoke nervously, the first time he felt like that. I doubt a little that he can. Don't hesitate. Besides, I understand you. So, if necessary, intervene. But until then, this is their fight, not ours. Valerie reluctantly nodded to what Albion said and turned his sight back to the fight. He wiped away the tear that wanted to fall and put on a firm expression. The battle had now intensified, Tiamat with all her power unleashed, although somewhat weakened by what had happened in the first part of the fight. She had gained a clear advantage over Issei, who, despite being able to go at her speed, could only attack when he found an opening. Issei narrowly dodged a blow from Tiamat that destroyed the ground, taking advantage of that small moment to attack with a blow charged with aura that hit Tiamat squarely in the body and pushed her away a few meters while leaving ditches on the ground. Tiamat's angry look was enough for Issei to understand that he only made her angry. Drake, what options do I have? Not much, partner. You just have to keep attacking Tiamat with the Dragon Slayer aura to hurt her, although I recommend that you transfer the boost to your fist along with the sword aura when attacking. Issei nodded at his partner's advice while sweating coldly. I'm fed up with you. Tiamat increased her draconic aura and charged at Issei, ready to give him a strong blow. Charged with aura, Issei, using adrenaline, managed to move to the side, dodging Tiamat's blow. The impact passed by, but the damage it caused behind him was enormous. It seemed like an earthquake had happened. It's over. Tiamat, without wasting time, launched her other blow against Issei, who tried to dodge it, but seeing how Tiamat retracted her blow, only to then launch another one with an even greater aura than before, made him understand that the previous thing was a feint. Issei couldn't react in time and received Tiamat's blow to the armor, and the impact sounded at the same time as Issei's armor and helmet were torn to pieces with a large amount of BLD coming out of the wound. The brunette fell to the ground with that apparently defeated Issei/Sama. Valerie and Lu Fei watched in horror as BLD came out of Issei's body. We have to get him out of there quickly. Kuroka screamed for the first time, scared and desperate at what she saw. She had rarely seen enemies leave Issei on his knees or on the ground, but this time was different. Wait, look at that asterisk. Everyone stopped at what Ophis said and saw that, although he was on the ground, Issei could move slightly and was trying to find a way to get up. What madness! How is it possible that he is still conscious after that? Biko spoke with admiration at this event. Even so, another hit and it's over. Arthur spoke seriously and sharpened his gaze. If he continues like this, he will fall unconscious or die. No more. Not yet. I can still continue. Issei shouted while moving his arm as best he could to indicate not to intervene. I'm sorry this is the end, buddy. It was fun sharing great battles with you. And no, as long as I'm still alive, I will continue fighting. This is nothing. Issei lifted the upper part of his body as best he could, but it hurt just doing so, and the BLD was coming out little by little. Surrender, Sekiryu. It's all over. You put up a very good fight, I won't deny it. It's been a while since I released all my power. Tiamat walked a little until she was 10 steps away from Issei. Besides, it's nothing against you. You just had the bad luck to be born with that stupid F-dragon. Heavens, why don't you reconsider? I won't reconsider anything. Feel honored, Sekiryu. You have made me use more power than any opponent normally forces me to, but it's all over for you. With a neutral expression. No, and not yet. With a cry of pain and effort, the Sekiryu stood up again to the astonishment of everyone and the dragon, who could not believe that even in that state he could remain standing. Issei looked weak, but his eyes showed that he had not given up. As Chaos Karma Dragon. Tiamat, I wouldn't want to fight to the death with you. I know you hate Drake for what he did, but we should at least try to reach an agreement, Issei said while taking the wound on his CC. I'm not going to lose. I can't lose. If to make sure you can calm down is to face you and beat you, then I'm going to win and show you that my determination is not. I'll show you what I'm capable of. The young man's eyes shone with a reddish glint in the depths of them. Useless but strong words, Sekiryu, but it's useless if you can't show them. I'll finish you off once and for all. DMN, I have to. Issei let out a heavy gasp. Do something, Drake. Can you give me more power, no matter what, and maybe help me with my wound? I guess, partner, there are still a few parts of your body that are human, including your lungs, and, fine, take them. No better. Take it all if necessary. If it's to win, so be it. Issei shouted that while there was a strong shine in his eyes, an intense red aura began to surround him. Haha. Seriously, partner. I can never get bored with you. Drake laughed with amusement. Alright, let's do it. We promised to show what the current Sekiryu of this era is capable of. Are you ready, partner? No, Hayadu. Issei. Heh. You already know what my answer is. Issei laughed sarcastically. What are you babbling about, brat? Asked, already fed up with this. The brat was only delaying his death. I'm not going to lose. I promised myself to never lose to anyone. Issei stood firm as he said that, and his red aura increased. I will become stronger to protect those I care about. And I will no longer let my past traumas and mistakes rule who I am. Memories of everything he's experienced flashed through Issei's head. How he died, how he was reincarnated as a demon, the fight against Ryanair, Phoenix, Kokobile, Valerie, Loki, and Chow Chow, all of that while Issei's aura increased and his eyes turned green with a rectilinear appearance. and to the red aura was added a green aura that caught everyone's attention. Even Ophis, the aura and the red-green glow that enveloped him partially closed the wound on his city. Issei groaned for a moment, but then he felt an intense heat in him, one that began to travel through the armor and make it glow. It's just like that time, partner. It's not the corrupted energy of the juggernaut drive. It's like my power when I had a body. This is asterisk. Drake sounded nostalgic for some reason. Asterisk, when I was fighting Albion just to see who's stronger, the power that the biblical God sealed is within our reach. Come on, Issei, our true power, let's use it with everything. Longing, determination, divineness, dragon, disaster, destruction, domination, destination, deity. The sound coming out of the boosted gear, those voices, the past Securitas, the light surrounding the Security grew more intense as he looked at Tiamat, who didn't know what to say in the face of what she saw. That powered Tiamat. Asterisk. Issei raised his fist, showing the gem on the glove where the red Security mark appeared. Asterisk. Time for the final round. Issei raised his fist to the sky and asterisk now. Welsh Dragon over Booster. A pillar of red-green energy was unleashed on the spot. This pillar would rise up to the sky and generate a powerful shock wave that shook the place. What the hell? Asterisk. Valerie and the others covered themselves from the huge shockwave that was created, although Ophis was not fazed by the wave and watched carefully and with interest what would happen next. The red-green energy pillar would disappear, and Issei would appear with his armor again. Only this one had a slight tint that was not normal red but crimson, and the gems on the armor shone a deep and dense green. The aura he emanated demonstrated tranquility, but at the same time, imposingness. Tiamat couldn't believe what she saw. This couldn't be real. It was impossible for that boy to still have so much power. Why, come on. Issei raised his fist and threw a punch into the air in the direction of Tiamat, who dodged the intense wave of wind that passed and destroyed everything in its path. Tiamat, despite the great shock of what had happened, became serious and increased her aura, thus launching herself against the Security at great speed and launching her punch. However, to everyone's surprise and even more so to Tiamat herself, Issei stopped the dragon's blow with one hand. How did he become so strong? The brown-haired boy raised his fist and charged it with a red-yellow aura and slammed his fist into Tiamat's stomach, who felt the force of it and spat out a mouthful of BLD as she was pushed away a few meters. You owed it to me. Asterisk. Issei stood on guard. Asterisk. I don't need to run anymore. I can face you now. Please don't get cocky just because your power increased a little. Asterisk. Tiamat said angrily, although she trembled slightly in the presence of that power. Let's finish this, partner. I admit that this great increase has made the armor stronger than before. I think the power of the Triania forms that you lost has awakened and gives a good influence. Issei nodded at what Drake said and was calmer. Still, don't be overconfident. This may be temporary, but maybe you can use it again in the future. With that ready, both dragons launched themselves against each other, and their fists collided again. This time the force of this clash was such that the whole thing shook, and some trees fell. Both dragons looked at each other, and one thing crossed their minds: to hell with strategy. A punch to the face, another to the abdomen, another to the face, kicks, one punch after another where both were focused on one thing: attacking. Not dodging. The one who attacks more and causes more damage will win. Valerie and the others noticed how each blow from each dragon made the other stagger, but none fell, how the impacts created slight tremors, and the place seemed unstable due to the clash of each one. The forest where they were even trembled, and trees fell down due to the fight. The fight continued and continued. There was no respite. Both dragons had suffered severe damage, but they continued to fight against each other. Issei's armor was even still there, defending its owner from the enemy's blows. Neither of them fell. They were determined to continue. Issei then disappeared from Tiamat's sight after striking a blow and reappeared behind her with his energy claws out and dug his claws into her right shoulder. Tiamat, containing the scream she wanted to give, attacked him, but Issei, in a fraction of a second, transferred power to block the blow and kick Tiamat in the knee, who felt her legs weaken. But the Dragon Queen, with some pain, stood firm and attacked again, but the Security resisted the blow, although the armor was seriously damaged, and raised his fist to hit Tiamat in the face. one of the horns on his head broke from the force of the blow. Partner, you have to finish this already. Otherwise, you'll lose balance breaker at this rate. I know, and I will win. Issei dodges Tiamat's blow as best he can and summons Ascalon, then cuts Tiamat's abdomen, causing her to spit out more blood. Issei then gives her a strong kick that crashes into a large rock. Tiamat would come out of her bewilderment, but what she saw surprised her. Boost, 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 boost. Transfer. Issei transferred power to Ascalon, and the sword emanated a large amount of dangerous aura, then went against Tiamat with the sword in hand. Tiamat couldn't do anything. She just stood paralyzed thinking that she lost, that it was her end. Issei continued his advance against the dragon, and everything was in slow motion. Valerie and the others couldn't believe what was happening and what Issei was going to do. Was he? Tiamat closed her eyes, waiting for her end. However, the attack that would finish her off never came. Tiamat opens her eyes and sees that Issei was in front of her with Ascalon in his hand, and the tip of the sword was near her neck, and killing you wouldn't be right, so be thankful that it will only be this. Issei, without warning, gave Tiamat a strong blow in the stomach, making her agonize from the pain and kneel on the ground, clutching the injured area. Issei, seeing her like that, knew that he had already won. He turned around to leave with his back to Tiamat. She was furious but at the same time impressed. She had never seen a warrior who put her in check, and a blush appeared on her face when she saw the boy's seriousness. Issei walked slowly but calmly and painlessly with the others as his armor disappeared, and he sighed with tiredness and relief. He had a little blood on his face and small bruises, and before he knew it, two people went to him and hugged him. Issei saw that they were Valerie and Valerie. Valerie, what the idiot, the way you scare me to death. Valerie interrupted his words and seemed to do everything possible to avoid crying. Sisima, I was very scared. I was afraid that you would die. Valerie, for her part, simply cried, showing her concern. I promised you that I would win and survive, and I plan to keep that promise. Always. Issei instinctively reciprocated the hug of both girls and felt very happy. This made him nostalgic. My goodness, that was a terrifying and incredible display of power. Biko spoke with admiration and a little nervousness at seeing the tremendous power of the brown-haired boy. I must admit that this result is unexpected. Still, congratulations on your victory. When Arthur smiled gratefully and adjusted his glasses. Arya, that was an incredible power. Naya Kuroka, for some reason, looked longingly at the brown-haired boy for the great display of power. Issei sighed. Well, I guess I can do it now. Say everyone, upon hearing that voice, turned around and saw that Tiamat staggered to her feet and returned to her human form while clutching the injured area. Aren't you just going to give up? Issei, a little agitated, stands in front of Valerie and Valerie, ready to protect them, but quite the opposite. You win. I accept my defeat. Tiamat's words that she was giving up surprised everyone, except Ophis, who was staring at what would happen. I admit that I didn't expect that. You are the first dragon that manages to defeat me. Tiamat, already a little better, approaches Issei a little, and he saw her nervously. Tell me, bearer of Drag, what was your name? I see, so Issei, Tiamat smiled as she said that. How about this, Issei? I forget my revenge against Drag if you allow me to accompany you. Both Issei and the others were speechless by what Tiamat said. Why do you want to accompany me? Of course, if you don't mind answering. Issei asked, managing to get out of his impression. You've caught my attention, so I want to see even more of what you're capable of. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Tiamat said, bringing her face a little closer to Issei's, who got a little nervous while Valerie and Valerie didn't see the closeness of those two well. You're in. Everyone went to see Ophis, who approached Tiamat, and they were surprised by what she said. Thanks to you, Tiamat, I was able to see some of what I was looking for. So I expect a lot from you, Ophis. Tiamat looked more than surprised to have the dragon goddess in front of her. This is unexpected. If it weren't for the fact that I recognized your presence, which is like the void that represents infinity, I would have mistaken you for someone else. Besides, the last time I saw you, you had the appearance of an old man. I have no reason for the change of appearances, Ophis said without changing her expression. Even so, are you willing to join us in order to be close to Issei? Obviously Tiamat spoke without any doubt. Then it's okay office, but this is very sudden. Valerie spoke out of inertia. Something told him that Tiamat would be a bit problematic. It doesn't matter. She no longer has any longing to kill the bearer of Drake, so that's enough. Office spoke as if that was normal. Team, I don't mean to interrupt, Naya, but I think we should leave as soon as possible. Kuroka said, drawing everyone's attention. The barrier we raised in this place collapsed when both of them used all their power, and that was felt even outside, so I don't doubt that the alliance is already coming here. Naya. Valerie, seeing how things were and that they had no other options, reluctantly makes a decision. Kuroka, Lefei, prepare the transport circle. We're leaving. And Tiamat. Valerie went to see the aforementioned, who looked at her with indifference. We'll talk at the base. There's a lot you need to know, whatever. Tiamat shrugged, as if to dismiss it with that. The transportation circle would be ready in seconds, and everyone stood on it to go to their base. Although before they teleported, Tiamat took Issei by one of his arms, and he didn't know what to say, and Valerie jealously did the same. And with that, everyone left the place within minutes. In the place where the fight between the dragons broke out, a green magic circle appeared, and after a great glow, a group of fallen angels appeared at the scene and began to inspect the place. And as the fallen split up to cover ground, two people appeared among that group. What the hell happened here? The one who asked that while seeing the destruction in the place was Akino, who couldn't believe what she saw from the looks of this place. There was an intense fight here. The other one who spoke was Azazel, who was looking at the place in detail. The aura coming from this place was enormous, possibly at the Mao level, but why and who was it? The answer is more than obvious. Azazel said, interrupting Akino and analyzing the destroyed places. The auras in this place were dragon auras, which means that some dragons fought. But what kind of dragons would have that power? Akino asked, confused. There are only a few with that level, and those are the Dragon Kings. Azazel said, leaving Akino speechless. Still, one of the two dragon auras was known, but he was sure it was Issei's. Issei was here. Akino asked hopefully. But if that's the case, why and who did he fight against? I don't know. For now we can only analyze the area. Azazel looked up and looked at his subordinates. Searched the entire area, even outside the place. Don't leave any stones unturned. Understood. The fallen angels responded to their governor's order and began searching the place. Akino, for her part, approached the part where there was a huge crater of at least 10 diameters and knelt down near it. Issei-kun, please forgive me. Akino spoke with a broken voice and crying for having, according to her, arrived late to maybe find him. The epic battle between two legendary dragons had ended with an unexpected result, but one that might just be beneficial. Chapter 6. Improving and moving up for the future. So that's the current situation of the Alliance. In his own Chaos Brigade headquarters, Cao Cao has received a report from one of his subordinates about the current situation. The information that the security Haida Issei disappeared from one day to the next and that the Alliance is desperately searching for him was more than satisfactory to many in the Chaos Brigade. Some even thought that members of the Chaos Brigade were responsible for Issei's disappearance, but when Cao Cao wanted to find out about it, all of the members of the different groups to this day have claimed that they had nothing to do with it. Cao Cao was always the most analytical of his entire organization and was always able to find the answers to any mystery, but this time was different. Finding the answer to the whereabouts or what happened to Haida Issei was something he couldn't discover if he didn't have a small clue. Even so, he can't let that distract him from his goal. Perhaps it would be beneficial to have the security out of the way. Thank you for your report. You may leave. The young subordinate bowed and left the place, leaving only Cao Cao, who looked at the view from where he was. The night this time was very pure, no stars, no moon, nothing. Just a vast darkness, and with luck, you can notice the night clouds. Cao Cao the human, upon hearing his name, turns around and sees that it was George who was coming with Siegfried. I think you're already aware of the current situation, right? That's how it is, and what do you think about all this, Cao Cao? Siegfried asked. We better take advantage of the situation. With the security out of the way, we can achieve our objective. Cao Cao continued staring at the night sky that even flashed for a moment. And tell me, what has become of Valerie's team? They're still acting on their own, as always. George answered, adjusting his glasses as he began to read a book. Asterisk I've heard that you've been making frequent visits to office, as if giving her company and someone to talk to. I see. Well, never mind Chow Chow shrugged. However, any new developments on them just in case. We got reports from some subordinates that Valerie has a new member in his team asterisk Siegfried answered Chow Chow's question, who seemed slightly surprised by that detail. Asterisk however, no one knows who he is, what his name is, or what he looks like. What do you think, leader? Well, if we're talking about Valerie's team, then there's no doubt that it must be someone strong and capable. Chow Chow replied calmly. Valerie, like me, is also looking for allies for her team, but it's a pity that she doesn't have what it takes to draw the attention of others and have them join her cause like I do. But if on this occasion, at least one person joined them, we must only assume that it must be perhaps a talented devil or fallen angel, or even a human with a special sacred gear. A Longinus perhaps. Who knows? Still, what do you think about this, Chow Chow? Do you think she and her people will meddle in our business, or even the alliance? George asked sternly. We don't have to worry about the alliance. They're more focused on finding their missing security that they barely pay attention to the attacks made by the other groups of Cow's brigade. Chow Chow sharpened his gaze a little, and one of his eyes took on a reptilian appearance for a moment. Anyway, this is something we were going to do without the alliance finding out. Since it's not an attack against them, but against Office. Chow Chow's words left a sharp silence in the place. Although I admit that I would have liked a rematch against the security, they still owe me for what they did to me. Chow Chow caressed the place where he had lost his previous eye, and this new one was its replacement. You? That's all. Issei lay down on the bed in his room and sighed tiredly. After such a tremendous day, it was only a few hours ago that they arrived from the mission they had, along with their other new addition, Tiamat, who joined the team, and that baffled them all anyway. When they arrived, what Issei did was take a long, relaxing bath to get the dirt off and be able to relax, since the pain he received in his fight against Tiamat is still a little present. Issei sighed. Hey Drake, are you awake? Of course, partner. What's wrong? Drake asked, apparently looking tired. Issei felt a little guilty for waking him up from his almost sleep, but this was important. What happened in the fight against Tiamat? That power, what was it? Asterisk Issei asked as the memory of that occasion came to his mind. Issei raised an eyebrow at Drake's words. That must be like a sign that tells us that we are close to achieving our full potential. That power must have been perhaps a sample of what you will have when you obtain the power beyond the Juggernaut drive. I see. In that case, I'll talk to Valerie one of these days. Asterisk Issei said and then looked at the ceiling. Asterisk I remember that he had told me that he discovered a method to remove the curse of the Juggernaut drive and that he could help me with that. Drake lets out a yawn. The dragon's snoring was heard as he finally succumbed to sleep. Issei sighed. Sleepy dragon, you think about nothing but sleeping when you're not doing anything anyway. Issei, a little confused, heard and saw that the door to his room was being opened. Issei didn't have time to think about who it was, since when the door opened, it revealed Kuroka. Issei was a little taken aback at the sight of the Nekashu in his room, but what caught his full attention was the fact that Kuroka was dressed only in a white robe that clung to her very good figure, and Issei couldn't help but blush at the sight of her like that. Again, even in his current state, female beauty will never be foreign to him. Good night, Issei. Asterisk Kuroka greeted him with her typical cat gesture, and Issei blushed a little more when he saw her do that gesture. And he got nervous when he saw that Kuroka began to walk in his way to his bed. What brings you here, Kuroka? Asterisk Issei asked, wanting to control his blush and wanting to look away from Kuroka, which was impossible. You're still a little hurt after your fight with Tiamat, right, Naya? Why SWI do you ask? Asterisk Issei asked a little more controlled, but he got nervous again when he saw that Kuroka sat on his bed. Simple, because I decided to come and cure you, Naya. See, cure me. Issei asked, bewildered by what Kuroka said. That's right. I know a little healing magic, and if I combine it with Senjutsu, the effect will be stronger, and I can heal you in a single night. Kuroka licked her lips erotically, and Issei only felt a shiver. You don't mind me healing you, do you? Issei turned his head and then took a deep breath to control his blush. Since you're taking the trouble to help me, I'll accept. Just that. Perfect. Na. Asterisk Kuroka, with a smile and without warning, threw Issei onto the bed and got on top of him, then began to hug him, and her melons crashed against Issei's. Kuroka, don't catch me off guard like that. Issei did everything he could to avoid even spilling a disgrace from his nose and putting on a perverted face, since he promised himself not to show himself like that again for the moment. You fufu if you say so, Issei. So I will begin the treatment, but first Kuroka, being on top of Issei, quickly begins to take off his shirt to his bewilderment. Hey, what do you want to achieve by taking off my shirt? For the treatment to be faster, our bodies must come into better contact. So just enjoy. Kuroka, already managing to take off Issei's shirt, lies down on him again while hugging him, and then a blue aura began to surround both of them. Thesis. Issei said, feeling nostalgic, and more so because what surrounded them was relaxing, and he felt the pain ease, you know. I'm even applying senjutsu to help you with your vitality. Issei was surprised by what Kuroka said and went to see the Nikomata, who had a slightly sad expression. I learned from Valerie that when you entered Juggernaut Drive, you lost many of your years as a devil, causing you to not be able to live more than 100 years. And apparently, your condition remains the same even if you stop being a devil. Issei was still speechless at what Kuroka said, but he felt calm and at peace this time, although seeing Kuroka heal him reminded him of his sections with Kaneko. He admits that it was nice to hug the little Nikomata, but as soon as he remembered certain good times with Kaneko, the memory of what happened that night came to his mind, reminding him of what they did to him. While Issei felt great sorrow and even wanted to cry just by remembering that before, this time he felt it to a much lesser extent, indicating that it hardly affects him. Tell me one thing, Issei. Issei went to see Kuroka, who had a slightly sad expression, which surprised him. Is it true what Valerie told us when she brought you? That Chiron and the others used you and hurt you? Issei was surprised by Kuroka's question. As far as he knows, Valerie had to tell both Kuroka and Lu Fei about his situation so that the three of them could help him get out of his depression, although, for days, he had been rambling too much about the subject of the girls who hurt him, about whether they really loved him or just used him as he previously thought. Boy, on that occasion he had strange conclusions just because he was blinded by frustration and sadness that didn't let him think clearly. But after thinking about it so much, and even more so when Valerie managed to cheer him up that day, he finally got his answer to that question that was eating away at him. If I'm honest, I don't think that's the case. What do you mean, Naya? Kuroka asked, confused, not understanding what Issei said. Well, so you can understand what I mean. I need you to answer me one thing, Kuroka, and what would it be? Kuroka tilted her head in confusion. How much do you know about what Valerie told you and the reason for my depression? Issei's question caught Kuroka a little off guard, who began to think about it. And after almost a minute, she decided to speak. I only know what Valerie told me the day he brought you and the conclusions he drew when he found you in that state. Then when he told me that he managed to make you recover to a certain extent, I decided not to ask him what he did since I'm happy with the progress he made. Kuroka gave her points of what she knows. Hearing Kuroka's words, Issei thought about it for a moment, and then he got his answer. Valerie didn't tell Kuroka or Lu Fei about Ryanair's matter. Maybe she thought it wouldn't be good to talk about it so lightly, or she hopes that Issei himself will tell the other two girls who also want to help him. Issei smiled as he thought that it could be one of those two reasons. But there was one important point that made him happy, and that was that Valerie thought a lot about him and how he felt. He couldn't be happier about that, and unknowingly, a strange feeling began to be born. I see. In that case, Kuroka, do you want to know what I told Valerie and how she helped me cheer up and overcome my trauma? Trauma? Kuroka asked, confused by what Issei said. I'll explain it to you. Issei took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself for what he was going to say. The reason for all this originated a few months ago before I became a devil. I see. So that's the current situation. Tiamat was in another room with Valerie and Ophis, who told her the current situation they were in and Issei's situation, so those from the Alliance used it. Tiamat asked with a frown, I don't know how to explain it. I just think it was some kind of internal problem between Issei and his friends, who didn't value him as they should have. Valerie sighed and leaned back in his chair. Even if they didn't use Issei for his power, the damage they did to him by not understanding his feelings was almost irreparable. How serious was it? Too much. Valerie answered Tiamat's question. Issei looked like a broken and empty shell that tried to act like his former self, but his depression was too much *Valerie side star. He didn't sleep well, he rarely stayed up late, he ate little or didn't eat at all, and he even suffered horrible nightmares because of his past traumas, mistakes, and fears. What do you mean by that? Tiamat asked, raising an eyebrow. If you want to know, you should ask Issei and let him decide if he will tell you. Valerie put on a stern expression. Tiamat, Issei is still in the stage of recovering from what those who were once his friends did to him. So don't get close to him for whatever intention you have, since you will only remind him of what the others did to him, and maybe he will get depressed again. I understand. Tiamat closed her eyes with her eyebrows furrowed and let out a sigh. In any case, what can we do to get her back her old confidence? The solution is to gain their friendship and trust. Valerie said, crossing her arms and legs. What Issei wants more than anything besides becoming strong is that he wants someone to love, and for that someone to love him. Valerie, for some strange reason, felt a discomfort in his being when he mentioned that, almost as if he was afraid that Issei loved another girl. I understand. Then Tiamat crosses her arms and legs. I will cooperate in this to cure Issei and also to regain his confidence in love. Tiamat sounded a little determined. Valerie smiled as she managed to convince Tiamat to cooperate and not inadvertently bring out Issei's discomfort, though she felt a tightness in her heart at the thought of Issei with another girl other than her. It must be a bit of stress. Yeah, that's it. Well, that's all I experienced. Issei had finished telling Kuroka the same story he told Valerie days ago. But this time, Issei wasn't as depressed as he was that time when talking about it. Kuroka, on the other hand, upon hearing Issei's story before he became a devil and everything he had to go through, couldn't help but have her eyes water. And by instinct, she hugged Issei tightly, trying to hide her sobbing. I'm really sorry, Issei, you don't have to apologize. You had nothing to do with that. Issei caressed Kuroka's head, trying to comfort her. No. I'm sorry for forcing you to remember and talk about something horrible that you wanted to forget. Kuroka sounded sincere in her words. Something that caught Issei off guard was that he knew that Kuroka was always playful and teasel and that she liked to tease others, but this time she's showing a side that I never expected to see in her. It's okay, Kuroka. It doesn't matter. Issei said, caressing Kuroka's head more gently. Unlike the previous times, now it doesn't affect me as much as before. So, come on, don't be like that and show me your sweet, sincere smile. Kuroka, hearing what Issei said, raised her face to look at him intently and gave him her best appealing smile. A smile that was neither insult nor mocking, but a appealing, sincere smile. Issei blushed when he saw Kuroka's smile. If before he thought she was appealing because of her appearance, that smile she gave him surpassed all that. He couldn't help but think that he had a goddess in front of him. Issei, after almost a minute, would control his blush and caress Kuroka's head again, this time touching her Nico ears, which made Kuroka purr like a cat and hug her a little tighter. Issei, who couldn't help but remember the few times he did that with Kaneko, and answering your previous question of whether what the girls did to me was serious or if I hate them for what they did to me, this is my answer. Kuroka stared at Issei waiting for his answer. And no, I don't think what they did to me was on purpose, and I don't hate them for what they did. It's kind of understandable. That answer made Kuroka surprised without a doubt. There was always a question that was eating away at me for a while, but I could never find an answer until now. And what is that question and its answer, Naya? Kuroka asked, tilting her head. That question I've always asked myself for a while now was, are Rias and the other girls really in love with me? Kuroka was a little surprised by the question Issei always asked himself. However, no matter how strong I tried back then, I couldn't find the answer to that question. I even told myself that it was stupid, there was no way they would see me that way. But the answer was always right in front of my eyes, and I never saw it until now. And would it be? Yes. They were in love with me. Issei sounded a little happy as he said that, but the pain of what happened that night was still present, and instead of causing him grief, it only caused him disappointment. And the question of whether I hate them for what they did to me is this: no. I don't hate them, I'm just disappointed. Kuroka was a little confused by what Issei said. But he continued. Even when I finally got that answer, more questions arose in my head. But it wasn't difficult to guess them. Issei looked at the ceiling with a sad and understanding expression. Still, It was quite obvious that I was partly to blame for my relationship with them not progressing because I never realized their feelings. But it's also their fault for leaving me with doubt and blaming me for something I didn't know. And all that was because, even with so much time living with them, Ryanair was always tormenting me internally, and indirectly Issei was no longer afraid to mention or remember that name. I always considered myself less than others. It seemed ridiculous that girls as appealing as them would love a nobody like me who couldn't give them anything. Issei then had an image of Rias come to his mind and continued speaking to Buck. He said, "Rias, I only saw her as my emir and my superior. Even though I loved her, I thought she didn't feel the same way. I always believed that all those ways of affection that she only showed me were her way of showing how grateful she was to me for saving her from her arranged engagement. She even gave me her first embrace that she should give to who would be her loyal partner. But I can see that she already found it." Issei brought his hand to his lips and remembered the day he saved Rias from her engagement. Still, she never told me. Maybe she expected me to reciprocate. Well, who knows? Issei shrugged, dismissing it as a gesture, and then an image of Akino came to his mind. Something tells me that Akino-san must also feel the same way Rias does about me, although I didn't realize that either. I only saw Akino-san as a great senpai who liked to tease others with her jokes, especially me, who was the most perverted of all. But if my intuition doesn't fail me, she must have become interested in me after I helped her accept her fallen angel heritage and reconcile with her father. But like Rias, Akino-san left me with doubts. Issei then had an image of Asia come to mind. As for Asia, although I saw her as a cute, sweet, innocent, and pure girl, I decided to treat her like a sister and that I would protect her since I thought that she couldn't love me the same way she loved her faith towards God. Although if I also put it in the realm of her loving me too, I was even more incapable of seeing that. I thought that if I tried to lay a finger on Asia, she might look down on me and ruin our relationship. That's why I decided to treat her like a sister. But even if she truly loves me, it also left me with doubt. Then the image of Kaneko passes through Issei's mind. In the case of Kaneko-chan, I always believed that someone like her could not be interested in someone like me due to my way of being, a hopeless pervert that she did not hesitate to reprimand whenever she could. But when I helped her to accept her nature as a Nikomata, she became more affectionate and clingy to me that she would even sit on my lap. Maybe it was after that time that she started to become interested in me. But Kaneko-chan wasn't that honest, so it also left me in doubt. Then, Zenovia's image. It came to Issei's mind with Zenovia. She initially only wanted a child from me because I was the security and proclaimed that goal to herself after she found out that God no longer existed. She didn't even seem interested in me as a person or have feelings for me. She only wanted me for my power. But Issei remembered what happened at the meeting to discuss the alliance between the three sides. When I asked Michael-san to allow her and Asia to pray even though they were devils, Zenovia behaved differently towards me a while later, as if she was trying to get closer to me. So it must have been after that she became interested in me, but it also left me with doubts. Finally, for some strange reason, Irina's image also came to his mind, and it took Issei half a minute to think of what he should say with Irina. I doubt it a little. Even if she loved me too, I think she wouldn't want to risk falling into the process if she approaches me with those intentions. Irina always dreamed of being an angel, so she would get depressed if she were to become a fallen. Angels can't be carried away by their emotions. They can't love someone even if they want to. Issei felt a little bad saying that. Still, I can't deny that it hurt me that she also blamed me because my relationship with the others doesn't advance. Issei saying all that, unknowingly, a single tear fell from his eye, and he barely wiped it away. I'm sad and disappointed that they didn't think about how I felt, but I don't hate them. However, I think the bond we once had could take a long time to repair. I see. So are you planning to go back with them? Kuroka asked a little sadly. Even if I wanted to, it's not that easy right now. We're all wanted. Although, if I'm honest, I don't regret agreeing to join you guys. Issei smiled as he said that, and Kuroka looked at him in surprise. I know that by joining you, I could have lost many more friends in the alliance who didn't do anything to me. But by being with you all this time, I got to know you better than before. Before, I considered you bad people who only sought their own benefit. I even came to deeply hate Valerie for threatening to kill my family. I even came to hate you, Kuroka, for wanting to take Kaneko-chan by force and that you wanted her as a piece at your disposal. Kuroka lowered her head sadly upon hearing that. Deep down, she regretted what happened that day. Still, I got to know all of you in a good way. You're not what I previously thought you were. You're good people who even fight for innocent people behind the backs of the Alliance and Chaos Brigade, not to mention that they want their freedom. Issei unknowingly hugged Kuroka tighter, and she was surprised Valerie was a rare case for me, since she was only interested in fighting strong people. But I can see that she cares about others and is willing to help anyone, even an idiot like me. I'm not entirely sure about the others, but I know that they are undoubtedly good people. Although Issei looked intently at Kuroka, and she did the same. Tell me one thing. Kuroka, what really happened in your former MSDR's house? What was the reason for killing him? Kuroka was surprised by Issei's question, but she lowered her head sadly. Just remembering those days was a little painful, even though she knew how to hide it, although this time it seemed obvious how she felt, and Issei noticed her expression. I understand. Issei caressed Kuroka's head again, trying to comfort her. Whatever happened, it must have been very important. So I won't force you to tell me. It was rude of me to ask that if it brings back bad memories. It's not that. It doesn't matter. Issei said, interrupting in Kuroka. Until you feel safe, you can tell me if you want. Besides, if I had the courage to tell you about my life and my problems, it was because you earned my trust. Kuroka was surprised by what Issei said and blushed slightly at the sight of the pretty smile he gave her. So if necessary, I will gain your trust. Issei let out a yawn after saying that and felt tiredness coming over him. Well, I think I'll sleep. Tomorrow is a new day, so let's talk another time. After saying that, Issei finally fell asleep with a peaceful smile. Kuroka, seeing Issei sleeping like that and remembering the talk they had, felt her heart beating in a unique way that she had never felt before. Kuroka then brought her hand closer to the night lamp near the bed and turned it off, then lay down on top of Issei and felt her heart beating a little stronger than before, and the blush on her face intensified a little. It's warm. After saying that, Kuroka finally fell asleep with a peaceful smile on her face, and a single tear fell from her eye. All this while the image of her appealing white-haired woman carrying a white-haired baby girl and next to her was a young Kuroka came to her mind. Mother. All right, I think it's time. Valerie said as she sat cross-legged in front of Issei while Ophis and the others watched from a distance what was going to happen next. A couple of days have passed since that night where Issei had his talk with Kuroka, and that was the same day where Tiamat joined the group. Everyone was in the training room watching expectantly as both celestial dragons tried to get rid of the curse on their sacred gears and transcend to a new level. Are you ready, Issei? Valerie put his hands on the ground in the center of both, while looking at the brown-haired boy. I'm ready. Issei nodded determinedly, and the boosted gear materialized on his left arm. The young man brought his hands to where Valerie's were, and both held each other's hands, an act that made them blush slightly. Lefei pouted at the sight of those two holding hands like that. They looked like lovers. Even Kuroka didn't see that well, though she didn't understand why that was. Valerie decided to put her thoughts aside and focused on what they should do. The other thing to do is to let the curse activate and try to endure it until we can suppress it. We need to convince our predecessors and activate the Juggernaut drive in a different way. In other words, we must turn both things into one with our own power. Issei completed what Valerie was going to say, and she smiled at that, and Issei returned the smile that was a determined one. Fine. Let's do it. Valerie spread the wings of divine dividing from his back, and they emanated a bright light. In order for the curse to activate and for everything to go well, we must think, remember, and fill ourselves with hatred. Valerie spoke seriously. We must remember what we hate the most and hate it even more so that the curse is activated and we can eliminate it. I understand. Let's do it then. Issei agreed without hesitation as he closed his eyes and the boosted gear began to shine while emanating draconic energy. Valerie did the same, and the divine dividing shone even brighter and began to emanate demonic energy. Issei and Valerie were unknowingly in a somewhat dark space, where they could distinguish that they were in a kind of room. And behind both of them were the former Secutius and Hakuryukus behind each other, respectively, while a dark aura enveloped them and instantly, the most horrible and bad memories came to both of their minds. Issei only remembered the only person he hated more than anything, and even if she is dead, he will always hate her. Reenair, the simple memory of everything she did made Issei feel something that he only felt once. Time with two more people, their faces even came to his mind, Diodora Astaroth and Shalba Beelzebub. What they did and caused Issei felt the immense hatred and resentment of his predecessors within himself as the dark aura enveloped him. Valerie, for her part, remembered those horrible days she lived before being taken in by Azazel, the great hatred she had been accumulating for years for a single person. Her father just remembering how he mistreated her because he hated that she was born a woman, and more so because she was born being someone better than him. However, the person responsible for all that was someone else, and she would never forget it. That person is her next target after her father. Her grandfather Valerie also felt the immense hatred and resentment of her predecessors on herself, and the dark aura of the curse began to envelop her. I should have killed you. I should have been the one to end your miserable life for everything you did. Issei clenched his teeth and fists just remembering her. He wanted her to be right in front of him so he could kill her with his own hands, show her what true fear and terror are, let her feel what he felt. I swear that I will kill you. Imminent kill. I will kill you. I will kill you both. What even she suffered, they will pay for. Valerie clenched her fists and teeth just remembering her father and grandfather. She wanted to have them right in front of her so she could kill them with her own hands and make them suffer the same thing she suffered. She wanted them to even beg. Juggernaut Drive, the former Securitius and Hakuryukus said that as the black aura on both youths grew denser, this is Kuroka broke out in a cold sweat as she saw Issei and Valerie frowning with their eyes closed, and as an invisible dark aura enveloped both of them. You need help, Ophis said that still without changing her expression, but walked in front of Issei and Valerie and put her hands in between theirs. Get over it. I know you can do it. Don't let hatred consume you. Back to the dark world, Issei and Valerie continued to let hatred consume them, and their dark auras increased. But before things got any worse, don't let hate consume you. That voice, they both heard it and knew it. Ophis. Valerie, don't let your past dictate who you are. You're better than that. Come on, friend, don't sink into the darkness. You promised to be strong in your own way and overcome yourself. Are you planning to end up like this? Valerie recognized those two voices, Arthur and Biko. I know you're very frustrated by what you experienced. But you can't let that woman rule who you are either. Don't succumb to hatred, Issei. All drag wielders had a difficult life, but that doesn't mean you have to go through the same. Issei-sama, I promise you that you will never be alone. I wouldn't even know what to do if I went through something similar to what you did, but please be my appealing light, and I will also be there for you always. Issei recognized those three voices, Kuroka, Tiamat, and Lu Fate. That's why don't let frustration dominate you and transcend to overcome yourself and your past. Everyone spoke at the same time, showing the great support towards both Issei and Valerie. Upon hearing their friend's words, couldn't help but smile in gratitude and shed a few solitary tears. They both stared at each other, each holding the other's hand. Their grip began to emanate two colored lights, one red and one white. No, these were crimson and silver. I see. It's just as we said. Both of them are strange but unique at the same time. Both young men saw how two orbs of white light appeared in the place next to them, giving way to the appearance of two people, a white-haired man and a black-haired woman. Hello, Valerie, and hi, Issei. Helena. Valerie said, surprised to see them here. They are. We are the ancient bearers of the strongest divine dividing that existed in their times. Helena answered Issei's question, who was surprised. Hi, Issei. Lux caught the attention of the brunette who came to see him. I must say that I saw everything you've been through since you obtained the power of the dividing gear, and I'm amazed at what you've done and faced. But how is it that the one who was with you was just an extension of my original self? I, who am the real one, am still in the divine dividing. Lux answered the doubt that Issei had. Because both of them connected with each other for this great feat. The two internal worlds of both sacred gears are connected, and that makes things easier. What do you mean by that? Issei asked with doubt. That we are going to help them overcome this and that they both ascend to a unique level. Helena said with a smile. It is clear that both still have doubts, fears, and hatreds, but they have learned to cope with them with the support of the people around them, worthy of admiration. Therefore, we will use our ability to have to suppress that which is in both sacred gears. But are you sure? I mean, I am the security. I don't think that dash. Trust them, partner. Asterisk, that familiar voice echoed through the place to Drake. Asterisk, Issei asked with surprise, it's Valerie's time. Time to overcome supremacy, Albion. I see, asterisk, Valerie said, understanding everything he's. You are interesting, asterisk, Lux said, giving Issei a smile. Asterisk, I can understand why two of the strongest securities in history disappeared while laughing. If it's you, the one who has the enthusiasm and fun, and you, Valerie, who carries the trust and loyalty, asterisk, Helena followed what Lux said. Asterisk, without a doubt, both of you can remove the curse, and then, you might be able to change the celestial dragons. No, rather, you two may be able to lead the two heavenly dragons to a new possibility. That's why Lux raised his hand high, as did Helena. You must ascend to a new level. Issei, Haidu, and Valerie, Lucifer, you must become the new dragons that will bring justice and illusion. Helena said the last thing Lux had to say. The white flash that came out from the hands of the two former Hakuryuku wielders covered the entire place. This light took away the black aura around Issei and Valerie, and the power of hatred from the past Securities and Hakuryukus was reduced by half and disappeared. The Security uses domination to make everyone be destroyed and sink into the crimson purgatory. The Security is the king of domination. That's not true. Issei spoke firmly to his predecessors. I'm not going to become the king of domination. You are the king of domination. The Juggernaut Drive is the royal path that has been planted in this sacred gear. No, Issei shook his head. If I'm going to be a king or something, then I'll become someone who represents justice with the true crimson red light. Justice. Crimson light. These words caught the attention of a predecessor who showed interest in that. The Hakuryuku uses supremacy to make everyone see the white paradise. The Hakuryuku is the king of supremacy to paradise. Supremacy. Valerie responded with mockery and grace to her predecessors. I don't need that. I am a demon. My place is in the underworld to bring the law to the darkness and enlighten those who have fallen into disgrace with the illusions of the silver-white color. Illusion. Silver. Those words caught the attention of a former bearer of the Hakuryuku. It's working, Helena said with a smile, seeing that they are removing hatred from all the former bearers of both celestial dragons. We will not allow it. Hatred. Sadness. That represents the Security. The supremacy. The white paradise. That represents the Hakuryuku. Some former bearers refused to accept the event that was going to occur. It's your turn. Say the new chance. Lux gave both young people a confident smile. Issei and Valerie stared at each other and smiled as they held hands. And the crimson and silver glow appeared on both of them. I, the one who woke up. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of God's supremacy. The former Securities and Hakuryukus began the Juggernaut Drive chant. Issei and Valerie opened their eyes within seconds, and there was a great determination in them. It was time. I, who am about to awaken. I am the Security who has discarded the principles of God's domination. I, who am about to awaken. I am the Hakuryuku who has discarded the principles of God's supremacy. Issei and Valerie began to chant differently, respectively. I laugh at the infinite and despise the dream. I envy the infinite and pursue the dream. Holding the infinite hopes and the unbreakable dreams and walking the path of justice. Walking the path of domination with infinite destruction and piercing the imaginary dream. I will become the red dragon of domination. I will become the white dragon of supremacy. I will be the crimson dragon emperor. I will be the silver dragon empress. And I will sink you into the depths of the crimson purgatory. And I will take you to the farthest limits of innocence. And I promise all of you, I will show you the future that shines in the true crimson light. And I will take you out of your illusions with the silver-white color on the perfect evil paths. At those words from Issei and Valerie, the place returned to its original color and the dark aura disappeared from all the past Securities and Hakuryukus. Lux and Helena looked at both young people with a feeling of pride. They had done it. The past Securities and Hakuryukus had surprised expressions. Future. Will you show us the future? Illusions. Will you take us out of our illusions? Yes. We all wish to see the future and get out of these illusions. Helena responded energetically to the doubt of the male predecessors. Future, we are going to create the future, not destroy it. Illusion on the wrong perfect paths. You have to follow that. We all have the opportunity to see it and get out of bad illusions. We also have the opportunity and the right to be happy. We just have to look for it. Lux noticed that all the predecessors of both celestial dragons, respectively, were excited. Hi to Issei, let's see the future that we will create with our own hands. Valerie, Lucifer, show us the perfect path of the silver white. Issei and Valerie saw their predecessors giving them smiles of gratitude. They were grateful to both young men who pulled them out of their hatred and resentment, and those smiles indicated that they would accompany them to the end. It's ready, Issei. You did well, Valerie. Draig and Albion appeared at the scene in their dragon forms and looked at their two best wielders with proud looks. All together, we are the current Securei. The one who brings justice with the true crimson light, Issei said to his predecessors, and Draig, who nodded at what he said. All together, we are the current Hakriku. The one who brings the illusion with the silver-white color, Valerie said to her predecessors, and Albion, who nodded at what she said. All together, we are the Securei and the Hakriku. Issei and Valerie joined their hands, as if creating a circle of trust, to which Lux and Helena joined, and two bearers of the Securei joined their hands in the center of that circle. With that, the entire place began to shine in a deep crimson-silver flash. In the real world. This is *. Arthur covered his face as both Issei and Valerie were enveloped by a blinding crimson-silver flash. See, could it be? Yes. They have succeeded. Ophis answered with a half-smile. To Lu phased out the crimson-silver flash surrounding Issei, and Valerie released a wave of energy that sent everyone near them flying, except Ophis, who was unfazed by the wave, and Fenrir, who was forced to use force to avoid being thrown out by the power emanating from it. The others fell to the ground and rolled several times due to the force of the impact with the ground. After they finally felt the energy calm down and the flash disappear, everyone looked up to see a big surprise. Issei was standing with his Securei armor on. But the most detailed thing was that it was crimson in color. The gems were jade green, his helmet had golden spikes, and his wings were similar to those of the divine dividing, only they were crimson-reddish in color. The feet and hands were claws. With Valerie, she was the same as Issei. Only her armor was silver with gems of a very dense turquoise blue color. And the spikes on both her helmet and parts of the armor were a very dense silver color. Her wings were the same, only these were a whitish silver color. Incredible! Tiamat couldn't help but show her astonishment. The power of both of them was incredible. Issei, Valerie, how do you feel? Ophis asked, both young people approaching, seeing the change in them, better than I could ever imagine. Valerie let out a sigh and felt at peace. With this I can finally go beyond what I could once imagine. Valerie then went to look at Issei and his armor and compared them. Even here we show that we are opposites and similar at the same time. I know. Issei looked at his hands and took a deep breath. This feeling of power in my body is incredible. I've never felt like this before, not even with the Juggernaut drive. Same here, Valerie said with a smile. Wow, Issei, Valerie, my congratulations. Friends. Biko approached a little and twirled his staff. With this, I think you are on a unique level. I don't think so. Biko. Arthur congratulated both young men and then resumed what he said. While the power output that both demonstrated was unique, there are certain differences. In short, both of them have great power to be on par with beings who are close to the god level. And when they use all that, they are at the level of the gods themselves. Lu Fei continued with what her brother had said. They are strong, but that power is still imperfect. Kuroka continued with the explanation. Those forms are stronger than the Juggernaut drive in theory, but for now they are imperfect. That means they can become stronger. That's right. Guys, even I know that I still have a long way to go to reach my real potential, but this is a big step. I'm not complaining. What I achieved is enough for me, and I plan to become even stronger. Issei said, shrugging his shoulders. Also, the power and other things in the armor still need to be stabilized. It's basically a crab that has just shed its shell. Draig gave his opinion on the properties of the armor, but it's just as Kuroka said. Both forms can become stronger. One day, they will have their full power. I second Albion to what Draig said and support Kuroka's assumption with that. Issei and Valerie sighed deeply and extinguished their auras as their armors disappeared. Valerie staggered a little, but Issei helped her stay on her feet. Thank you, Issei. Valerie thanked with a smile. You're welcome. Issei returned the same smile, and Valerie blushed at that. We better rest, even if we have the rest of the day. I'm tired as hell. Me too. I want to get some sleep. Valerie pulled herself together and was able to stand up on her own. Come on, Issei. I'll give you a senjutsu treatment to relieve your stress. Kuroka appeared next to Issei as if nothing had happened and grabbed his arm to take him away from the place, under the jealous gaze of Valerie, Le Fay, and Tiamat. Hey, come back here, you burglar cat, that's not fair, Kuroka-san. Both Le Fay and Tiamat chased after the Nikomata that was taking the Sekirai away with a triumphant smile. Valerie frowned at that, and his eyebrow twitched as he tried to contain his apparent anger. Oh, is the strongest Hakayuka jealous? Biko made fun of Valerie, who blushed in embarrassment and left the place with an indifferent face. Within seconds, everyone left the place to go rest or continue with their activities, respectively, but what no one knew was that something would soon happen that would affect everyone, in one way or another. Because no one would ever expect what would come out as a result of what was about to happen and what would come after it. Chapter 7, Surprise and False Heroes. Well, that will be the plan in one of his secret bases in China. Cao Cao had finished telling his plan to his companions and subordinates, who did not know what to say. It was crazy, some thought, but they did not say it. Who else will you go with besides George and Cao Cao? Siegfried spoke to clear up some doubts. It'll only be George and I going. If I can't properly handle Valerie's team, I don't deserve to carry this spear, Cao Cao said with a confident smile and placed his spear on his shoulder. If everything goes well, I'll let the rest of you go have fun with them. Is that okay with you? Okay. Heracles bumped his fists as he said that with a challenging smile. At least somewhat entertaining. I'll go with Heracles too. At least Arthur will give me a better challenge than Kiba Yudo and Zenobia Corda did. Siegfried said with a shrug. Bah, you do what you want, Jean said, sighing. As you wish. The meeting is over. Cao Cao ended the meeting and turned around to leave. But not before seeing George. Tell me, will Valerie really make his move? I don't doubt that. George said, adjusting his glasses. And you didn't get to hear anything about the new member of your group? No, nothing. George responded to Cao Cao's question by shaking his head from side to side. Well, never mind. I'll have to see it with my own eyes. Even if it's someone with abilities I don't know about, I'll hear it. Cao Cao smiled with satisfaction and defiance. It was time. In the training room at Valerie's team base. All right, let's go. Tiamat was on guard in her dragon humanoid form. With Issei in his crimson armor a few meters away from her, the Sekirai went to where the Dragon King was and began to attack her with quick and powerful blows, which Tiamat also did. With the inclusion of Tiamat to the group, she helped very well in Issei's training. In the case of dragon things, Issei even learned from Tiamat things that Tannen didn't teach him or didn't have the chance to teach him. It doesn't matter, being trained by one of the most powerful dragons is a great honor among dragons. Both Issei and Tiamat knew that when they went all out with their current powers, they were evenly matched in many ways in the case of speed and strength. In fact, Tiamat has been more accustomed to walking and fighting in her human form for years than in her dragon form, which she says she will only use if her opponent is a large dragon that can or cannot take human form. But in any case, there is no difference between her dragon form and her dragon humanoid form. They are the same power, but the balance can be very different depending on the form she takes. Although Issei knew very well that if he managed to beat Tiamat on that occasion, it was thanks to his Dragon Slayer and the power he unleashed back then. But if he talks about a fight where he doesn't use the Dragon Slayer, it's a somewhat difficult fight. Tiamat is someone who is at the Mao level or even a little higher, and that Issei can be on par with her in terms of strength without using his Dragon Slayer shows that he had a great growth. Both dragons would clash their fists together forcefully and create a somewhat strong air current. One of the most important things about dragons is that we attack twice as strong when we're hurt. Tiamat takes her distance and then attacks again with force, and Issei stops a blow from her with his hand using a lot of force. After all, a wild animal is most dangerous when cornered. I think that's already clear to me. Issei responded by throwing a punch towards Tiamat that moved her a few meters away, and she stopped his advance with her claws. We've been training for almost a week, but I admit, Issei, The crimson armor is a form that gives you enormous power. Tiamat says that with a satisfied smile as she takes her human form again, as if indicating that that's all for now. I dare say that it surpasses the Juggernaut drive in some aspects. In all my years, I've rarely seen the wielders of Draig and Albion kill each other. Even two past wielders of them fought in Juggernaut drive and died at the same time, and you can't even imagine what the place where they fought looked like after that. Issei was surprised to hear that while Draig tried to remember such memories, even so, it doesn't take away the fact that that form of yours is incomplete at the moment. In what senses? And what level would it reach if I perfected it? Issei asked as he deactivated his armor and let out a sigh. We've practiced enough to come to this conclusion. Tiamat gives a half smile while crossing her arms. The crimson armor puts you at the Mao level, maybe at base. And when you increase your power, you surpass that level. That if you surpass your limit, you get closer to the level of a god. Even if you manage to reach that level with the increases, that power is temporary. And if we talk about the power you would have if you mastered it, maybe a power level equal to what Draig had when he was alive. Issei was surprised to hear his analysis, and Draig backed up what he said with it. It's true. That means I have a lot of training and improvement to do, but at least this is a step. Issei shrugged his shoulders as he began to stretch. Don't complain about it. Issei, the ancient Draig wielders took years to reach at least balance breaker, while the Juggernaut drive was only used when fighting the Albion wielders. Tiamat patted Issei on the back to encourage him. In your case, from what I know, you reached balance breaker in just a few months since you entered the supernatural world. Very few wielders of the past achieved such a feat at your age, so be thankful that you have a different and unique power and that you may only need a few months or a year to fully perfect it. Tiamat patted Issei on the head, and he just smiled nervously. Draig spoke, drawing Issei's attention, and Tiamat only paid attention to those two. Of all my former possessors, you are a rare and even unique case. You, so to speak, do not let yourself be dominated by power, but rather you make it part of you. Oh, I understand. Issei took in what his partner said, then went to the ravine and took a bottle of water. While becoming strong isn't easy, it's not difficult either, obviously, that takes time. Tiamat leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. Even Draig and Albion took many years to reach the level they were at when they were alive. In the eyes of the other dragons, they were both monsters, not only because of their power but also because of their unique powers that were feared even by the gods. Is it because Draig can increase his power and Albion can divide his opponents? Issei asked with doubt. No, I mean wait a minute. Tiamat makes a surprised face at Issei's question. So you don't know? Know that? Draig, don't tell me you didn't tell Issei everything. Tiamat ignored Issei's doubt and went on to talk to the Welsh dragon. Well, the thing is, I thought it wasn't necessary to tell him, at least not now. How rude. You have a career with too much potential, and you don't tell him that detail. Tiamat sounded a little annoyed as she said that. She really wanted to slit that idiot's throat if she could. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Don't leave me wondering. Issei gave his little complaint. Well, I'd better tell you. Tiamat sighs and coughs before speaking. You see, Issei, Draig and Albion had dangerous powers when they were alive. Draig was known for having a fire that was capable of burning everything, and that said fire could even burn and destroy both the body and the soul itself, as well as prevent self-regeneration, and that said flames never go out or extinguish. Not even Draig can put them out. Issei opened his eyes in total surprise upon hearing and had a certain chill at knowing what that fire was capable of. Albion was known for having an overly lethal poison that could also destroy both the body and soul of those who receive it. Again, Issei felt the same chill. If that fire was lethal and eternal, that poison is deadly in every way. Because of that, those two were feared by both the other dragons and the gods. If we don't include Ophis or Great Red, who are gods and dragons, Draig and Albion were the most powerful mortal dragons. What madness! Issei spoke instinctively as he swallowed a lump in his throat. Also, it turns out that both of them can easily resist each other's powers. Tiamat spoke with nostalgia. Draig was able to resist and survive Albion's poison. And Albion could resist and survive Draig's lethal flames. It was that day when they both met that their rivalry began. They were conceited people who did not care about the destruction around them, but they were not arrogant people who boasted about their powers. It was after that day that I met Albion, and seeing that he could resist my flames made me feel great excitement, and I began to train, where I developed my power of boost and transfer. Drake also spoke with nostalgia. What times, oh, and don't forget your other ability that is also dangerous. The one that allows you to penetrate any defense no matter what, that together with your flames and the increase in your power, was a terrifying combination of powers. Tiamat said with an amused laugh. What madness! Issei looked at the back of his left hand where he was talking to Drake. Do I also have or will I have those powers? Drake spoke a little seriously. When that god sealed Albion and me, he also sealed a large part of our power as well as our most feared abilities. Practically, that bearded guy made both sacred gears weak on purpose. Maybe it's due to his hatred towards dragons, although I'm not sure about it. Well, it doesn't matter. Drake cut the subject off, downplaying it. I see. Tiamat, what do you think? My opinion doesn't have to influence what you should forge. Issei. Tiamat spoke. Putting her hands on her hips. Perfecting your power is one thing, but knowing if you can achieve Drake's sealed powers is another. Although Tiamat gives Issei another encouraging pat. If it's you, I don't doubt that you will achieve it. I understand. Issei blushed a little and looked away. Tiamat was also appealing, and that could not be denied. I see that both of you finished your routine. Issei and Tiamat looked in a certain direction and saw that it was Valerie who was approaching them. How did it go? He's on the right track. It's a matter of strength and speed. We're evenly matched. Tiamat spoke with a certain tone of pride while crossing her arms. Did something happen, Valerie? Yes, indeed. That's why I came to warn you, Valerie said seriously, and both dragons sensed that he was serious. Speak. Tiamat gave him the pass to continue. See, I think no. It seems that Cao Cao is planning something against Office. Issei and Tiamat were surprised by what Valerie said. Are you sure, Valerie? That Cao Cao, he's the human who possesses the true Longinus, right? Valerie nodded at the two's questions. I'm not entirely sure what she's planning, but one thing is very obvious. Facts no. Maybe the entire Chaos Brigade is involved in this as well, even if they don't pose a threat to Office. Since she could eliminate them instantly, they know very well that Office would never lift a finger against them or even defend herself. She would only do so against Great Red. What do you think Cao Cao is planning? Issei asked seriously. I'm not sure, but maybe he's going to use the much-rumored Dragon Eater against her. Issei frowned at what Valerie said while Tiamat, for some strange reason, shivered upon hearing that. In that case, do you plan to stop him? Valerie nodded at Issei's question. How will we do it? After thinking so much, I only have this option, and it is risky, so listen carefully. Valerie spoke seriously as he began to tell the plan he had planned. Underworld, in a kind of high-class hotel that was located in the Lucifad capital, a certain group of people entered the hotel and then went to the hotel's dining room. The group of people sat at a table for 8 while looking around at the surroundings. Well, now we'll wait. The one who said that was Valerie, who wore clear glasses. And his eye color was different, now being black. Valerie, of all the places you could choose to do this, did it have to be in the underworld? Asked Issei, who was wearing a coat, and his hair was black like his eyes. I had no other choice. We couldn't risk starting a dangerous fight in the human world. Besides, this is to check if he will come or not. If he doesn't come, we will go to the human world and ambush him. Valerie said that and started looking at the menu of options to choose from, not to mention that we're in one of those high-class hotels. So the food must be good. Biko, who was wearing a trench coat, said also, thanks to applying Senjutsu on us and Lu Fei using illusion magic, no one will be able to recognize our auras and faces. Kuroka said, having put away her cat ears and tails while wearing glasses and a black coat. I just hope the tea is of quality. Arthur spoke without further ado while also wearing a black coat with a hat. These demons really like luxuries. Tiamat spoke with admiration, looking at the place while wearing her hair tied in a long ponytail and a secretary suit. Would you like some dessert, Office-sama? Lu Fei, who was wearing a coat and glasses, asked Office, who was only wearing casual clothes and 2 twin pigtails. Office, without answering, just wrote down on the menu the dessert she wanted, deciding on a cake. With that, everyone soon took their orders from the waitresses and began to eat while making small talk. As time passed, Lu Fei placed some chicken legs under the table where Fenrir was hiding, who ate said chicken legs with gusto. Issei even helped Office to eat with manners and told her she should take her drink little by little so that there was some left over. He taught her how a father would do with his daughter. Tiamat continued to look at the things in the hotel with some interest. She had never seen this kind of luxury, and she had come to the underworld several times, but never to places like this. Biko almost choked on his food, and Arthur had to give him a strong pat on the back to calm him down. Valerie only ate in moderation and was aware of whether something happened. Kuroko was just sitting a little bored and making efforts not to fall asleep from boredom. With that, almost 2 hours had passed since they arrived at the hotel, where they also took the opportunity to see a bit of the Lucifad capital. Issei looked in amazement at everything he saw. He knew that even the Gremory territory had many shops and shopping malls, but the Lucifad capital seemed to perhaps be the largest territory in the entire underworld. It is then that now we see Issei, who bought a popsicle that he gave to Ophis. She looked curiously at what she received, but she accepted it anyway. Thank you. Ophis began to eat her popsicle, and as she did so, there was a sparkle in her eyes that caught the attention of her companions. And even more so when she continued eating the popsicle with a little more enthusiasm. Wow, to think that Ophis could show that kind of expression just by tasting a sweet asterisk, Tiamat said in admiration. She couldn't believe that the being that was known as emotionless could express herself in that way. She looks like a child, that's at least good, since Ophis, where she was, didn't have much of a chance to eat something. Valerie's words made Issei look at her in surprise. All those cows brigade idiots were just looking for Ophis to give them her power-enhancing snakes, so you could say she didn't have the freedom to do anything she wanted out of curiosity. I see asterisk. Issei felt sorry for Ophis. Even though she doesn't express herself to anyone or make statements, they wouldn't leave her alone. Hey, how about we go now? Valerie didn't finish his words as he felt his instincts alert him, and then a purple mist appeared. The place was covered by the mist. This feeling asterisk. Issei said, becoming alert. It seems he chose to come. He took our warnings as null and void. Arthur spoke seriously. When the fog finally cleared, everyone was able to see that they were on the streets of Lucifad, only there were no more civilians or cars anywhere they looked. This is asterisk. Issei said seriously. Lufei, alert, raised her hand, and everyone was surrounded by a magic circle. Then they appeared without their disguises. Then, everyone turned their gaze to the front, where there was a dense fog that barely allowed 2 silhouettes to be seen within it. And when the fog cleared and dissipated, 2 young men were seen sitting on a bench from which they stood up as soon as they saw their targets. Nice to see you again, Valerie. And Chow Chow stopped his words as his gaze ended up fixed on someone he didn't expect to see there. Hades. Chow Chow asterisk. Issei answered him seriously and out of inertia. It's quite a surprise to see you here with Valerie and his team. So, I guess you're the mysterious companion who joined Valerie and is being talked about among the different members of the Cows Brigade, right? Chow Chow's words surprised everyone except Ophis. Were there such rumors? And to think that you, someone who swore loyalty to the Alliance, would end up joining the terrorist side. What made you make that decision and stop being a demon? Tisich, that's none of your business. Issei talked a lot about all this. Well, it doesn't matter what circumstances made you join Valerie. Although Chow Chow would now set his sights on Tiamat, who was serious, another new one. And from her aura, it's quite obvious that she's a dragon and a very powerful one at that. I am Tiamat, human. Oh wow, how unexpected. Chow Chow spoke with apparent surprise and gave a satisfied laugh. Not only do you have the security eye with you, Valerie, but also the Chaos Karma Dragon. Hee. It's obvious that you want a team full of pure monsters. Say what you want. At least I'm not a manipulator nor an idiot with a foolish idea like you. Asterisk. Valerie said ID seriously. Asterisk. My assumptions about you were right after all. Hee. Typical of you, Valerie. Asterisk. Chow Chow said with an amused laugh. Asterisk. But to think that you would take Ophis and then get caught. You're not that smart, are you? Actually, I wanted to crush you with my own hands, and that's why I did this. But you came here alone with George. You are a bold hero. Asterisk. Valerie said sarcastically, rather than bold. I thought it would be enough with just me and George. Chow Chow said calmly. From the beginning, I knew they were planning something against Ophis, but it seems they decided to act earlier than planned. Valerie looked at the human angrily. Chow Chow, am I his target? Ophis asked, slightly surprised. Yes, Ophis. We need you, but it was determined that we do not need you. Chow Chow sounded more than happy. He was pleased. I don't understand. I wouldn't lose to you. Chow Chow. Ophis didn't look scared at all, obviously. But, Let's do a test. Suddenly, Chow Chow disappears from everyone's sight, and in the blink of an eye, he appears behind Ophis as he stabs her with his spear in the stomach. Ophis. Shine, spear that destroys the gods. Issei stopped his step from helping Ophis when an intense light was emanated from Chow Chow's spear, and the light spread everywhere. Issei and the others covered their eyes from the great glow, and within seconds the great glow of light ceased, and Ophis was seen, who even with the spear in her stomach, was not bleeding nor expressing herself. Chow Chow quickly pulled out his spear from Ophis and then returned to George at high speed, while Ophis had a hole left in his spear. Stomach, which regenerated seconds later, and that surprised Issei too much. Did you see that, Security? Issei, still with astonishment on his face, turned to look at Chow Chow. That's what Ophis is. I can't give her a critical wound, even with the supreme Longinus. She took damage. However, ending the infinite power is not possible, even with this spear. What madness! He did that just for demonstration. Tiamat had heard of what Chow Chow was capable of, but this was beyond logic. It was beyond absurd. Ophis didn't react. Winning would be easy for her. He was the strongest being in all the factions. The one in front of her was light years ahead of her, and that was proof of her power. But she felt something bad in her system, annoyance, pain. Was this feeling what a betrayal is? I think it would be best to call the Dragon Eater. George looked at Chow Chow in surprise at what he said. Do it. We are at a disadvantage anyway, and I don't think you want to fight those three at the same time. Understood. So the time to devour the infinite has come then, George said, making a gigantic magic circle behind him, and out of nowhere, the atmosphere turned cold. Issei, Valerie, and Tiamat felt it instantly. By mere instinct, their bodies trembled and sweated from this energy. It was as if they felt that death was calling them. This presence, it can't be. Only a being can emanate such hatred towards a dragon. Ugh, to think that that being would be here, that was the Dragon Eater. They said, it can't be impossible. Both Draig, Albion, and Tiamat sounded scared. What could be so fearsome to make the two heavenly dragons and the strongest dragon queen tremble? That was when they saw it from the magic circle came out, first a head, then a naked torso, black wings across. He was crucified to the cross and restricted by several objects, and on said objects were written runes that shone. His eyes were bandaged with a cloth that also had runes on it. Said cloth was shedding blood. His appearance was that of a man with the lower part of a snake, no, that of an eastern dragon. The scales on his body showed that he was part dragon. Oh. The creature gave the most terrifying scream they had ever heard in their lives. Anger, hatred, jealousy, many emotions came out of that powerful scream. One that almost brought the celestial dragons and Tiamat to their knees because their bodies and instincts were screaming for them to flee. That would kill them in one blow, and no, it can't be impossible. That being was supposedly sealed in Cocytus. Tiamat said while trembling with fear. It was the first time she felt absolute fear that told her that she wouldn't survive if she took a wrong step. What is that? Issei asked nervously while shaking and sweating cold. I will answer you. Issei went to see Chow Chow, who put on an amused laugh. This being that you see in front of you is called Samel. It is said to be the evil intention of God. Samel is the snake that tempted Adam and Eve to eat the fruit of knowledge. That action provoked the wrath of the God of the Bible, who gained a strong hatred for snakes and dragons. Samel received many curses on his body, and that is why he has an intense poison. Samel is the reason why dragons are represented as evil in the Bible, a being that was born from the evil intentions of God. The God of the Bible obviously saw how dangerous Samel was, so he sealed him in the depths of the Cocytus in an isolated place where no one who went there could find him. Samel, the Dragon Eater who received the curse of the Supreme Dragon Slayer and the most feared enemy of all dragons. I can't believe it. God created that thing. Issei said without hiding his astonishment, and feels even more scared than before. Chow Chow, Valerie spoke to him angrily. How did you get that thing? Did they go down to Cocytus for it? Quite the contrary, Valerie. Chow Chow said with a calm laugh. We have negotiated with the god Hades. He allowed me to summon this being even though I received many restrictions. What are you planning to do with that? Don't tell me that. Chow Chow smiled with some malice at Issei's assumption. Eat it up with that. At a speed that only a few followed, something came out of the ground. It was a very long tongue, which came from Samel, and without warning it went towards Ophis and wrapped her in the place where she was. There was a huge black lump from which a tentacle came out that connected it to Samuel's mouth, his tongue. That thing had swallowed her. Ophis. Issei approached the lump despite the aura that this thing emanates. Answer me, Ophis. Let's get it out of there. Biko went to attack that thing with his Rujibang, but the black energy surrounding that thing made half of Biko's staff disappear. W. But what? Can you erase the attacks? Arthur did his analysis while adjusting his glasses. Biko then summons another new staff and attacks that thing again, but the result was the same, with its weapons being eliminated, leaving only half. This time Kuroka and Lu Fei joined the attack by launching magic blasts, but nothing. That thing was not damaged by anything. Valerie even attacked with magic, electric, and ice blasts, but the result did not change. Issei had had enough of that thing. Just when he was going to attack him, no, don't do it, Issei. That thing is a deadly poison for both you and me. If you touch it, you're more than dead. Issei stopped his attack at Tiamat's warning. Tiamat. Then what does he have left? It was at that moment that Arthur, with Caliban in hand, attacked Cao Cao, who blocked the sword attack with his spear without any problem. Arthur knew that surprise attacks would not defeat Cao Cao, so he quickly took his distance with a jump, giving Biko the opportunity to attack. Cao Cao easily dodged and blocked Biko's physical attacks, and with a single swing of his spear, he created an air wave that sent him back with the rest. The bastard was still very skilled. I will be your opponent, Cao Cao, said Valerie, who put on his scale mail armor. Don't leave me out. Issei said also with his armor. I also entered. Tiamat even stood next to them while increasing her aura. With you three as my opponents, it could be dangerous if I'm not serious. Cao Cao defiantly challenged the challenge ahead. Since Hades only allowed us to use Samuel once, our plan will fail if we don't succeed in this battle. George, control Samuel. I'll take care of them. Cao Cao stood on guard at George's slight surprise. If I can't defeat them, then I don't have the right to have this spear. Confident, aren't you? Kuroka channeled Senjutsu in her hands. There are more of us. You can't handle them all. I know. That's why balance breaker. Cao Cao's spear shone at those words, and 7 orbs of light the size of a bowling ball came out of it and surrounded Cao Cao. What a silent balance breaker, so quiet that it gave chills. I present to you my subspecies of balance breaker of my true Longinus, Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin, although it still lies incomplete. A subspecies. How crazy! Issei sounded amazed and shocked. As far as I know from Azazel's research, true Longinus original balance breaker was called True Longinus Gutterdamerung. Valerie, although she already knew Cao Cao's current balance breaker, knew that it was very dangerous, since she tested it on her own body once and barely came out intact. Those 7 orbs have 1 ability each, and I only know 3. Valerie's information surprised Issei and Tiamat. Teach. Without a doubt, Cao Cao is the most powerful pure human in existence. Now Cao Cao took one of the orbs in his hand. Who wants to start? Lu Fei would quickly create a huge magic circle on the spot, and it would shine brightly. And when the glow dissipated, a huge being almost 10 meters tall could be seen on the spot. It looked like a golem. Go get him, Gog's-kun. At Lu Fei's command, Gogmagog went on the attack. Arthur would take out his other sword, which was Excalibur Ruler, and together with Caliban he went on the attack, as did Biko with his Rujibang. Cao Cao only let out a whistle of admiration at such power, but Kaka Retanan after those words, the orb disappeared and the sound of things breaking into pieces. Biko's Rujibang was smashed to pieces, as was Arthur's Excalibur Ruler. The same happened to the golem Gogmagog, which fell with its body parts scattered on the ground. Both weapons and the golem were smashed to pieces as if they were nothing. Arthur and Biko couldn't believe what they saw. They were speechless. This is the first skill. Kaka Retana destroys all kinds of weapons, even if they are mobile weapons like the ancient war machine created by the gods. They must be stronger if they wish to oppose her. After that, Cao Cao disappeared and gave Arthur and Biko several cuts on their bodies and then stuck the spear into Biko's stomach. The Yukai vomited BLD from the attack, and Cao Cao kicked him to send him with the rest, then launched a wave of light at Arthur, who narrowly dodged it by keeping his distance, and his small wounds were bleeding. Oni-sama. Good heavens! Kuroka and Lu Fei quickly together created a green magic circle, and by combining it with Senjutsu, both began to treat Arthur's wounds, who was not so serious, and Biko, who was trying to stay conscious. That act did not please Valerie, who angrily went against Cao Cao, being followed by Issei. Cao Cao deflected Valerie's magic attacks as well as Issei's sword. Cao Cao then noticed that even Fenrir went on the attack, and despite being small and with his power sealed, it was still dangerous to receive a bite or a claw from him. Cao Cao, with a daring smile, spun with his spear and managed to push Issei away from him, then dodged and blocked Fenrir's attacks as his spear created a strong current of air that pushed the wolf away from him. It was at that point that Cao Cao noticed how Kuroka was going to attack him with magic while Lu Fei continued to attend to Arthur and Biko, but Itsuri Irana *. Cao Cao's other orb disappeared and turned into light that enveloped Kuroka and nothing. Her magic, her powers *. Sealing the power of women is the ability of this orb. It's temporary, you must wait for it to end or free yourself. I doubt you can do it now, and although it would be fun to use it on Valerie, that would take the fun out of this. Those words made everyone sweat cold. If it also seals the power of Lu Fei, who was still attending to Arthur and Biko, it was the end. Tiamat, fed up with this, attacks Cao Cao and tries to hit him with her claws and fists, but the DMN human was very skilled, and he dodged all of the dragon's attacks without any problems. Stay still. Tiamat angrily launched a strong blow charged with aura that Cao Cao blocked using his spear as a shield, and the impact created a small crater beneath both of them. Not bad. I see why you are the strongest among the Dragon Kings, but as long as I can feel the flow of your aura, I will be able to predict how you will attack. Tiamat was slightly surprised at what Cao Cao said and was somewhat nervous while Cao Cao smiled at the same time as his right eye shone a golden color. That's the eye of Medusa. Tiamat was shocked to see said eye and feel its power. And she couldn't react in time since her legs had turned to stone, but things didn't end there, since Cao Cao, without hesitation, stabbed Tiamat's stomach with his spear, and she let out of pain along with BLD from her mouth. Guha. What kind of power does this human have? Tiamat fell to the ground upon saying that while coughing up BLD as it slowly came out of her stomach. Issei watched in horror as the Dragon Queen lay on the ground, bathed in her own BLD. He couldn't believe it. Just like Drag, Tiamat was easily defeated as if she were nothing. It seemed so absurd. Even if you are not an entity of darkness like demons and vampires, what just pierced you was the sacred spear, the same one that can kill gods, the Chaos Karma Dragon *. Tiamat glared at Cao Cao. What a humiliation. Fenrir once again went on the attack against Cao Cao with every intention of devouring him, and the latter smiled at that. Perfect, and he saw that even Issei went to attack him. All the better. Suratana with another of the orbs, Cao Cao threw it towards Fenrir and, I hope you don't hold a grudge against him. Security Cao Cao said that after dodging Issei's attacks and then disappearing, Fenrir appeared in front of Issei with his claws ready to attack Issei. It was too late when both Issei and Fenrir wanted to react. The impact was such that Issei's armor was seriously torn, and he fell to the ground out of combat while spitting BLD. The others also did not believe what happened. The third ability, Atsusa Ratana, allows me to teleport whoever I want to another place. Cao Cao would then put the tip of the spear between Issei and Fenrir. Better luck next time. A pulse of light came out of the tip, and it was so strong that it sent Issei and Fenrir flying away from him, and worsening Issei's condition a little more while Fenrir was bleeding and couldn't move. Issei. Valerie screamed, anguished by all this, and a great rage began to grow within her. There's a reason I named my balance breaker this. Being the supreme conqueror doesn't sound so bad, does it? Cao Cao sounded a little mocking. You fofu, I'm going to defeat you all with just this spear. And without hesitation his laughter finally got on everyone's nerve. Demon Biesi. Valerie, angry, would create a large concentration of demonic power and blue electricity. That BSRD will pay for what happened to his friends, but more for what happened to Issei. Cao Cao watched as the Hakyuku attacked him with such a powerful attack, blinded by rage. If that attack hits him, he's more than dead. He knows that the best thing to do is to block it, and Cao Cao placed one of his orbs in front of him. Mani Ratana, allow me to redirect an attack to whomever I wish. Valerie was horrified to hear this. He didn't expect that. Seeing how his attack was absorbed by one of the orbs, it immediately disappeared, and the sound of a portal opening made it clear that the one who was going to suffer the attack was Lu Fei, who was about to finish taking care of Arthur. At least Lu Fei noticed too late how the attack was coming towards them and knew that she was not going to have the reaction speed they wanted to dodge something so powerful. Lu Fei closed her eyes, waiting for the impact, and Arthur covered her as best he could. Sister with her body. Only to later see how a person had gotten in the way of the attack and it hit that person. When the smoke cleared, Kuroka was revealed as the one who had saved the three of them. "No, are you guys okay?" "Kuroka-san." Lu Fei held Kuroka's body that had fallen to the ground, unable to help crying when she saw her so hurt. Valerie, seeing how Kuroka was hurt and fell to the ground, as well as seeing how Cao Cao left the others and worse, Issei, felt an immense rage that she had never felt. What Cao Cao did to her friends, she will not forgive him for that. "Cao Cao, I'll tear you to pieces." Seeing you get just as sentimental as the security for their friends, when did they become so weak? Cao Cao spoke in a tone of disappointment. "Shut your mouth. You, who don't care about anyone, have no right to judge us." Valerie emanated silver light from the gems on his armor. "It seems that I, who am about to wake up." And George. Cao Cao knew that activating that mode would destroy the dimension where they were. He couldn't allow it with the order already obeyed. George ordered Samuel to attack Valerie with his right hand. And immediately, the air in the place became more tense and something black had enveloped Valerie. The same thing that had Ophis imprisoned Samuel gave a roar so loud that the place trembled. When the black mass was destroyed and Valerie was released, she fell to the ground totally wounded and with her armor in pieces. The most powerful Hakuryuku among all the Hakuryukus was defeated in one blow that showed the great effect of Samuel's poison on the dragons. Valerie/Valerie-san. Issei screamed with rage and fear as he saw how Valerie was left, while Lu Fei cried seeing how she was left like that. They had never seen her like that before. Cao Cao on his side. "Now you understand that cheap sentimentality doesn't count, Valerie. Pathetic. Even if you don't feel bad, your power is enormous, and that's why we have to attack using the weaknesses they have in our favor." Valerie looked at the guy with pure hatred. "Demenu, Cao Cao, you will pay for this." Even though Ophis can't do anything against Samuel, he was the only natural enemy for Ophis. It seems that our prediction was correct. Cao Cao would then see how Arthur and Biko were mostly recovered, just as Fenrir was ready to attack. The only fighters left are Lu Fei, Arthur, Biko and Fenrir. "But you guys are already exhausted. This will be easy. Don't get cocky yet." Arthur, breathing lightly, gripped Caliban tightly. "Now I'm really angry. Now I just want to kill you." Biko didn't look happy at all as he spun his new Rujibang. "I like that, but we'll leave it here for now." Cao Cao jumps back, quickly moving away from Arthur and Biko, so he can be close to George. How much did he absorb? More than 3/4 of it. "I'd say most of it." George gave his analysis as the magic circle summoning Samuel lost light. "I won't be able to keep Samuel in this world any longer. That will be enough." At Cao Cao's command, George controlled Samuel, and he freed Ophis from his tongue, then sank into the magic circle while screaming in agony, and the magic circle disappeared. Ophis, being free, looks at her hands and star. "My power was taken." Everyone looked at her in horror. "Her power? Is that why you attacked me, Cao Cao?" "That's right, Ophis. We wanted to put you under us and use your power. However, forcing you to do what we want is very difficult. So we changed our strategy. We're going to take your power and create a new Ouroboros." "Why, you are insane." Valerie, who was helped by Arthur to stand, looked at the human with rage. "Using Samuel to strip Ophis of her power and create that a new Ophis, that was the plan, Valerie. Our goal was to take Ophis' power. That's why we had a well-prepared circle to do so. Our goal is to create a new Ophis, one that we can control. Because we got tired of pleasing her requests. The Great Red is not our closest goal. In the end, we just wanted to use her." Without anyone noticing, Ophis clenched her fists, as if showing her clear annoyance. "I'm just saying that we need Ophis, but not the one in front of us. She is propaganda, a symbol of the organization, and therefore, we cannot have a dragon god who does not do what we tell him. Typical humans and their longing to want everything under their control." Valerie says those words while Cao Cao simply shrugs, as if agreeing with him, and then returns to George's side. "Why don't we just finish them off?" "It's a perfect opportunity." George questions. "Yes, They are getting stronger and stronger. There will come a point where we can't defeat them easily, especially the celestial dragons that I don't doubt will be more dangerous than Ophis. But I think it's a waste. They are beings that are very rare in terms of data. Maybe the ones who are going to unleash all the power within the sacred gears are not us, but them. He said before his balance breaker disappeared. Actually, I'm going to stop. George, where is the power of Ophis taken by Samuel supposedly to be transported? I made the equation in the call, so it was sent to the research facilities at the main headquarters. I see. Then I will go back first. Chow Chow said as he turned around. Are you leaving? Valerie looked at the human angrily while she was still being helped by Arthur. He was making fun of them. You can very well kill us. You underestimate us, Chow Chow. That will cost you dearly. Chow Chow smiled somewhat mockingly at Valerie's threat. This plan is to defeat them without killing them. Aren't you satisfied with that? Tell you the truth, the Holy Spear's balance breaker still needs training. That's why I'm taking this opportunity to see its strengths and weaknesses. Valerie looked at him with even more anger, taking them very lightly, and hired Issei, the aforementioned one, as best he could, went to see Chow Chow. It doesn't matter how old you are. Rise to the level where you can fight me. No matter the age, we heroes want to challenge decisive battles against demon kings or legendary dragons. Issei just looked at Chow Chow angrily, and he just smiled mockingly. George, bring the Grim Reapers. Hades wants Ophis weakened for a reason. Also, can you do a trading spell to bring the others? I think so. Give me a few minutes to make some modifications, and I'll do it. George stated, adjusting his glasses. What was expected of the descendant of the man who made a pact with the demon Mephistopheles? Chow Chow smiled. Please. By the way, also about the information we obtained before. George somewhat seriously handed a paper to Chow Chow, and he was slightly surprised. I see. So this is the old Mao's way of giving us his thanks for saving him. No, I knew it from the beginning. Well, we made them cooperate with us enough. Everyone noticed that something had happened. Since when the conversation between the two ended, George left the place through a magic circle, and Chow Chow came to see everyone. Well, George will get me out of here and bring my replacements now. Let's play a game. The fates are coming this way. Hades wants Ophis. I don't know why, but I think I don't want to know. In my replacement I will bring Siegfried and Heracles. Valerie looked at Chow Chow angrily. The point of this is to see if they get out alive or not. Let's see if they can do it with Ophis on their side. Hopefully they can get out of here. Facing opponents who overcome a challenge is more fun. With that said, Chow Chow disappeared in a flash of light, leaving everyone speechless. The frustration they had was more than understandable. Almost all of them were defeated by one. It was more than absurd. Not only that, he is taking this as a game, and he is underestimating them. That would be his biggest mistake. He should have killed them when he had the chance, because without knowing it, this would be the last one he would have. Now all they have to do is rest and heal everyone they can quickly if they want to get out of here. 10 No AI Dext. Red X White. Cancelled. We are surrounded. That says it all. Arthur looked at the window that showed the outside of the hotel with some seriousness. Dim and bony guy. To think he would make a move like that. Biko spoke with clear annoyance in his voice right now. Everyone was in one of the hotels in the area that had 30 floors, being on the 15th floor of the hotel, trying to rest as much as possible that they can of the latter, and treat the wounded in the recent battle with Chow Chow. Thanks to Lu Fei and Biko, who knew something about Senjutsu, although not at Kuroka's level, but it is something. They healed Issei as best they could so that he could give his contribution. Where using his boosted gear gift, he repotentiated Lu Fei's healing spell, and with Biko's help, all the wounded were almost recovered. Valerie and Kuroka rested in individual rooms, and when they could, they went to see them, since the others had to be standing guard. The area created by the lost dimension was more than realistic and very believable, although the electricity and everything that uses it does not work. They were fine, although the lack of water and food was still a problem. Looks like they finally made their move. Lu Fei spoke melancholy as I was sitting on one of the furniture, resting a bit. A small overexertion to heal everyone added to the repowering of Issei. It was tiring. I just intercepted a message between those at the organization's headquarters who just gave their statement, and it says that Valerie-san and we were trying to trick Ophis and take over the organization. That the hero faction rescued her and now we are wanted by the Cows Brigade. The information that Lu Fei gave them left them speechless. We already knew what we were getting into. That Hades was involved in this, that's something nobody really expected. Tiamat looked angrily outside through the window. Ding. I hate to say this, but in times like these, I wish we had help. Now I know, and the Alliance is the only ally he can think of, but Issei decided not to finish his sentence as he looked at the ground, and the others understood what he felt. How to explain that he was with them and that they were now in a raid. Lu Fei, how is Gogmagog? Gog's Kuan is fine. There's no need to worry. Lu Fei spoke with a sigh. He can be rebuilt without any problems, so I returned him to my personal dimension until he's ready. Still, it's scary being defeated by a single person, and even more so with the Supreme Longinus. Speaking of Longinus, if the true Longinus is the strongest, which one is the second strongest? Issei was curious. He already knew of the existence of 4 Longinus added to his own, but he didn't know which ones the rest were and in which category they were. From what we have information on, that would be the Zenith Tempest. It is a sacred gear that allows you to control the weather. You should already intuit the power it must have. Arthur answered Issei's doubt while adjusting his glasses. In addition, we have information that the current bearer of Zenith Tempest is a very talented, reincarnated angel named Dulio Gesualdo. Lu Fei took the floor again, joining the topic, and Issei was surprised by this information. He was never informed of that until now. Is that Dulio guy strong? Issei asked, wanting to know more. He is, as far as we know, he was the strongest exorcist of the church before becoming a reincarnated angel. It is said that with his current level, he is a candidate for Seraphine. Lu Fei answered, incredible. It seems that the owners of Longinus are special in some way. Tiamat spoke to those who took interest in the subject. As far as I know, there are 13 Longinus. What are the others apart from the ones we already know? From the information Valerie obtained long ago from Azazel when he was still under his tutelage, the 13 Longinus are as follows. True Longinus, Zenith Tempest, Lost Dimension, Annihilation Maker, Boosted Gear, Divine Dividing, Regulus Nemia, Canis Lycaon, Sephiroth Grail, Incinerate Anthem, Absolute Demise, Innovate Clear, and Telos Karma. Arthur answered Tiamat's question. Interesting. The Longinus. Is there something that unites them? Or is it just a coincidence that they are special, especially in this era? Tiamat wondered that while putting her hand on her chin. Everyone paid attention to Lu Fei, who spoke again. We know that the possessor of the Canis Lycaon is with the fallen angels. Really? And who is it? Issei asked, interested in knowing. According to Valerie-sen, the possessor is nicknamed /Dog. Valerie-sen once said that he was like the older brother she never had, although she wanted to deny it. But she already said it. Lu Fei laughed, remembering that girl was not honest with what she felt back then. At least now she expresses herself more. Wow. How unexpected. Issei sounded surprised at what he heard. It was at that moment that everyone heard the sound of the door opening and saw that it was Ophis, who had decided to go that way for some reason and had returned to the room where most of the people present were. How are you feeling, Ophis? Does something hurt? Tiamat asked the dragon. Goddess the question, and she shook her head. She looked normal. No, but I feel weak. Right now, I'm only twice as strong as the celestial dragons at their strongest. Yes, you're weak if you're like this. Everyone looked at Arthur in horror. I'm a little scared to imagine the power he had in its entirety. Issei had a large drop of sweat on his forehead, still twice as strong as the celestial dragons. Strange, I thought Cao Cao had left her with almost nothing. Arthur gave his analysis with his hand on his chin, and Ophis raised her hand as if asking a teacher to speak. Speak. When Samuel took my powers, I turned them into snakes and sent them to another dimension. I went to get it back. That's why I'm only twice as strong as the celestial dragons. Ophis' words left everyone speechless for a moment, and it's brilliant, Ophisama. Lu Fei gave Ophis a thumbs up for her feat. Cookadoo. That Cao Cao. Biko started laughing. He wanted to see Cao Cao's face if he found out about this. It seems that the hero faction underestimated Ophis, but I can't leave. Something is restricting me here. It was to be expected. The Ophis of now is finite. With the fates out there and all, I have no doubt that they expected resistance from her. Arthur thought of a way out. Can you do something, Lu Fei? Some way to send or ask for help from outside. I think so. I'm not an expert. Kuroka-san is more in that field, but as it is now by myself, I can go out and ask for help with 2 more people. But even so, Lu Fei put her hand to her head, thinking about something. Even if we have that option, who will we ask for help? Lu Fei is right. Tiamat backed up what Lu Fei said while crossing her arms. Even if we manage to get one of us out of here, we have no allies outside. I'd like to refute that by saying that we have the alliance as our only option, but I don't know what they'll think even if I go. What's more, I don't plan on leaving them here. Issei reluctantly had to accept what Tiamat said. We're alone in this, and if even one of them leaves, we'll only reduce our fighters. Plus, Valerie and Kuroka are still indisposed. You're right, Hewin Arthur said, having to analyze things better. And as Ophis said, something is holding her here. Apparently she's the only one here who can't get out unless we destroy the barrier, and so we all get out together. Arthur looked outside. We have those grim reapers, although everyone here is stronger. Being cut by one of those sides would be bad. They cut off your life energy. And Lu Fei and I, who are humans, are the ones in the most danger due to our short lifespans. What's more, if Ophis is cut off by one of those things as she is now, she will be weakened. We must protect her at all costs. We must not let Hades catch her. I, along with Tiamat, Gogmagog and Fenrir, can eliminate most of them if we attack with everything. Issei decided to speak. The 4 of us are currently the ones with the greatest attack power. Well, I'll have to be careful with those grim reapers. So I'll do my best to not get cut. Tiamat sounded a little confident, but it didn't take away the fact that those things were dangerous. It's best to make an escape plan. Lu Fei looked outside through the window. I'm more than sure that they won't make it easy for us, then we'll give them a taste of hell. Tiamat smiled somewhat evilly as she said this. It seems she wants to take out her anger on the bony ones out there. Well, let's come up with a plan. Arthur said as he put a type of fragment inside a small bag. In that bag, Arthur-san? Issei asked with doubt. They are the fragments of Excalibur ruler. Arthur answered, and Issei remembered what happened with his weapon. Despite being broken into pieces, the core of it is still intact. So it is possible to recreate it with alchemy. Do you know anyone abroad who can repair it? No. Arthur denied Issei's doubt. Before, I was thinking of finding a way to deliver Excalibur ruler to the Alliance, since we no longer need it. Are you sure about that? That's right. Now it was Lu Fei who spoke. We used it to control Fenrir-chan, so we don't need it anymore. So we thought it was better to leave it to the Alliance, but we'll see what we do with that. Now the priority is to get out of here and maybe stop Cao Cao from whatever else he has planned. Lu Fei sounded serious about that. She knows they're in a big one, and with few fighters, it. While Lu Fei, Biko, and Arthur plan the plan they will use, Issei went to one of the rooms to see how those who were resting were doing. Being that in the first room he arrived, he could see Kuroka lying in a bed sleeping. She woke up when she felt someone nearby and saw the brown-haired boy. I'm sorry if I woke you up, Issei apologized as he sat on a chair near the bed. No, it doesn't matter, something told me you would come. Kuroka tried to sound as normal as if this didn't affect her, but it was obvious that she still had slight pain in addition to physical fatigue. How are you? Do you need anything? Issei asked, a little worried. It's nice that you care about me, Kuroka said in a mocking tone. It's because I really care. Kuroka was speechless at what Issei said. Believe me or not, or call me naive, but you earned all my trust so much that I even care about you. What's more, seeing how Cao Cao left you like that with Valerie's attack made me want to go kill him if it weren't for the way he left me. Kuroka, without saying anything, turned her head, trying to hide the slight blush. When did she become a shy girl? Well, say side star. Rest as you can, we will counterattack soon. Issei stood up ready to leave, but wait, Kuroka's voice made him stop and turn to look at her. Do you want to know why I killed my former Issei was surprised at what he heard. Are you sure? You don't have to do it if you don't want to know. I want to tell you because I trust you. Kuroka looked at the ceiling with a somewhat sad and nostalgic expression while Issei sat back down in his seat. That BSRD became a nuisance because he took too much interest in our powers. Leaving me aside, if my stupid previous emissary had seen that Chiron could use Senjutsu, he would have used her without hesitation, and her powers would have gone crazy. She is an honest girl after all anyway. He focused on increasing the ability of his servants and made us go through a lot of things by force. Using his servants is one thing, but he also tried to forcefully strengthen his female servants from his family. You saved Kaneko-cha from a horrible fate, right? Issei said with a half-smile. He had heard of devils abusing their servants, and he sees that Kuroka did a very noble act for her sister despite the price it had. Put it that way if you want. Kuroka tried to sound indifferent, but she couldn't. And she didn't know why I'm a stray cat who likes fun things. It's better to walk around how I feel, just like with companions I can relate to. But Chiron is different. She adapts to being a house cat. That's why. Issei Kuroka looked at Issei somewhat seriously. That day I met you, I decided to let you take care of Chiron since I thought that you could make her happy and protect her. I trusted you more for that duty than that Gremory girl. But even if you're on our side, would you still protect Chiron? Even from the shadows? Issei noticed the meaning of Kuroka's words. It almost sounded pleading even. As if asking him to take care of her sister no matter what, showing how worried she is for Kaneko even though she doesn't love her anymore. Of course, Kuroka was surprised at Issei's answer, where there was not a shred of doubt. Also, as I told you that night, I don't hate the girls for what they did to me. I'm just disappointed that they won't think about how I felt, but that's no reason not to continue protecting them, at least from the shadows. I see. Kuroka smiled gratefully for her answer. Protect her no matter what, even from the shadows, as you say, it's a promise. I'll do it with my life. Issei sounded determined in what he said. Well, I'll go see Valerie. You rest. Issei stood up from his seat to leave. Thank you. Issei would turn around again, only to see Kuroka sleeping with a peaceful smile. You're welcome. Issei finally left the room after saying that. After almost 2 minutes, Issei arrived at another room where upon entering, he saw Valerie lying on her bed trying to sleep, but she couldn't. At least if she rested after what happened before. How are you, Valerie? The girl turned her head to see Issei, who sat on a chair near her bed. I'd be lying if I said I was fine. If it weren't for my demonic power, I'd be dead now. Valerie was aware that she must thank her heritage for still being alive. Issei felt a small lump in his throat upon hearing that. He doesn't want to imagine that case. Still, he decided to speak. Although you look a little awful. More than you actually. Issei had no choice but to agree with Valerie. I showed a pathetic side of me seeing how you, Kuroka, and the rest were hurt. I lost my temper. He sought that demon Chow. He sought a good path to victory, no matter what he had to do. Issei clenched his fist as he said that, that's how humans are. To hell with honor or justice. They'll do anything to win. That's the truth. What they don't have in stamina or power, they have in cunning. It's scary. A little. Issei nodded at what Valerie said. It was true. It's a little scary. Maybe I should have gone all out from the start, and I would have saved myself trouble. Valerie went to look at the ceiling. You should already know that Chow is a technical human at extreme levels. He seeks to win with the least amount of movements. He is aware of his weakness, his own humanity. Chow is the center of that group that wishes to show human superiority. He knows the limits of his ability, and that's why he created that balance breaker, to defeat several enemies alone. Something tells me you had a little to do with that, right? Maybe. I don't know. The first time I met him and he asked me for a test fight. Valerie's gaze narrowed as he recalled that day. He told me that he was looking for a power of his own and that my fight with him gave him that goal. Although that balance breaker was also developed through research and he is still researching what he can take from higher beings for himself, I am also aware that the true Longinus has a phenomenon called truth idea. Azazel told me several things, but he could not go into further detail on the subject for the moment. Truth idea is somewhat similar to our juggernaut drive. You can also say that it is different from it. Overwhelming power can be obtained, although it will come with a great. I can't think that he can control the truth idea, because he doesn't have much magic power. Valerie's sweat dropped as he said that. No, he doesn't have any magic power, even like mine. Even if his techniques and tactics are high, his defense is poor. Look at it this way: one hit, and you win. Yes, by the way, was your plan really to play along with Chow or find a way to get Ophis to a safe place? Issei's question surprised the girl. There weren't many options. Even if I had taken Ophis to the other side of the world, Chow and his people wouldn't have hesitated to follow her to do what they did to her. It was always seen that they were using her, But when she started showing more thoughts, that must have been the moment when they no longer considered her useful. I've talked to her sometimes, because no, forget it, Valerie chose to change the subject. Office is an important existence. We can't let Hades catch her. I know that you can help her more than me, I'll take your word for it. Valerie *. Issei knew it was time. *. Will you fight? This curse won't stop me from doing it. I may be weak, but my pride won't let me stay still. Issei smiled as he saw that Valerie was still as proud as ever. On top of that, I don't wish to stay trapped here. Yes. Come on, Valerie. Besides, we should finish our fight someday. I know I prefer it to be to prove who is stronger instead of having to kill each other for no reason. Both heavenly dragons were ready to leave this place, no matter what. Outside the hotel, Siegfried and Heracles watched as the Grim Reapers were ready to attack Team Valerie inside. It was more than obvious that they had the numerical advantage. Still, it would be best not to be overconfident, since it is Valerie's team. With the inclusion of the Security and the Chaos Karma Dragon, they could change things by pure will. Siegfried knew that George was hiding. He had to keep the barrier strong and in its place. Are you ready, Heracles? Obviously. This time I'll be the one fighting the Security. Heracles clashed his fists with a defiant laugh as he said that. Siegfried nodded at his companion's words, although he also wanted to face the Security. He had a score to settle with Arthur Pendragon, his old rival, who is capable of facing him with only a sword or two. Finally, Siegfried took a breath and prepared himself for what was coming. It was time. The fates were ready to attack. Thus, both descendants walked towards the battlefield. Okay, the plan is as follows. Arthur watched as the Grim Reapers approached the hotel. We only have one way to get everyone out of here. Now, what must be preventing Ophis from leaving here must be the barrier devices that maintain this place. If we destroy them, we can get out of here with the help of Kuroka and Lufei, who will do the teletransportation. And now, Lufei and Kuroka, try to locate the barrier devices, how many there are, and what they look like. The two girls nodded at what Arthur said and began to do an incantation in the room and on a paper. Kuroka used senjutsu, and Lufei used her magic on the paper that was a map to find the device. Both of them then drew some squares on the map, then began to write demonic letters on the map and recite mysterious chants, and they also spread mysterious ashes to complete the spell. Lufei closed her eyes and raised her hands towards the map, which began to shake and move. The demonic letters began to shine, and the ashes began to move on their own, thus forming a symbol that Issei couldn't recognize. There is one in the parking lot and one on the roof. And the other is on the second floor of the hotel in the living room. There are a total of 3 barrier devices, and they are in the shape of an Ouroboros statue biting its tail with its mouth. After finishing saying that, Lufei passed a paper to Arthur where she was drawing the Ouroboros statue. Alright, that's enough for us. Now, it's best to divide up the work. Haydn, Tiamat, and Gogmagog are the ones with the greatest attack power among us. Arthur already knew what to do, and since they are objects created by a Longinus, destroying them won't be easy. If you want, Arthur-san, I can go get one of the devices. Everyone looked at Issei in surprise. I was able to destroy one of their devices when what happened with Diodora, so I'll go get one. And as long as Tiamat and Gogmagog are outside, they'll be able to handle it even without me. I understand. Arthur nodded at his request. In that case, go for the one on the roof, of course. Then, I'll go get the one on the second floor. I'll take Fenrir as backup. No one objected to what Arthur said. The rest will go keep those things at bay. Tiamat, you and Gogmagog will go to the central attack? Tiamat nodded, accepting what the blonde said. Biko, I recommend that you and Lufei stay next to Valerie and Kuroka and back them up. Both of them haven't fully recovered yet, so they can't fight alone. Understood, I'll take care of it. Biko nodded, accepting. Alright, everyone knows the plan. Then Arthur adjusted his glasses and gave a defiant half-laugh. Let's get out of here, everyone. Hi. Everyone gave their affirmation they were going to get out of here alive. In the hallway, those who were going to attack head-on were ready. Issei was already in his balance breaker. Tiamat just turned her hands into dragon claws, and her horns came out of her head. She said that she would go all out if the situation warranted it. Those who were going to be the support from a distance were in the previous room. These were Valerie and Kuroka, being backed up by Biko and Lufei. The magician being the one who was preparing everything to summon Gogmagog, who was already ready. Well, I already have the spell ready to summon Gog's-kun outside. Even from here inside, Lu Fei spoke determinedly while waving her wand and reading her spellbook. Time to attack. After saying that, Lu Fei with a magic bullet breaks a window and sees the Grim Reapers outside, then begins to cast a spell, and a few seconds later, a huge magic circle was created outside where the Fates were. The circle shone brightly, and when it dissipated, Gogmagog was seen in the place in front of the Fates. Valerie, Kuroka, and Lu Fei prepared their magic attacks to attack those things. The plan is simple. Have all those things focus on defending the one in the parking lot while the rest go after the others. Gogmagog on the battlefield created in his right hand a kind of triple-barreled firearm. The shot that came out of the weapon went towards its targets without hesitation and destroyed a large number of them. Not satisfied with just that, Gogmagog created another cannon in his other hand and fired again. The effect is the same, only this time. Alright, I'm heading to the roof. Issei immediately went to the roof, alone, since he can manage keep those idiots busy. The brunette went towards his target using the emergency stairs while, alright, let's go. Fenrir the god-eating wolf nodded at Arthur's words and then followed him to the second floor with that. Those who are supposed to take out those devices have already been deployed. Now all they have to do is continue with the plan. Come on, let's kill them. Tiamat, with a terrifying smile and flames in her hands, takes flight with her dragon wings coming out of a large window, destroying it. Very well, I will watch your backs. Ladies. Biko turned his Rujibang, ready to use it against whoever approaches him. The Grim Reapers in the rear group, which was made up of Valerie, Kuroka, and Lu Fei, being backed by Biko, were defended by a barrier created by Kuroka and Lu Fei. They chose to focus on one point for greater defense than covering an entire floor. Biko was in charge of hitting them and sending them flying with his staff, while Valerie, maybe I'm not at balance breaker, but I can still finish you off. Valerie threw a large sphere of demonic power from her hands towards the Grim Reapers, who were flying through the air, managing to destroy them without much effort. Even though she's weakened, this girl sure knows how to keep everything under control. Me too. Ophis raised her hands and launched a huge blast of energy towards the enemies. The explosion that the attack generated was so great that Tiamat's and the others' eyes widened. Wow, that was the power of the strongest being. But strange, my power strong to contain. Ophis looked at her hands with great doubt while Valerie and the others fell to the ground upon hearing this. Don't attack. It's very possible that because of Samuel's curse you won't be able to use your powers properly. Just stay still while we take care of it. Tiamat said that from the air and then returned to the battlefield. Ophis nodded and sat down in his place like a good boy returning to the battle. Gogmagog transformed his weapon into his fist and punched the ground with brute force to shake the place and make these things lose balance, and a few Grim Reapers were eliminated in the process by that blow. On the second floor, Arthur and Fenrir had managed to make their way through the Grim Reapers that were present. There weren't many of them, but they were annoying nonetheless. Needless to say, the blonde was on guard with every step they took. Even Fenrir, who smelled everything in case of a strange presence, was very alert. Come on, we shouldn't stay in one place. Fenrir nodded at Arthur's words and continued walking beside him. When they reached the Great Hall, they could see that the objective was there, the device that prevented Ophis from leaving the place. For a moment they thought it was not as difficult as they thought, but Fenrir sensed something or someone in the place and growled in a certain direction, where from among the seats of the place, Siegfried appeared with a clear smile on his face. Nice to see you after so long, Siegfried. How? George had this planned in case they tried to go towards these devices instead of destroying them with a single attack. I guess that since you don't have that many high-powered fighters, and more so because Valerie is affected by Samuel, you would keep the strongest ones outside to kill time while the supposed chosen ones went for the devices. Arthur's gaze sharpened upon hearing that. They noticed it. That's why he took me and Heracles to the points where these things were. I admit that it was a good plan. Get to the point. Siegfried, you and Heracles are the only ones standing in our way. The others will destroy the one in the parking lot. Siegfried laughed upon hearing that, and that took Arthur out of the frame. What are you laughing at? Do you really think Hades only sent his Grim Reapers? I admit, the middle-class Grim Reapers are strong, but they are not enough to finish you off. So he sent one of his best subjects in case something gets out of hand. Siegfried takes out Graham and stands on guard. But you should not worry about your companions, Night Pendragon, but about yourself and that wolf. So come on, we have a score to settle. You're right. Last time our duel ended in a no-win situation. But to get out of here, I must defeat you. Arthur took out his holy sword Caliban and stood on guard. Fenrir, go and destroy the barrier device. Fenrir nodded at his words and then walked away and let the two humans fight. He would go for the device when Siegfried didn't notice. All right, shall we begin? At Siegfried's words, the two of them moved quickly to begin the battle. On the roof, Issei had finally reached the door that leads to said place. How he hates stairs. Hearing the sounds of the battle below was worrying, but he trusts his friends. They can manage to overcome this. His goal is to destroy the device here and then go help in the battle. After opening the door and finally finding himself in the place where he was supposed to be, he was surprised to see someone waiting for him. Hello, Security. I see you came as I expected. Heracles was leaning on a column on the ceiling with his arms crossed. It's good that you came. It would have been boring if it was someone else who came. Heracles, I was expecting to meet someone here. For a moment I thought it would be Siegfried waiting for me in this place, but in the end it ended up being you. Issei looked serious as he said that. I see you want to fight. Of course, that's why I came here. I've been longing for a challenge ever since Kyoto. That woman back then barely put up a fight, but now, I demand a better opponent. Heracles clashed his fists as he said that, and they glowed in an explosive aura. You have to admit that everything that's happening here is going great. You and your new comrades will not leave here with Ophis. I'm sorry, my friend, but there's no way we're going to let them take Ophis away. I can assure you of that. Issei stood on guard and charged his fists with aura, ready to fight. There are more important priorities right now. So I'll make sure to finish this as quickly as possible. Heracles smiled at those words and then expelled an explosive aura from his body. This time a great battle between fierce combatants would break out. The battle in the parking lot area was intense. While Tiamat and Gogmagog were the main attack force due to the great destructive power they had, the rest supported in whatever way they could. Valerie, still in the rearguard, created multiple blades made of magic along with electric blasts to destroy those bony ones and create several explosions. Kuroka, with effort and with some help from Luffy, together they create the great hexagonal magic circle of the Nikomata and make an absolute combination of senjutsu, yujitsu, and magic. They launched powerful elemental blasts like a machine gun attack that eliminated many of the Grim Reaper's Biko. On the other hand, using his Rujibang, sent those things flying. The Yukai blocked the attack of one of those things and then turned around and attacked with his weapon. Biko then concentrates a certain amount of aura in his staff and makes it extend, thus hitting and piercing many Grim Reapers to death. Biko turns his extended staff even with the Grim Reapers on it and hits the other Grim Reapers with it, thus making them break their formation and then returning his staff to normal. Gogmagog uses brute force to lift a section of the ground and then crush many Grim Reapers with said concrete, a barbaric but effective method. Tiamat, on the other hand, limited herself to throwing fireballs from the air and creating several explosions on the battlefield. It seemed like they could finish these things off quickly, but that thought went to hell when more Grim Reapers kept appearing. Okay, enough is enough. I better show these morons why you call me the Chaos Karma Dragon. Tiamat clenched her fists as she said that while smiling evilly. She always wanted to do what she is about to do. Tiamat would concentrate a large amount of aura and fire throughout her body and then begin to glow in a bluish glow. Said glow I caught the attention of all those present who covered their eyes, and when the glow was no longer Valerie and the others opened their eyes in absolute shock at what they saw in the place was no longer Tiamat, but a huge blue-scaled dragon almost 10 meters tall. The Grim Reapers at the huge dragon, and some swore they saw the Grim Reapers back away a little at what they saw. It's Tiamat in her dragon form. Ophis answered Valerie's question, and the others just watched speechlessly at what would happen. Go to hell, you damned bony bastards. Tiamat spoke with a deep and sinister voice, where only a little of her feminine tone was noticeable. The Dragon Queen would open her mouth and charge blue fire. The Fates were afraid for the first time and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Tiamat mercilessly launched a powerful and enormous blue flame against the Grim Reapers, burning them in the process. Tiamat, to make sure she finished off a large majority, moved her head to different sides wherever there were Grim Reapers while continuing to launch her blue flames without stopping, seeing how all the streets and buildings of the artificial dimension were burned without a shred of mercy. Terrified many by the time Tiamat stopped her attack, all the places she burned were still burning in flames and didn't seem like they were going to go out anytime soon. Valerie and the others felt a chill upon seeing this. Now they understand why Tiamat is known as the Chaos Karma Dragon, since she literally just created a true flaming hell. The image they saw would be perfect to interpret the hell that is mentioned in the Bible. It seems I overdid it. Valerie and the others fell to the ground when they saw that Tiamat also went too far, and she barely considers it. Little asterisk, well, since they're already charred, I'll take care of my llamas. Tiamat, with her enormous body, began to do what those who took air would do, but within seconds, the blue flames scattered everywhere began to be absorbed, and they all went towards Tiamat. Swallowed said flames to the shock of everyone. Obviously Tiamat noticed her expression when she turned around. Asterisk, what? All fire-affiliated dragons can do that. We can consume the fire of others and use it to restore our energies. Didn't Albion tell you that? Valerie blinked several times. And Albion, what he says is true, Valerie. But since I am not a fire dragon, I did not see the need to tell you. Asterisk, Valerie, hearing Albion's answer, now wanted to strangle him somehow. Practically, he has not taught him much about dragons. Well, whatever, things are going perfectly. Naya, even so, these things just keep coming. Lu Fei, somewhat frightened, watched as more Grim Reapers appeared outside the hotel. How absurd, they are worse than the plague. Do you want more? Very well, I will make you see hell again. Not finish what she was going to say because she felt the presence of something horrible, something of great power. She looked in that direction, and that's when he saw it. Coming out of a distorted space, there appeared someone who looked like a Grim Reaper, although his robe was more decorated, and his head was not covered by a hood like the rest, although his face was covered by a mask. This one was like one of those used by clowns in ancient theaters. Also, his scythe was as black as the night or more and emanated a more fearsome air than the rest. I present myself to you for the first time. Chaos Karma Dragon, I am one of the Grim Reapers who serves under Hades-sama. My name is Pluton. That name. Tiamat did not hesitate to show her surprise, the Grim Reaper of ultimate rank. Pluton. I've heard of you and the others like you, but to think that bag of bones would send you. Although she didn't know how to react to this, the situation gets a little complicated with this being here, because they have joined forces with the leader of the terrorists, Ophis. They must be destroyed. Pluto was on guard while the revelation had left Tiamat almost speechless. You, Chaos Karma Dragon, a being who does not involve himself in the affairs of the factions, and the Security, who swore loyalty to the alliance of factions only to join the enemy in the end. You must die, and I think the alliance might be okay with this outcome, since their greatest hero and pillar became their enemy. I see, so that will be the excuse that will be given once we are dead, huh? What a plan. It is obvious that they had it very well planned, but a thicker tone than before. Asterisk, that excuse, blaming Issei for being a traitor when it was those morons who were responsible for him leaving and what they did to him. Now I feel like burning the entire underworld into a sea of flames. No one accuses Issei of being a traitor, and he does whatever he wants just to be fair. Soon, excuses will be superfluous. This time it won't be like that. I'm not so weak as to stay behind the demons and fallen angels. Pluto prepared to fight. I'll take Ophis, who is now just a fake fight. Well then, let's fight. As Tiamat said that, she was surrounded by another large blue glow that dissipated within seconds, revealing Tiamat in her dragon humanoid form with her wind air spread out in the air. Asterisk, get ready, Grim Reaper. Pluton, without saying anything, disappeared from Tiamat's sight, but she saw the enemy's movement and managed to block the claws with her claws. Asterisk, at least this will be fun, I'll burn you to ashes. With that, with a swift movement from both opponents, they disappeared from common sight to have a full-scale battle in the air. The clash of energies caused the sky to tremble. Tiamat. Asterisk, Valerie, who was watching the battle from the hotel, tried to support with magic. Only don't intervene, Valerie. You guys focus on those things that keep coming. I'll take care of him. If I can't fight this imbecile, I don't deserve to be called the St. Queen. Dragon Queen. Tiamat said her request or order to the girl, who nodded reluctantly. They then noticed that several Grim Reapers had them surrounded. It seems that they should be more serious. Valerie, with a magic circle, creates a cold air that freezes a group of those things, and Biko gracefully takes advantage of the opportunity to hit them with his staff to break them into pieces, their parts scattered on the ground still covered in ice. Horrible, these things were just quantity. Right now they must resist as much as they can so that Issei, Arthur, Fenrir hurry up. Valerie would resume his guard while creating several magical bursts with electricity. You must hold on as long as you can. The battle had only just begun. Chapter 9. Close combats. Inside the hotel, Arthur and Siegfried were having a very close fight between them. Both swordsmen were fighting with one sword each. Arthur with his Caliban and Siegfried with Graham. The clashes between both weapons created strong shock waves that destroyed parts of the room. Arthur, with more speed, jumps, ready to give a downward slash. Siegfried, seeing this, covered himself with Graham, and the impact between both weapons created a small crater under Siegfried while the holy and demonic auras of both swords were fired, respectively. Arthur moves away a little to attack again, and so does Siegfried, thus both clashing their swords and starting a struggle. I see your condition is the same as always. If you use your balance breaker, you can't use Graham at his full power because he'll curse you. Anyway, I want an equal fight. If that wolf had also come to fight, I would have had no choice but to use my balance breaker. That's good, since due to the current situation, I can't waste my time with you, so, to hell with honor and justice. Arthur quickly ends the struggle by taking his distance, and then before Siegfried could do anything, Fenrir would come out of hiding to attack Siegfried, launching blasts of electricity and ice from his mouth. Seeing this, Siegfried quickly took out another sword, and with both in his hands he would deflect or cut the wolf's magical attacks with his sword's demon animal bomb. Siegfried shook his second sword, and with it created a powerful cutting wave. Fenrir was not intimidated and continued running, waiting until the last second to dodge the attack with a very high jump, thus going again towards Siegfried with his fangs and claws ready for anything. Siegfried raised Graham to block the attack, resulting in Fenrir biting the blade of the sword with his fangs. And the momentum he created was such that Siegfried didn't believe that this wolf was that strong, but it was. In that small fraction of a second that he got distracted and Arthur appeared beside him. Siegfried tried to push Arthur away with a slash of his sword, but this was blocked by Arthur's Caliban sword without any problems. As I told you, I don't have time for even a pending account. Maybe another time, if you live. When he said that, Arthur, without warning, kicked Siegfried in the stomach, causing him to lose strength in his sword that defended him from Fenrir's attack. The result was simple. Fenrir managed to land a light claw on Siegfried's shoulder. And while the white-haired man recoiled from the intense pain in that area, Fenrir would stand next to Arthur. As every human like you and I, our weakness is our own bodies. No matter how technical we are, if a human like me or any supernatural being manages to find an opening, no matter how small, they will use it. Arthur smiled when he saw his opponent's expression. BS, you have that wolf with you and I decided to fight just like you? Don't talk to me about honor when we humans are worse than the beings you say. They have no honor. If you can't see the truth of the evil and greed that exists in humans, then that doesn't make you humans. You talk about things like camaraderie, but in the end it's all nonsense. Siegfried would recover and be on guard again. In the end, you only have yourself to rely on. Siegfried would instantly grow his other 4 arms, which grabbed his other 4 swords and positioned himself. No, that's what you say and think there are things that one cannot do alone. When you come to believe that lie, it's because you've lost all trace of friendship and love in your heart. Arthur stands on guard with Caliban in his hands. Fenrir, from now on, I will continue fighting on my own. You look for an opportunity and destroy the barrier device. Fenrir nodded in response to Arthur's words and took his distance again, hiding himself. With that, Arthur and Siegfried resumed their fight, because there wasn't much time. At the same time, on the roof a huge explosion was created on the spot along with a smoke screen, and from this, with one jump, Issei and Heracles, who were some distance away from each other, would come out. Issei, with his aura, created several red spheres that he threw at Heracles, who decided to destroy the attacks with his fists, but it was that split second that gave Issei the chance to charge it. Heracles with his thrusters. Heracles noticed almost too late how Issei was going at him, so he barely had time to counterattack with a punch charged with aura. The impact of their fists created another explosion on the spot, and it was even, although the armor on Issei's arm cracked a little because of it, and Heracles' arm trembled for a moment because of what had happened. Both opponents would stop their little struggle and take their distance. Not bad, I knew you could amuse me. Heracles, with the discomfort in his arm, smiled like a battling maniac for finally having a challenge. Even if you are the toughest of the entire hero faction, your body is still human, so I must keep hitting until you collapse. Issei adopted a pose like a boxer. Don't think it will be that easy. With that said, both of them went against each other and started throwing strong punches at each other. Both of them threw their fists at each other, and they ended up in both of their faces along with an explosion from Heracles' fist. The clash resulted in a part of Issei's helmet breaking. Shortly after, as Heracles spits blood from the blow to his face, he feels as if he has been hit by a hammer or worse. Both of them stepped back a bit and then attacked each other again with strong blows. Issei dodged a blow and attacked with his fist, but Heracles blocked it with effort and kicked the brunette, who ducked to avoid the impact. But the force of the kick created an explosion behind Issei. Fearsome, without wasting any time, Issei lands a strong blow against Heracles, managing to hit him in the stomach, and he was in agony from the blow. Even so, Heracles, with some pain, counterattacked with a blow that hit Issei's teeth and created an explosion where he was. Heracles took his distance while smiling, thinking that he had defeated him, but when the smoke cleared, Issei was seen still wearing his armor, only with somewhat large cracks, but nothing serious. Issei, even from where he was, enveloped himself in a red-green aura and fired several red-green blasts. Heracles decided to counter them with his fists while more explosions were created by doing that. The gunshots colliding with the explosive fists collided with such force that it was almost like watching fireworks. The attacks of both destroyed some of the foundation of the artificially created building. Even with the smokescreen created, that didn't stop both opponents from charging at each other, thus starting a fight of fists, blasts, and explosions. Issei would manage to kick Heracles, who did his best not to complain, only to land a clean punch in the face, added to an explosion to the security, breaking his helmet more, but it was restored. Although Issei under the helmet had lines of blood on his mouth and nose. With that, Issei attacked Heracles again with pure blows, and the latter counterattacked in the same way as he could. The consecutive impact of the fists of both opponents created small or large explosions on the roof of the building that resisted the fight as best it could. Issei and Heracles gasped, but more so Heracles, who tried to catch his breath. While breathing heavily, a long battle of pure power was not a luxury for someone like Heracles. What's wrong? Are you tired? It hasn't even been 2 minutes since we started. Issei sounded somewhat mocking at that, since something told him that he had already won this fight from the beginning, and that if he wanted he could extend it, but not too much. His friends would not hesitate forever with the fates. Shut up. This is just the beginning. I won't let myself be defeated by someone like you. Heracles' body glowed brightly as he said that, and when the glow stopped, Heracles could be seen with protuberances on his arms and legs, and in addition to having a huge missile on each arm. His balance breaker *, I'll defeat you with this, Sekui. Heracles, with his best speed, charged at Issei, wanting to hit him with his fists accompanied by the missiles. Issei responds to that, charges red-green aura in his fists, and launches his own punches. The impact of both of their punches created an even bigger explosion on the ceiling. In the parking lot, the Grim Reapers had proven to be worse than a plague of rats. Kill one so more of those things would come out. Valerie eliminated a group of those things with his demonic and electric spheres, only to look up with the others after hearing the boom that was generated. It looked like red and green fireworks. Wow, what's going on up there? It must be Issei fighting Heracles. A troublesome opponent, but easy for Issei to beat. There's no need to worry. Valerie was aware that Heracles had lost that fight from the start. The big guy isn't as skilled as the other humans of the hero faction. Let's not get distracted. Naya Kuroka attacked with spheres and senjutsu blades to easily finish off those things. Valerie, by inertia, managed to narrowly avoid a blast attack from a Grim Reaper who took advantage of his distraction to attack. That act had already exhausted Valerie's little patience. Very well, if that's how you want to play it, let's go. Valerie expelled his demonic aura that was blue, accompanied with electricity. Do you want to play rough? I will give you that pleasure. Valerie would launch demonic blasts and blades with electricity towards his enemies, then see how a group of Grim Reapers in the distance attacked with magic blasts. That won't work. The divine dividing wings extended from his back, and they shone. Divide, 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 divide. Valerie would divide and absorb the power of the enemy's attack, and with what was absorbed, create 2 magic circles, from which he fired a bombardment of demonic power with electricity, finishing off more enemies without problems. Don't keep them just for yourself. Biko turned his Rujibang to attack the Reapers. He doesn't want them to take away his fun. Outside, Gogmagog continued to eliminate the Grim Reapers that kept arriving without any problem. He is a living war machine, so he does not suffer damage, does not suffer energy wear, and much less gets tired. Gogmagog would turn his hands into triple-barreled cannons and begin to bombard all the Grim Reapers in the place. He must eliminate them no matter what. He even set his sights on a group of Grim Reapers in another direction, and instead of using his cannons, his eyes glowed, and from them a piercing ray was fired that eliminated the Grim Reapers in the distance. Thus the war machine created by the gods began a massacre in the place, eliminating the Grim Reapers as if they were simple ants. Meanwhile, in the distance, right in the air of the parking lot, Tiamat and Pluton were having a tremendous battle of pure speed. The dragon miraculously managed to save herself from being hit by the Grim Reaper's scythe, but just feeling how that thing passes close to her body even without hitting her made her feel a chill. Even so, she did not give up and continued fighting. Tiamat would turn the claws on her hand into even larger claws, thus managing to easily repel Pluton's scythe, and then give him a strong kick that sent him a few meters away. Keep animal. A cornered and upset dragon is more dangerous than any other animal. Tiamat charged towards Pluton with speed as her claws grew 3 times larger, delivering a swihaughty Reaper narrowly blocked with his scythe. Don't get so haughty. Pluto exerts his strength and manages to push Tiamat away from him. Dragon and Grim Reaper would look at each other for a moment, then attack each other and continue their fight. Back to the battle with Siegfried. Arthur fought without problems at the same pace as Siegfried. The white-haired man, even with his 6 swords, couldn't land a hit on the blonde, not even a touch. It was then that when Siegfried decided to attack, his right arm retracted due to a slight but intense pain, an opportunity that Arthur took advantage of and spun around to manage to make a cut on Siegfried's thighs, causing him to complain. But not satisfied with that, Arthur gave Siegfried a quick light cut on his abdomen, causing him to let out and then he gave him a strong kick in the stomach, causing him to move away a few meters and Siegfried to fall to his knees on the ground. Damned, Fenrir, go get the device and smash it to pieces. The wolf nodded at what Arthur said and quickly went to the device. Seeing this, Siegfried tried to go towards the wolf to stop him, but a gap in space appeared in front of him, from which the blade of a sword emerged and was about to hit him. Siegfried barely managed to dodge the blade, but he got a cut on his cheek, and the blade sank back into the gap, then disappeared. I told you that your opponent is me. Arthur pulls his sword from a gap in front of him, then stands on guard and attacks Siegfried with speed. Siegfried blocked Arthur's sword blows as best he could and tried to counterattack, but the blonde was more agile, and every time he could he would kick him, making him lose his balance, and that was getting on Siegfried's nerves. He was making fun of him. Arthur stepped back a little, and then with his sword, he made a gap in space and moved his sword into it. Siegfried instantly noticed a gap that appeared at his side, and with one of his swords, he blocked Arthur's sword that came out of said gap. But things didn't end there, since several gaps appeared around him, and from these, at high speed, the blade of Arthur's sword entered and exited, attacking Siegfried from all sides. Siegfried desperately swings his 6 swords, repelling as best he could the attacks of Arthur's sword that came out of the multiple gaps in space. But it was then that Siegfried felt his right arm contract again from the pain in his shoulder, and it was in that small fraction of a second that Arthur's sword came out of a gap and managed to give Siegfried a more than deep cut on his shoulder. Siegfried instinctively stepped back from the pain in his shoulder as it bled a little. An impossible asterisk. Siegfried looked up to see Arthur pulling his sword out of the gap in space and walking towards him at a slow pace. I hope that's what you understand. When it comes to fights between humans, both sides do their best to win over the other with the slightest of movements. Arthur adjusted his glasses as he said that. In this case, I took advantage of your injured shoulder. It's noticeable that the wound that Fenrir did to you is still present, and that caused you to lose your rhythm whenever you overexerted your arm and shoulder. To think that you would be capable of. I hate to admit it, but between you and me, you are the most tactical between the two of us aside from Chow Chow. You are the second one who manages to leave me like this. Siegfried said with a sarcastic smile while holding his shoulder. It's over. Siegfried of all the others, you are the most overconfident, and that cost you the fight. Arthur raised his sword, ready to deliver the final blow. Yes, you're right, I'm too confident, and this is what happens to me. You won this fight, Arthur Pendragon. When Siegfried said that, the sound of something breaking was heard in the place, interrupting the silence of the place. But not the war. Arthur sensed danger was near, and jumped to the side as the scythe passed close to him. He looked up and saw a group of grim reapers standing there. They had broken through the wall. Siegfried smiled as he saw George calling in the heavy artillery. Arthur knew very well that he must get out of here. The space is not very good for fighting, and Evboom. Asterisk there, so now that he is a little tired after having fought against Siegfried. Boom. Small explosion created at the scene made everyone look in a certain direction, and they saw that it was Fenrir who had finally destroyed the barrier device, and Siegfried clicked his tongue at that. Fenrir, seeing the grim reapers there, throws gusts of ice and wind from his mouth to drive away or keep the grim reapers in place as he heads towards Arthur. The blonde supported him a little by launching a large sacred cutting wave from his sword at the grim reapers, who covered Siegfried. Arthur and Fenrir stepped back a little, ready to leave the place having accomplished their objective, but Fenrir would increase his gray aura in his body, and in his mouth he would charge energy for an attack. Arthur knew what he would do, so he took his distance. Siegfried, a little better than before, noticed how Fenrir was charging an attack in his mouth and was ready to launch it. Obviously, he couldn't let that happen to him. George, get me out of here. No. The mist enveloped Siegfried a second before Fenrir launched his attack, which was a huge gray blast of electricity. The explosion that was generated was such that the remains in the place and those that were on the floor were totally destroyed. Nothing was left of them. Arthur had left the building by jumping from a window, and when he landed, he saw the explosion and its consequences. Shortly after, Fenrir left the building from a window, and when he landed, the wolf shook off his fur and was not hurt despite having been close to the explosion of his own attack. Good job. Now let's get back to the others. Fenrir nodded at what Arthur had said, and both of them wasted no time in going to the parking lot and informing the rest that there was one less of those things left to destroy. The explosion on the second floor was seen and heard by everyone fighting outside. Wow. Now that's what I call blowing up the room. Biko deflected a scythe that was close to cutting him, then extended his staff back and hit the enemy behind him without looking. Bad joke. Stupid monkey. Asterisk. Kuroka created sharp pillars of ice to stop the enemy's advance. Asterisk. Lefania. Gladly. The blonde magician with 2 magic circles, one red and one yellow, launched a powerful burst of electric burning fire. The result was that the enemies ended up electrocuted and burned to death. Asterisk. Perfect. There are fewer and fewer of them. Or maybe not. Asterisk. Valerie looked in a certain direction and saw more grim reapers arriving. This is ridiculous. Asterisk. SHT. More keep appearing. We can't hold out forever. Valerie, fed up, creates more magic circles and launches powerful blasts at the grim reapers, eliminating them. But more appear. Absurd. Valerie breathed heavily and spat out a little. BLD. The curse. Come on, Valerie, stop trying so strong. Biko continued to battle, hitting the reapers with his Ruji Bang, and although he's not that good at it, he launched his own Senjutsu blasts that finished off the enemies. Lefei treats Valerie's few wounds with her magic, and Kuroka tries to relieve her fatigue while Biko buys them time. Hopefully everyone can accomplish their goal as soon as possible. On the roof of the building, the battle between Issei and Heracles was intense. Issei launched red-green blasts, and Heracles destroyed them with his fists, creating explosions, something that Issei took advantage of to make a surprise attack. Heracles was not as tactical as his companions, and that was something that Issei was not going to waste. Heracles, for his part, felt the frustration of seeing that he was receiving a beating. Heracles creates a missile in his arm and fires it at Issei, who throws a red-green sphere, and both of their attacks explode on impact, canceling each other out. After that, Issei throws more blasts that Heracles begins to counter with his fists as best he can, but some of them hit him and cause damage to his body. His resistance is reaching its limit. Goodness, you're a thorn. Secured. Asterisk. Heracles spoke between gasps as the wounds on his body hurt and bled a little. Also, his sacred gear seemed to be at its limit while he could endure even longer fights. He had never been dealt this kind of damage in a fight. Even if you are the toughest of your group, your body is still human. So it is normal that it will soon collapse. Asterisk. Issei sighed as he felt a slight pain in his body, but it is not so serious as to make him complain or slow down the pace of the fight. Asterisk better end it already, we are just wasting time. You sure know how to talk. Heracles clutched his stomach and launched another missile from his arm at Issei, who attacked that with his fist and destroyed the missile while an explosion was created, so that Issei came out without a scratch. Is that all? Issei spoke in a disappointed tone. Heracles was annoyed by the question. If that's all you can give, I might as well end it now. Issei stands on guard, and a red-green aura surrounds him. In one blow, boost, 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 boost. Burst. Transfer. With said increases transferred to himself, Issei's aura increased drastically, and that made Heracles sweat a little. Although he took a step back, stood firm. You don't scare me. Stupid dragon. Heracles expelled his explosive aura again and made a single missile appear on the arm with which he was going to attack. Obviously, he concentrated all the power he had left on this attack. Both opponents waited a few seconds, needing to channel all the energy they had to deliver the final blow. It was then that a huge explosion was heard from the parking lot, and it was that explosion that sent them both flying towards each other. The impact of both was not long in coming. The great explosion created on the ceiling that was accompanied by a red-green flash. Even within the explosion, Issei and Heracles struggled with their fists still enveloped in their respective energies. The sacred gears responded strongly to the longing of their owners to try to give more power and win the clash was even as their energies were released by said struggle, but the factor that gave one the victory was simply the resistance. Heracles felt how the bones in his arm broke, and that made him retreat. An opportunity that Issei took advantage of to take a couple of steps back and then launch another strong blow loaded with aura. Said blow hit Heracles' abdomen, and he spat out a lot of BLD in the process and then fell kneeling to the ground holding the damaged place. You fought well, Heracles. I recognize your strength. Issei moved away a little from Heracles, who tried to stand up but couldn't. His body didn't respond. But unfortunately, you lost a battle of only pure power is not good for you, since in the end, your body is still human even if you have surpassed the common resistance of humans. Keiku to think that it would be like this. Hee. Even so, Heracles looked up as best he could and gave a haughty smile. Thank you for this great fight. Now I just have to be stronger. Normally I don't like this style, but it's necessary if I want to live so I can fight another time. So, George, get me out of here. Before Issei did anything, a mist appeared in the place, and it enveloped Heracles, disappearing from the place. At least I'm done, and I'll fight you if we meet again. Partner, remember that we have a goal. True. Issei followed what Drake said and went to where the barrier device was. Whereupon, finding it at the edge of the roof, he saw that it was as described, the Ouroboros star. Well then, Issei remembered what happened with Diodora and decided the same, to destroy the object. Boost, 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 boost. Issei, with said increases, wrapped his hands in aura and then squeezed the object tightly, which within seconds began to crack, and then releasing even more aura and squeezing even harder, Issei manages to completely destroy the barrier device. Well, now to return to the rest. Issei sighed and then went to the edge of the roof and jumped off it, going towards the parking lot by, according to him, the shortest and most comfortable route. At the same time, Valerie, Biko, Kuroka, and Faye saw the numerical advantage of those things over them finally dying. There were only a few of them left. They all grouped together to launch a joint attack while Tiamat fought Pluton in the sky at an overwhelming speed. Any plans to finish off those idiots once and for all? Kuroka was already tired. She couldn't take it anymore. Hey, look, it's Arthur and Fenrir. Biko pointed in the direction where they both came from while they eliminated enemies in a skillful and fierce manner. One less guy. Arthur gave the news to the others, who nodded in relief. Good job, you two. Valerie gives them a thumbs up in congratulations. There are only two left, let it be one. Issei's scream was heard as he landed HRD on the spot and left a crater beneath him. I've taken care of it. Alright, Issei, there's only one left. Valerie sounded excited. There's not much time left, and this will end. The other one that was missing was the one that George had sheltered with his mist. They had it a few meters away from them. Suddenly, Siegfried appeared out of nowhere. Already seconds later, Heracles also appeared, thanks to the fog, and both of them stood in front of that thing. I never thought you'd be defeated. Heracles. Siegfried looked at his companion, who was trying to catch his breath. Asterisk, it's clear that the security eye is a fearsome opponent, don't even say it. Now I just want to be stronger and face him again. Hee asterisk. Heracles laughed as best he could. You could tell he had fun even though he lost. It was at that point that Gogmagog approached the place and prepared his cannons again and fired at the rest of the Grim Reapers that remained there. The golem's attack had gotten rid of most of those things. Siegfried was furious at that. That thing was a nuisance. There's no other way. Asterisk. Siegfried looked at the sky and saw that Pluton was still fighting with Tiamat. They were even though the dragon seemed tired. Call everyone. George nodded at those words, causing more Grim Reapers to emerge from the fog itself, dozen by dozen. Everyone watched in horror as, in a matter of seconds, the entire field was filled with more than 200 Grim Reapers, all ready to attack without any mercy. It seems that this time they want to apply quantity over quality. Asterisk. Tiamat, still everyone knows that they can't handle so many of those things, especially now that some are more tired than others. He in the air saw the great army of fates in the place. This had to be an absurd joke of the other fighters who could continue without problems. They were Issei, Fenrir, and Gogmagog, who have great destructive power. Although Issei really weighed his options, something must have occurred to him, but he had no idea. The only Issei asterisk Tiamat's good think of was to use his crimson armor to increase dragon asterisk Gogmagogger and finish it once and for all, but scream made the young man turn to look at Sky. On asterisk, and I will take care of those things. You change with me for a moment and entertain this guy. Tiamat narrowly avoids Pluton's scythe and takes her distance. I understand. Asterisk. Issei spreads his wings and takes flight, thus going against the Supreme Grim Reaper. Just when Pluton was about to connect another attack, his scythe was stopped, and he saw that the one responsible was Issei. Now I will be your opponent, whoever you are now, Tiamat. All right. Get ready too, big guy. At Tiamat's words, Gogmagog prepared his cannons, ready for anything. Tiamat would then shine again, and that form. All right, had across almost the entire field. When the glow dissipated, Tiamat could be seen wild. Her dragon form asterisk, let's finish them off. The rest of you stay back. This is going to get wild. Everyone complied with what was said and took their distance. Gogmagog would be the one to start first, firing a powerful blast to the right to finish off those closest to him. The destructive wave of the shot achieved its goal. Then he fired another powerful blast to the left, managing to finish off the group that followed. Tiamat, stop that thin hell. Eggfried ordered the Fates to attack the golem, but I hope you like the heat and hell. Tiamat would carry a blue flame with aura in her mouth, and it would increase. Everyone noticed. George asterisk the magician nodded at Siegfried's shout, and the three humans were covered by a strong barrier in conjunction with the magician's mist. Tiamat then, without a show of mercy, would launch her powerful blue flames that went like a wave against the Fates, engulfing them and burning them. Gogmagog joined the attack, firing powerful rays from his weapons and eyes, further increasing the destruction on the site. As buildings in the distance fell, Tiamat began to move from right to left to try to hit all the Reapers, while Gogmagog's shots were increasingly powerful. Every Reaper in the place was destroyed by the fiery and machine gun attack of Tiamat and Gogmagog. Obviously the others only saw the great destruction that was created with the mouth to the ground. This was ridiculous. Stop that dragon and that golem before they get away with it. Siegfried ordered the remaining Grim Reapers to attack, but they were still crushed to dust, and Arthur, Fenrir, and Biko went to deal with the Grim Reapers who left Tiamat and Gogmagog's attack range. They're not going anywhere. Asterisk. Arthur, with Caliban in hand, at high speed, cuts and slaughters the Grim Reapers. This is getting wilder and wilder. And I feel like trying harder. Biko, with a crazy smile, crushed and hit the Reapers with a vengeance. He liked this environment. Fenrir just bit and tore apart the Grim Reapers that appeared before him without mercy. He even launched a Have sea blasts with wind that eliminated a group of them. What kind of power do they have? Pluton would come out of his shock when he received a blow to the face from the brown-haired boy. This power that we have was forged by something that you don't know or want to know. The trust that we have between us, the bond that unites us, that's where we get the strength that we need. Issei took out his energy claws and began to attack Pluton with fierce slashes that seemed to cut through the air, and the Supreme Grim Reaper defended himself as best he could. Stop them, We can't let them beat us for something so simple and pathetic. Siegfried's orders seemed to fall on deaf ears because the Reapers were being slaughtered by the powerful flaming and machine gun attacks of Tiamat and Gogmagog, who attacked without any sign of mercy. Valerie, Kuroka, and Lu Fei continued to watch from a distance as little by little the field was being reduced to nothing, the Reapers being destroyed in a flaming and machine gun-like manner, technically only leaving dust behind. 10 No AI Dext. Red X White. Cancelled. After a massacre of almost 5 minutes, the place seemed to be a war zone. The powerful joint attack of Tiamat and Gogmagog, supported a little by the others, had eliminated all the Grim Reapers. Now all that was left was to put an end to this. The only ones left in the place were Siegfried, Heracles, Pluton and George, the latter totally exhausted from protecting the last device with all the power he had at his disposal, and also from preventing the entire place from succumbing to the attacks of the dragon and the golem. I don't expect them. Siegfried looked more than mortified. They had been. The game is over, brats. Tiamat said, having returned to her human form. Now we just have to. Tiamat was ready to give the supposed coup de grace, but a noise echoed through the dimension. That sound is the one heard when a hole is created in a dimension. When everyone looked up, a hole was created in the sky. An intruder. That was the only answer they had, because even Siegfried, Heracles, and George were confused. It wasn't something planned. From the large hole that was now in the sky, someone that most people recognized appeared. It was a man with long brown hair wearing light armor and a cape. It's been a while, Issei and Valerie. The man looked at Issei, and from a distance, he could see Valerie, who frowned upon seeing him. Shalba, Siegfried said that while letting out a sigh. I received a report, but I never thought you were acting on your own. Hey Siegfried, you have my gratitude. Because thanks to you, my wounds have healed, although my powers are lower because I lost the Ophis serpent, and the reason you came is simple. Declare war on the underworld with this. Shalba smiled evilly and revealed what was under his cloak. It was a child. Leonardo. George and Heracles were the names of the boy, who had dull eyes. Even Siegfried noticed that the boy was not reacting. They shouldn't have left him, so I took advantage of catching him. It was a small nuisance, but his dolls were nothing against me. Shalba picked up the child and squeezed his neck. What are you doing? Issei looked in horror at what the guy was going to do, create the destruction of the underworld. Shalba would create a magic circle in his hand and put it on Leonardo's spine, who gave a heartbreaking scream. With that, the shadow of the boy grew and grew until it reached an abysmal size. It seemed to easily exceed 200 meters. Then, a huge thing emerged from the shadows and was like seeing some kind of deformed dragon. The roar it gave was so heart-wrenching that everyone covered their ears. And instantly, at the creature's feet, a magic circle appeared and, the goal of this thing is to destroy the underworld. It will definitely eliminate many demons in the underworld. Shalba shouted while laughing madly. No, stop him. Valerie gave the order, and those who could still attack did so. What they didn't expect was to see that he received the attacks as if nothing had happened. To make matters worse, smaller monsters similar to the original were being born from the big guy, and in a flash of light, the beast and its children disappeared into the magic circle in the direction of the underworld. Not only that, the entire place was collapsing. Apparently the forced entry and the creation of that thing was enough for Leonardo to fall to the ground, very close to his companions. The whole place is coming down. George shouted, preparing his fog. Leonardo. Siegfried looked at the boy. He went to see Pluton to ask for his opinion, only to see that he wasn't there. So that was it in the end. We made a mistake by allying ourselves with Hades. Because he already planned this with Shalba. Siegfried would go see the Sekirai, who looked at the boy in his arms. Get out of here. It's the only advice I'll give you. After saying that, the humans disappeared in a layer of mist while Shalba continued to look at everyone, specifically at one person. Time to go for the other thing. In the blink of an eye, Shalba was gone. Kaya. Lu Fei's scream made the others look at the 15th floor. Shalba was there looking at Ophis. Valerie tried to get between her and him, but don't get involved, Valerie. Shalba angrily hit Valerie strong, who flew up and crashed into the wall, spitting BLD. Valerie. Everyone went to check on him, while Shalba tfoha. What's wrong, Valerie? What happened to your proud demonic powers? Tfoha, you're just a mixed race between a human and a demon, so there's no way you'll win against me. The true Mao Kui. I don't want to hear that from someone who calls himself a Mao while he is indebted to the powers of others. Valerie stood up with effort while Biko, Kuroka, and Lu Fei supported her. Tfoha. Only winning matters in the end. Now, I want one more thing. Shalba pointed her hand at Ophis, and a kind of rope made of magic caught and gagged her. Ho, the current Ophis has an unstable power, and that allows my magic to capture her. Wow, what do you want with her? Issei stood in front, ready to fight. Hades agreed to help me in exchange for me bringing Ophis to him. So I will get a snake from her, and then I will personally bring it to him. Everyone was surprised to hear this. I won't let you. Issei was about to attack Shalba, but the shaking in the place was getting worse. If you don't get out now, we have to go, Naya. This is our only chance. But we can't let him take Ophis. Issei replied to Kuroka, who was trying to maintain the transportation circle while Lu Fei kept Gogmagog in her personal dimension. A curse. This is a curse. I will become the poison that will devour the underworld. Those demons who denied me. I care nothing about the authority and possession of hell. I, Shalba Beelzebub, will use every last bit of my power to destroy the underworld with the monsters. Issei was going to attack him at once, but, Issei. Let's transfer now. Come quickly. Valerie shouted who was with everyone else. Only Issei was missing, but he didn't go with them. Issei. Valerie asked a little fearfully. Issei looked at Shalba, who was laughing at this. Then at Ophis he knew what he had to do. He took off his helmet to look at everyone. The smile he had was more than clear. A sign of his intentions. Go away. I'll take care of it. I'll rescue Ophis. No, don't try to be a hero. Valerie and Tiamat knew that the idiot was trying to be the bait for them to escape. There is no other option. The place cannot hold. Valerie cannot fight, and I don't think Tiamat can remain in the dimensional gap without protection. I am the only option. Issei made his valid points, impossible to refute. I will save Ophis. So if necessary, you guys tell the Alliance what's happening. I can't let Shalba run away, and I can't hand Ophis over to that someone either. Issei knew that if he didn't defeat Shalba right now, there would be more victims. Issei to Valerie. I'm going to beat Shalba, even with everything he represents, Issei said determinedly, and Valerie reluctantly accepted. We're at the limit, Nyan. We won't be able to transfer unless we do it now. Kuroka shouted, Teach Issei. I'll contact Azazel, and we'll use the Dragon Gate to bring you and Ophis back. Don't die, Issei. Issei nodded without turning around at the screams of Valerie and Tiamat, which were the only thing he heard before the flash of light appeared. They were gone. In the underworld, Valerie and the others would have arrived suddenly, and luckily for them, there were no civilians around to see them. Let's go to the stadium quickly. Everyone nodded without hesitation to Arthur's suggestion and went to that place. They shouldn't waste time. Valerie, as she moved forward, invoked a circle of communication, lightning, to respond quickly, and after almost a minute, from the small magic circle in front of her, the holographic image of Azazel appeared. How unexpected. What do you want now, Valerie? Azazel. It's urgent. We need you. Rather, come quickly, Issei needs help. Valerie's words made Azazel speechless. He must tell her everything. The entire dimension was shaking. The place was going to fall apart in just minutes. And he knew it. Issei stood in front of Shalba, who was laughing on top of the hotel. The dimension collapse was at its worst. Half of the camp had already perished. Only Issei, Shalba, and Ophis remained there to surrender. Shalba. I won't let you escape. DMNF Dragon. What is your reason for coming after me? Do you want to face me, the original Mao, or do you want to be able to capture Ophis? Angrily, Shalba said pure nonsense. According to Issei, I don't know what I should do with Ophis, but I won't let you take her. Issei then points at him. And when I defeat you, I will go stop that creature you sent to the underworld by any means necessary. I won't allow you to harm anyone, so what of that? It's only natural. Those devils prefer those fake Mao the most. The devils who grew up in an underworld managed by fake Mao. They are more insignificant than bugs. That's why I'm going to use those giant monsters and reduce everything to zero, as well as all the devils who just disappeared. This is a show of my revenge towards them. A pure underworld is going to be reborn in the wake of its destruction. That's what the underworld should be. Shalba would then point at Issei with his finger. Also, you, who joined the terrorists, should understand my reason if you joined us. Don't put me, Valerie, and the others in the same league as you. We are different from you. Valerie and the others are fighting for innocent people. But you're trying to kill the children of devils, so I'm going to give you what you deserve. Issei expelled his red-green aura as he said that asterisk, you're the only one who's going to die here, you wretched devil. Keep talking, Brett. You're no match for the original Mao. Shalba shouts that and then creates 2 magic circles and launches several demonic blasts against Issei, who expels his aura and goes through the attacks until he stands in front of Shalba and delivers a blow to his stomach that makes him agonize. DMN. A blow to the face made him shut up and move away a little. Even though my bond with her is broken, that blow was because of Asia, you wretch. You'll pay for it. Shalba, annoyed, summoned a swarm of bees from a magic circle that went against Issei, who was unfazed by that and released a powerful flame from his mouth that burned the bees to ashes. Shalba screamed in pain as he saw and felt Issei dig his claws into his stomach until he bled heavily. That was because of Valerie. Issei instantly gives Shalba a strong blow in the face, and he spits out BLD Demenit. I expected you to be as strong as Surzex or Valerie, but you're just a fake Mao. Those words from Issei dealt a strong blow to the demon's pride. You really talk too much, you damn rotten dragon. Shalba angrily launches demonic blasts at Issei, who deflects them using his hand. You better shut up and burn. Issei hit Shalba in the face again and then grabbed it with his hand, and then fire appeared in his hand and burned Shalba's face. Another blow to Shalba's face makes him vomit BLD and fall to the ground, being moved away a few meters. Better die alone in this place when you fall into the gap. Issei walked away from the demon with his back to him, as if indicating that he doesn't even deserve to be killed. Why? Shalba, with his face swollen and burned, kneels as best he can and looks angrily at Issei. He should leave without killing him, as if saying that he is not worthy of killing. That's it. Don't make fun of me. Shalba, in a fit of rage, creates a magic circle from which he takes out a strange dagger, and the demon jumps up to Issei, grabbing him by the back while using his arm to choke him, and that makes the brown-haired boy lose his balance and want to get him off of him. But let me. Issei screamed in pain as he felt something being stabbed into him, and saw that Shalba had stabbed him with her dagger in his right shoulder. Issei used brute force to get Shalba off of him and put him aside, then saw the dagger in his shoulder and took it away from him. And just when he was about to attack him, Shalba laughed as he tried to stand up with the little strength he had. At least I got my revenge. You're dead. What do you mean? Issei vomited BLD followed by a sharp pain throughout his body. This is it. Can't be partner. Drake shouted in dismay. Foha. How does it feel, Security? It hurts, right? The blade of that dagger was impregnated with Samuel's BLD. It was a gift from Hades. I wanted to use it on Valerie, but it's better to use it on you. Issei, still in pain, looked at Ophis as best he could. She looked at him almost expressionlessly, but he could see it deep in her eyes. There was loneliness. He clenched his left fist tightly. No, he promised to save her. He can't abandon her, even knowing that she's dying. He won't. He'll protect her. That's his oath. No matter if he loses his life. What? Shalba was surprised to see Issei stand up again, still staggering from the pain he must be feeling now. But how can you stand up? That curse should have you immobile. The more you move, the faster you'll die. Shalba backed up as best he could, even on the ground. At the same time, Issei took a step forward. Aren't you afraid of dying? Yes, I do. Of course I'm scared. But if I let you take her, horrible things will happen. I can't allow that. That's why I won't let you live. I'll do anything to keep them all safe, to keep those children living in peace and not in an era of chaos and destruction. Why? Because even though I didn't accept it or believe it to them, I'm a hero. Burst. Boost, 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 boost. Burst. The explosion of energy that came out of Issei's body was like an explosion of pure fire, firm and warm. Ophis saw the flames that now enveloped the Security. It was like the fire of a candle on the verge of going out. It burns even stronger. To give its all, Shalba couldn't say anything in the face of the explosion of power he had just seen, and in less than a second, he felt an infinite number of blows all over his body. He had Issei in front of him. He had gone and given the blows at a speed incredibly superior to all the previous ones, and not satisfied with that, Issei stuck his energy claws, now with fire included, into Shalba's stomach, making him vomit blood. Thus beginning to give him a combination of blows and claws. Then Shalba would fall on the roof of the hotel. You like it? This is the pain and suffering you wish to give to innocent people, you damn wretch. Issei was letting out all the pent-up anger. His dragon side had taken control, turning him into a beast that would not calm down until his enemy died. No, I shouldn't. Shalba tried to stand up. He wanted to run away, that brat. He wasn't normal, and his eyes, even behind the mask, he could swear he saw a crimson jade dragon behind him. Get away. Get away from me, monster. Shalba, in fear and desperation, wanted to crawl away, and when he saw Issei staggering towards him to continue the beating, the demon raised his hand and created a magic circle, from which an arrow shot out. Arrow that hit Issei in his torso. Scout. Issei spat out even more blood because of that. He felt his pain doubled. Leave me. Shalba, in desperation, launched another arrow from the circle, and it hit Issei, making him agonize even more. But even so, the brown-haired boy continues walking, slowly but firmly, towards the demon. It's not possible. I attacked you even with 2 impregnated arrows in Samuel's blood. The effect must have tripled or more. Why don't you die? He was silenced by a punch to the face from Issei. Issei, panting and with blood in his mouth, grabs Shalba by the foot and slams him strong against a concrete ceiling, and the demon rolls several times on the ground until he stops. Got caught. Shalba spits blood. And no, I can't end up like this. Turns his face and sees Ophis in the distance. Ophis. Give me one more of your snakes, so I can obtain the power of the original Mao and defeat this brat. I'm unstable right now. I can't create the power-enhancing snake. Shalba made a desperate face after listening to Ophis. Shut up, just shut up. Issei had abandoned all traces of mercy in his being for him. There was no other way than to kill him. And deist. Dragon Issei, with that scream, extended his arms and concentrated a red-green sphere in his hands and pointed it towards Shalba, ready to turn his enemy into dust cannon. Star. The shot that came out of his hands was so gigantic, so big that the sky of the place was dyed in the red-green color of the attack. Shalba saw the attack and he smiled. Even if he dies, the boy is already doomed. Thus turning to ashes by the attack, which, by the way, pierced the sky of the place and continued until it was lost in the dimensional gap. Issei, seeing that she had already finished, took a deep breath and Ophis, I have to go get. Issei approached the dragon goddess as best he could, who was still looking at him without any emotion. Calm down, I'll get you out now. Issei knelt down as best he could and pulled out Ascalon to cut the ropes made of magic. After that, he did his best to not fall to the ground, using Ascalon as a cane to support himself and not fall. Ophis was freed, and Issei undid his helmet to go see her. Why did you help me, Seu? Ophis noticed how the blood came out of her eyes. Like tears. Do I need a reason to help someone who needs a hand? Issei spoke with a weak smile and 2 lines of blood on his mouth. Tell me, why did you decide to help them? I was promised to defeat Great Red, then I would return to the dimensional gap and have silence. They will never fulfill their part. You should see the kind of beings they are. Ophis didn't say anything for a few seconds. If they defeated him, it was fine. That's why he gave them the snakes. That's why I wanted to talk to you, because you grew in a different way. I thought that in the end I would find the secret behind the true dragon and the celestial dragons, that I would finally find it, because I exist. Issei sighed as he finally understood everything. Ophis is purer than anyone else. That's why she was used by the Cow's Brigade, the hero faction. They all used her, taking advantage of her wish, the wish to return home. That wish is so simple that doesn't fit with the extreme beliefs of that organization. She cares little or nothing about fighting strong beings or conquering the world. She just wants to go home, find a home. He was just a propaganda leader. She only wishes to live in peace. Issei smiled happily to have saved her and to have finally understood one thing. She deserves to be protected. She deserves a chance to be happy. She cares little if he is a superior because, deep down, she is a girl who knows nothing of the evil that lies in the hearts of living beings. A poor, lonely dragon, that's Ophis. That's the truth. And so, Issei shook his head as he felt his consciousness fade away. The curse has spread quickly, more so because he moved so much. He must get out of here. Hey Ophis, do you want to be my friend? What do I gain from it? Someone to talk to and who can really listen to you. Ophis looked at Issei and then smiled a little. I see, sounds fun, heh? It is all that's left is to go home. Issei, using Ascalon as he could, stood up to walk even if the whole place was falling apart. He'll be fine. He has his armor, he just has to wait. Minutes earlier, in the underworld, Valerie's team would have arrived at the agreed place. It was the study of the capital Lucifad. On their way there, Valerie, who had contacted Azazel, told him in a summarized way about Issei and what happened with Chow Chow and Samuel, and that they should use the Dragon Gate to bring him. Obviously Azazel did not hesitate and immediately went with the preparations for the Dragon Gate to Lucifad, but not before quickly contacting Tannen. With that, Valerie and the others just had to wait for Azazel. Obviously, the wait lasted 10 minutes that seemed eternal for Valerie's team, who were impatient. Although in the distance they could see the creatures created by Shalba attacking the underworld and how the evacuations began. In the news from the underworld that came out of nowhere, huge monsters had appeared and were approaching the most important areas of the underworld. And everyone who inhabited those areas, evacuate immediately. Good heavens. Azazel fast. Valerie was impatient, but at the same time he tried to calm down. Samuel's curse sometimes made him want to vomit a little. Don't bother Valerie. He said he would come. Arthur helped the girl calm down a bit and sit down while she took a breath. Oh, finally. To Kuroka's words, Valerie. Everyone watched from a distance as Azazel arrived at the place accompanied by Tannen, who shrank to be here. Azazel finally. Valerie sighed in relief. She took her time. Tannen. How long? The two dragon kings greeted each other politely with their eyes. There was not much to say. Valerie, what the? Not now. Valerie stands up and stops Azazel's words. First the ritual to bring Issei, and I will tell you everything while you prepare it. Please tell me that you brought him. Obviously Azazel nodded as he took out some items. You and I will talk later. Young lady. Valerie nodded with a somewhat sad and understanding face. Deep down, she feels that all this is her fault. But Valerie, without knowing why, felt the worst feeling she had ever had before, as if someone was going to die. The field is in ruins. Issei was walking slowly in that field as he watched the place fall apart. He tried to walk, but he didn't have the strength to do so, even using Ascalon for support and Ophis letting him use her shoulder for support as well. He's sleepy, his eyes are heavy. There's no pain anymore, there's no more nothing. Comrade, hold on a little longer. Valerie and the rest, along with Azazel, must have the Dragon Gate almost ready to summon us. You must hold on. Drake, I know I have to. What should I do after I get back? Issei heavily walked over to see the lowly. Ophis, after I get back, where will you go? Where? I don't know. I can't go back to the dimensional gap with my current power. I have nowhere to go. Then stay with me. With us. Issei smiled barely. I can't go back to my real home for now, but until then stay with me. Valerie and the rest, you'll like it, believe me. Stay with Valerie and you. Secure. Issei. Yes, it will be fun. I'll buy you desserts. Whatever you want. We'll go to many places. Suddenly, Issei could no longer see the road but the sky of the place. It's good to have a home. Comrade, hold on. Everyone is waiting for you. Yes, Lu Fei, she would cry. I wouldn't like to see her sad. Kuroka, she's tough on the outside, but she's very sensitive. Tiamat, she'd probably call me an idiot if I died. Maybe the girls, I don't hate them. It just won't be easy. Even so, Asia and Ravel, they would cry too. Kaneko-chan, I'm glad she took care of Ravel. Zenobia and Irina, I remember when they were my first enemies. Rosweiss-sen, she must be okay. Akino-san is a very fragile girl. Rias, the first one I truly loved, even with what she did to me. I think I deserved it. Drake, the poison runs through his entire body. He's at the limit output. I know, Ophis, I know. But he's overcome everything the world has thrown at him, and he's always gotten back up. Kiba, Sei, Gasper and Arthur and Biko must take care of everyone. They can do it. Matsuda, Motohama, father, mother, I swear that one day I will return. Really, let's go home, buddy. Get up. You have to get up. Drake gave a desperate cry. You could almost hear him holding back the tears he wanted to give. Sorg, I would have liked to fight against you. Issei, if what need to talk to someone, come with me. and I'll help you in any way I can, no matter the time, place, or hour. I'll be there to be your emotional support. Never doubt that the image of that person came to his mind. He smiled by inertia. He felt happy he had finally found him, the person who won his heart completely because of her. That's why he keeps fighting, that's why he keeps protecting those who hurt him. Valerie, I would have also liked to fight you again, and Issei raised his hand as if trying to reach the image of her. I want to tell you that I love you and I always will from now on and forever. Issei said that only for his hand to end up falling on the hands of Ophis, who was sitting next to him, and his sword, Ascalon, fell to the ground as a drop of Issei's blood fell on the blade afterwards. There was only silence after that. Drake, he's not moving anymore. I know. Drake, are you crying? Yes, and I'm not the only one in here who does it. Drake listened as inside the boosted gear the female Secutius cried, and the men suffered the boy's departure. He wasn't a bad person, he was my first friend. Yet it was fun while it lasted. Drake tried to sound firm, but the pain could be heard in his voice. Ophis, no, this boy's last friend. Would you hear my story before I go to another possessor? Yeah, I wish you always remember him. Let me tell you about him. Was it a good security? Ophis asked while, without understanding why, a tear came out of one of her eyes. Yes, this is the story of the man who was a true hero and who overcame everything for what he believed in, the one who was the best security of all. The place shook more and more. Ophis clung to Issei's body. As that happened, there was no way out for them. The security saved her at the cost of his life, his own life. It was at that moment that a great roar was present in the place, and Ophis looked up upon hearing that, and she saw it from the edge of this field, where the dimensional gap could be seen. An enormous being had entered the space where Ophis and Issei lay. It was a large mass of red color, an enormous red dragon about 100 meters tall and 4 wings on its back. It was the true dragon, Great Red. Ophis saw the being she wanted to defeat, and she looked at him for a moment and then saw Issei again. Maybe. In the underworld, Valerie, his team, Tiamat, Tanin, and Azazel were gathered in the gymnasium of the Lucifad Capital Stadium. Azazel had already finished the ritual for the Dragon Gate to activate and for both Issei and Ophis to be transported here. Valerie was doing her best to stay awake. If she was going to fall unconscious, let it be after Issei returned him in bag of bones. How I wish to hit him in the face. Azazel said while making the final preparations for the ritual, since while he was preparing it, Valerie told him everything that had happened about how he took Issei to help him. He didn't say much about that since he didn't want to reveal Issei's trauma so lightly, how over time they gained trust between each other, the new power they got, and what happened with Chow Chow and Samuel, which made Azazel really upset, summoning that being. And that Hades helped both the hero faction and Shalba, and that he wants Ophis for something they don't know, but it can't be good. You're not the only one. Azazel. Tiamat was leaning against the wall waiting impatiently for the ritual to finish. She had a bad feeling, and not to bother, but can you guys hurry up? Lefay was already panicking because she really wants them to bring Issei back. The idea of leaving him alone was just a little more. The connection is harder to make if there are no more powerful dragons. I didn't even have time to call Suji. Azazel almost had the summoning circle ready to bring them. No one was calm. Everyone had a bad feeling. They felt that they had to bring Issei quickly. The underworld was already being attacked from all sides by those monsters. They knew that they had to go fight, but to do so they needed to know that the security was fine. It made contact. Azazel noticed how the circle shone, as well as Tanin, Tiamat, Azazel, and Valerie released the respective flashes that associate them with the ritual. The flash that the circle released was such that the entire place was illuminated. And when the light died, they didn't see who they were expecting. In the middle of the magic circle, there was Issei's sword Ascalon. No one understood what was happening. That sword had to be with Issei in the boosted gear. Ascalon floated in the air for a few moments, then fell to the ground. Azazel slowly approached the sword and examined it, and it was then that he felt it. The blade of the sword emanated a unique presence among dragon slayers, and he also noticed the small drop of blood on the blade. A drop of blood evaporated from the blade, and the aura of the Ascalon sword grew drastically, and then the blade of the sword turned completely ash gray. With that, Azazel understood everything. Some understood it too. No, you don't see curse. Azazel hit the ground while trembling from helplessness and sadness. After that, Albion also noticed it, and Valerie, she was in place, trembling slightly. The vanishing dragon knew that his rival must already be moving on to another possessor and that he must be broken one by one. Those present began to realize that only the sword Ascalon returned, and it would be the only one that would return. He was not going to do it. Where is Issei-sama? Lu Fei asked with a bewildered expression. Kuroka sat in her place with a shocked and lost look. What happened? Where's Issei? Tiamat asked, looking for the brunette with her eyes, but she couldn't see him. She only saw the sword that died and the sinister aura that now emanated from it. That's it. No, Tiamat began to tremble in panic. Sadly, it is true, the Sekyai, Haida Issei, has died. Tannen gave the horrible news while lowering his head. He didn't know what to say, what to think, or how to feel. Arthur and Biko lowered their heads with a slightly sad expression upon hearing that. They hadn't interacted much with Issei since he joined them, but they got along well and were good comrades in arms and training. Lu Fei couldn't bear the horrible news and began to cry while Kuroka hugged her, and she also cried. Fenrir lowered his head upon hearing that too. He was sad in his own way. Tiamat, on her side, fell to her knees on the ground while, for the first time in her entire life, she began to cry from sadness and felt her heart break. Valerie, for her part, slowly approached. Where Azazel had Issei's sword, and upon seeing it and feeling the now sinister aura it emanates, the same as Samuel's, that made her grasp reality, and Issei forever released tears from her eyes as her heart began to ache, and when she thought she couldn't get enough, "I love you and I always will from now and forever," those words, somehow, reached Valerie's mind, and then Valerie, without further ado, let the emotion completely overcome her, and without further ado she fainted to the ground. Valerie. Arthur shouted, going to help the girl and seeing that she only fainted, but that day, Haida Issei, the Sekyudai, the friend, brother, love interest son of some, had died.